Bam, bam. Cross your arm pose. Or take a shot. They're talking about me. They're talking about me. Oh my god, I have the pizza in so long. This is perfect. This is perfect. Man. I don't have any sauce on the pizza. I don't order a Coke, no. And I made a wok out of fresh vegetables. 6 different kinds to go with it. The pizza is not in the bowl. You degenerate. Oh shit. Taekwondo. I have a blue belt in Taekwondo. Leaking through 3 streams. Well, it makes sense. Taekwondo is the national martial art in Korea. Woo! My turn. No. I do this every fucking round of PUBG, man.
Fiona, everybody, he recovered his hat in style there at the end as we are ready for day number 3 of the grand finals for PNC 2026. 5 games remain here and Brazil is in number 1. Will this team be able to catch
Brazil in number 1?
Brilliant end of 2025 into 2026 with PGC
Redemption arc.
as well as PGS's on board here to try
Brazil,
and make something
Thailand.
happen. Thailand currently at 68 points here. Is this a team, Matrim, you think can make a giant leap today?
Yes. And the fact that they're in 4th place right now is kind of mind-boggling to me. It's just 2 points back behind China. And whenever I looked at
Korea,
this was
too.
what I was expecting to be a high
This is hype for the Koreans
killing
now.
machine right now. And they're actually kind of the lowest on, when we look at our top 8, the lowest on overall kills. Once we see them finally decide to start like walking together, make a rotate and get those kills, it's going to be massive.
All right, well, I'm going to have to say goodbye to Gibson and Mark here as it seems like our game is already ready. Good stuff, gents. We'll get you back in for game number 2 for the day as it is time for the grassy pastures of Erangel. You saw Korea towards the end there. In 2019, they were first place up until the very last game and dropped down second. They could have been 3-time PNC champions already. Let's see if they're able to catch up to Brazil here today as we now move on to Erangel for game 11 of the tournament, Matrim.
All right, it is time. The last day of PNC Grand Finals. It's all come down to this. 5 games remaining.
Insta
And
hop.
we are starting over the water to kick off everything.
Okay, wait.
I feel like this is kind of an allusion to what we might be seeing here in just a little while, given the amount of water
Wait,
we're
what?
seeing on Area.
How are there so many different countries?
And a plane path like this,
5
I only
boots.
cast my mind back to that original circle from Erangel, as you're mentioning, right? It's a terrifier, it's a scary one. But if we go down here again, oh boy, it gets even more treacherous, even more precarious, as now we are on board with Korea on the hunt to try and make something happen. They wanted 20 points in a game. Let's see if it's going to be this one.
They need to start it fast and heavy. They need to make sure that they're going for more kills, controlling the territory around them as much as possible. It's been a little bit more in a passive style of control rather than
Finland!
any form of points. Finland also had themselves a pretty big come up yesterday. I think hitting something like 55 points, somewhere around that range, 54 points, something like that. Can't remember the exact situation that was going on with it, but very, very strong performance.
Germany going for the worst place on the map.
Because there's still a lot of upswing for whenever we look at teams like Finland.
It's Chris. Didn't I play with that guy? I'm pretty sure I did.
Oh no! Oh
he was
no! We are going military island, Philippines. Obviously very happy with that, but at the same time, there's a lot of teams in the north here that are not going to be happy with that.
Bro, Germany is so fucked right now.
Awesome fast rotation.
They are so
coming
fucked
into this one, but again, Matrim, so much water.
Yeah, and we don't even have like the full like western section of what's going on with military base island in play. Philippines are going to be in a great position off the start, with Thailand going to be kind of in a control area that they can kind of move down from the northern section of the bridge. So we're going to take kind of a look back onto what was going on with Korea and kind of the rotates coming in.
Gosh, there's a lot of focus on Korea, isn't there?
Just a little bit.
I wonder where Crafton is based. Anyway, yeah, no, they definitely. This was, of course, the win that they had on Tago yesterday, with them having the urban finish and situation going down. The thing is about these kinds of situations, though, is that it's a bit circle dependent as well as how you're going to transition forwards. There was a world where other teams could have quite easily won this had they had one more alive. I'm looking at Germany. I'm looking at Thailand. Right, that would have shaped things up completely, but they did go into it wounded.
Yeah, just any form of utility still making it into these later stages.
You can see how the meta of preferred weapon differs between the teams. Brazil is playing all the AUGs, and one team was playing... Oh, this guy's actually playing fucking M249.
And just tackle
Korea.
everything at the right moment. Pick up these kills and propel themselves into a much better position. I am curious, though, because with Korea picking up this game, it gives them a lot of momentum moving into this final day.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing as well is that a lot of the teams here into this urban ending, it felt to me like Germany and Thailand didn't have too much of an opportunity to switch out their weapons, right? You saw Korea, they had an S12K, they had a pump action shotgun, they had Panzerfaust, all going into these final moments. And even if there was like a man difference or anything like that. Korea just came in with far more strength in terms of their overall loadout into a circle like this compared to the other teams.
And it was just so blinding. You can see, this is what the players were dealing with. Whenever we saw a couple of these shots go a little bit awry, not really connect, what are you looking at in this? You're just listening for footsteps. Didn't even know exactly where to go for those first couple of shots. Just heard the steps, decided to follow through.
But now I'm blocking the...
Big rotates. Thailand already down on the southern section of military base. They abandoned holding down anything to do with what was going on in Eastern Bridge. That's allowed Brazil just to sweep in, find it almost completely open.
What do you think Brazil has to get to in these first couple of games for it to be called? Do you think that they need to, have another win under their belt and then it's done, or do you think that, nobody's going to catch up? Where are you at with it?
I feel like they just need to kind of grow the lead a bit more, get to about 25 points going into the last 2 games, and they should feel pretty comfortable with it. Brazil, while they haven't necessarily had it, they have in the past on the last day kind of had a 0-point game here or there that's kind of thrown them off and caused them to fall quite a bit. So I think that they're not going to feel good until they have at least 1 game of cushion. And I think that this is the way that they're playing. That should be achieved.
All these players having focused.
So which teams can still win this technically?
Of the game. See, I saw a little bit of a fall off from it.
I'm guessing top 6 at least can win this.
Can swim. I like that Diffex. Okay, we rarely see that, but that's actually super useful for you
realistically
to get on over. Of course, in 8th place at the moment. It's funny because I say it in the pre-show.
Yeah, I guess Sweden is not good enough.
68.67 point marks. Maybe they can make a charge. This is Ukraine, and they're only technically 8 points behind that, and we only have
Denmark and Finland.
Survival stage, so very recently have massive wins and multiple of them on the same day. So
I guess they didn't qualify.
Able to pop off today. Maybe there could be some.
You gotta have 5 really strong players from that region.
Down the position that they are on leaderboard. This is
usually we are very good, but I guess not good enough.
I don't think this is where Great Britain was really hoping to be either, as it looks like all of USA is on the hunt.
They should have invited me.
It's just trapped over here.
And they wouldn't qualify.
Leave my Great Britain alone, all right? Like, actually, no, maybe not. Like, truly, we were the oppressors. You kicked us out of your country, and the US might look to kick them out of Lapolka here in a few minutes' time. Really does depend on if they actually kind of hunt them down and get rid of them. Hey, it's your 250th anniversary soon, right?
Yeah, no, this is
congratulations.
Oman, right? Getting ready for everything. I know. I'm so excited about the passports. Oh, sorry. Okay, I got to be quiet about that. So USA going to wrap away from Fex to keep him alive. The rest of Great Britain going to be down to the south.
Yeah. Oh, man, Great Britain has had a bit of a rough time of it in this finals. And, of course, though, they're going to leave nothing on the board now. They've got an opportunity to just jump up. There's still a lot of prize pool.
Ain't no way
we have broken the $1 million mark thanks to crowdfunding in the game. There's still an opportunity to be able to contribute to that as well whilst the tournament is going on now. As
luckily for Germany, they got one of those fucking what do you call them?
It's a good
emergency evacuation parachute.
Radio tower has already been taken.
I forgot what they're called.
This can work out this location, but they do have vehicles,
so
they're hoping to
connect to the helicopter.
South road, probably.
So while we're looking at all the rotates, we still have Finland, Korea that are going to be
emergency something.
Western bridge. Neutrals over there. China's actually got a full-on bridge camp that
emergency
they might be setting up,
pickup,
or maybe just trying to scout before they make their forward movement in. Turkey's just going to be on the outlier right next to the circle, keeping an eye on how those rotates come in. To the east, we still have Indonesia that's making a wrap in, Great Britain as well as USA, both stalled out from what we were watching a second ago. Vietnam, up in the skies, looking like they're trying to get aggro early. That's always scary because Vietnam really come alive on the last day.
Why are you still here?
Got to really respect.
Korea is 2nd place right now, and they might be throwing this.
Glider play coming on in. Solos in gliders can seat swap and do massive damage to you here on a very exposed angle for the victim. So tough stuff there to maybe even get Justice back up as he gets knocked. Any kind of recovery potential that comes along has got
you can mine terrain.
I missed how
10,000 hours, by the way. You can mine fucking terrain.
Finland now going to be right alongside Korea. Korea, I think, maybe has more of an eye.
I didn't know.
Maybe a boat around that coastline down there. Tanvu actually lands just to kill him and take the car. Oh my God, this is the most Tanvu I have seen Tanvu in a while.
I think that if they're going to make a catch-up happen, they've got to make a lot of those kinds of moves, right? Like so, and also, I mean, it does give them, you know, the coupe. They get themselves a vehicle on board. How long is the glider going to be useful for on a spot where you're already made landfall on Military Island at the moment? Circle shifts south into Military Island.
I'm surprised people are still playing DMRs.
Here, but the team's now got to get a bit of a jog on.
Means that Denmark, of course, in a great position.
I feel like they're so
as well.
bad.
Ukraine looks like they're just trying to run down to maybe the crossroads. China's already going to encroach in a bit more. Brazil might be following in right back behind Ukraine. Indonesia going for the bridge cross. This is a cluster of very open space, though, Kalaris. I mean, what? We still got, like, military base proper. We've got the bunkers. We've got the hills up to the northeast. But it gets so flat after that.
Yeah, you brought up Ukraine. I'm always curious to see where they're going to go, or any team is going to go with a BRDM, because position becomes less important as long as the whole lobby isn't actually shooting at your BRDM, right? So you can get away with a lot more than you normally would do. There's neutral going to be blitzing across this bridge as well.
What?
And there's no resistance on the other side for them here, so this is going to be okay.
What the fuck is neutral?
Michael does find Purdy Curdy. Guys, go for a little bit
Switzerland?
of spray and take him down. Yesterday, one of the PC swap outs was
Russia.
for Michael, so I think he's happier with this PC now.
Wait, what?
VAR did knock Purdy, so that's one away
Why
from
are they called
USA.
neutral?
I don't know what USA and Great Britain, like, how they started this whole thing, where they ended up forcing facts into Lippo, and then that's just been a carryover. But they are both
What?
committed into trying to get something out of it. I think it's just due to how dramatic the circle just keeps popping more and more to the south. They know that there's going to be a lot going on in front of them, but T-Bone has a
Okay.
spot off the side. Reinforcements now going to contain them. There's nowhere to go.
Wait, how come you all know
Down,
this?
and that's a problem.
Oh,
Is this like a term in
this is
multiple
fantastic
games right now,
stuff
or
here
what?
From Great Britain, shutting down the America.
I've never seen this.
Be damned your 250th anniversary. The
It
British
is.
are back. The Redcoats are coming.
All the best food. You roll on right inside of that. Yeah. Okay.
I don't
So,
read news,
USA,
no.
what do you do? You gotta
Literally
figure
my
out
only
him.
source of
I
news
guess
is
gonna try
chat.
to now have to go for blue chips, but USA was on a little bit of a come up yesterday, having a good.
Oh,
day.
they have red zone in the
When you start,
tournament.
because
That is
before momentum
crazy.
gets
I like
out,
it.
The rotates are all going to be screwed. up.
Literally.
That's great timing and play come out from Great Britain.
I can only agree, Matrim. I can only agree. We've got a lot of work to do though if we're going to get on this lead spot.
Bruh.
As we take
That
a
is
look at
crazy.
people, seeing where they're going. Indonesia here, trying to run alongside Vietnam, but we've already seen Vietnam be deadly to start things off. Not really hitting too many.
Bro, he got knocked from the explosion and they don't show it.
Red zone for neutral. Gosh, they can't catch a break. Even though they're dead center though, so if they
Russia
get that red
knocked
zone,
out
they'll
by-
be okay for neutral.
Indonesia, where are you going to go? Looks like Trix maybe got a position, but it's going to be right alongside Vietnam. Big explosions popping off on neutral. They're on the center position on this circle, so they're going to be getting a lot of aggro. It's a little bit safe. I wouldn't call it comfortably safe over here, as Denmark's on one side. Germany's now going to be distracted based off of the rotate that was coming in from Indonesia that we saw just one moment ago. Vietnam's going to be on a little bit more of a chase for Indonesia, so that's going to open up neutral to have a bit more time on this one.
South. Come on, south, please,
go.
please.
Do it. Go to the islands
I see
to the
Denmark.
south.
Oh, okay. That's still a lot of water. That is still a lot of water indeed. Okay, so if Denmark has already kind of positioned themselves in compounds down there where they also have kind of potential cliff control. So we already saw how well they did in that cliffside finish on that first Erangel, but all of these teams now sending it forwards here. South Korea coming in. They've got to get some points on the board to catch up against Brazil.
This is going to be terrible. This is so flat as far as circles go. We lost most of the train that we were talking about a moment ago. Brazil's just trying to navigate right through the thick of Ukraine. Boostic, we've been seeing this guy just murder the world. He's going to spot out Brazil in their rotate. I think maybe let most of it go. That US is just too tempting. You got to go for the shots on it. I don't even know where Brazil can go. Philippines is going to be wrapping it right back behind this as well.
Oh,
Ukraine's
no.
going to get caught out. Boostic goes down.
Oh, no, this is not good for a team that had a BRDM and potentially some easy salvation in the game like this. You can't be losing people early.
They
Now,
really
it's
worked
the
on the
Hammer
UI.
taking it down here.
I like the
Two
damage
defense. Tony
numbers.
does actually knock him as well, but Hakatori's taking sparking. This could be the perfect opportunity if they do not recover for the rest of the lobby.
This is such a problem. Everybody on the chase back behind him. Korea's already inside the circle, 20 points back behind. Tony knows he needs to get this res, and they've got to get out. But Philippines now focusing in. Red Zone's going to be on top of him as well. There's still a couple of little hurdles that they have to go for after this one, but it looks like Ukraine is on the hunt. They want to try to close out this as well. They're coming up from the other side. I don't even know how Brazil can get out of this position. Algev's just on top of them already.
He knows he's going to be cooking up a nade. They have to separate out as quickly as possible.
Wow, nice nade.
I think he might have seen a little bit of Tony on the left-hand side. The Kraken goes down. Tony's going to have to try and escape on the left-hand side here as well. Alan Bots here from Philippines does big damage to Brazil. He knows. He's trying to swing around. Goes for the shots. Misses them here. Alan Bots shuts him down. Brazil is...
Oh, eliminated first. The first play eliminated first. Bro, this is literally what I was talking about. Now, probably top 7 will be able to have a chance of winning this.
Still in position, holding down a great point inside the circle, but it's going to be right.
They gotta be so mad.
Nade's starting to roll out, goes a bit too far, but Korea's trying to get their damage control, figure it out, but they're neutral in front of them. If they can eliminate neutral, that's going to be even more breathing room from the squads back behind them. But neutral needs every point they can get, and they are dropping bombs right on top of Korea.
We're just losing all the top teams already by the looks of things. If we're not careful here, all of these teams trying to go for that little wiggle on through into a circle like this made it very difficult. So they had to go for some really dicey locations. As Batulins is trying his best to shut this down. I think some of those nades are actually bobbling down further along that hill because of the incline that is there. But anyway, Capitan and Argentina also now trying to make a move. Jirexi is actually parachuting in above this to try and get towards the rest of Finland on this west side if our circle goes towards the shoreline again. Oh,
That's
no.
gonna be nuts. USA's called in their reinforcements like you talked about. Let's see how they go.
Look at USA just trying to stall, placing one guy on an island and one guy on another island. They're just parachuting there right now.
Yes, they are. This is a huge opportunity for Denmark. That said, though, you cannot hold this split.
Wait, Gustav is still in this. Someone said he was eliminated.
You know that there's going to be so many teams.
He can still win. Gustav is the guy who played with us in the last PUBG tournament.
Here. So Denmark, this should be yours to wrestle away from the rest of the teams if you can coagulate.
Oddly kind of beneficial for USA because while they don't have any gear, they can just land on those little islands and hold out for the time being.
True.
Ukraine gonna roll up. China needing a big game. 71 points right now. They want to try to at least be able to catch up against what Korea is going to be pumping out down below them. And Ukraine just up in the face of Zhao Wu. Not too much else he can really do. Spaceman can't kind of reinforce anything that's going to be going on here. And this isn't even in the circle. That shack is not even in this circle is insane.
Yeah, China takes down Ukraine. That's some important points for them to try and make the catch-up happen as well. That's on the north side of this circle at the moment. Here's the problem. Here is the big problem for a circle like this. Almost never in professional PUBG do we get a final circle on this location on these compounds. So this is going to be a problem all of these teams in the north side are going to have to solve that they've almost never had to solve before on an international stage.
Massive shout out on that one. Argentina's going to regroup right next to Denmark. USA just seeing if maybe they can get down.
Shooting right now is unnecessarily fucking risky. I don't know what the point system is for kills, but it's usually way less than any survival placement.
Has to kind of push their way through neutral. Neutral's already got themselves defended position inside of these craters and are just waiting, but it's going to throw off the timings. They want to try to get into the circle, but Korea on the other side of them. This is a big problem for everybody over here.
More nades forwards here. Levante goes for the orc spray to try and do a little bit more damage as Aduz is going to reposition himself. Take her quite low. Scappy low and does get naded out here. Unfortunately, that nade also.
Korea still has 3 players remaining.
They realized that there was going to be no
they're in a good position
to be able to get him back up. Seongjiang looking for maybe some consolidation points because the thing is that them moving in from this north side without any more casualties would be
okay, looks like you get 1 point per kill.
Car for Belmont actually.
And Brazil got 0 kills and no placement points.
Get away from that firefight that was about to cook.
They are in mode right now. Because 20 lead, 20-point lead is actually huge.
Thailand, Korea, all focusing in, just trying to fight their way into the circle. These are all the guys that are in the hunt, trying to exploit Brazil going down early, but they're just destroying each other. Philippines rolling right through.
Hey, they have the tank.
Nowhere to go. China's at least got the BRDM, but how do you run through this many people with it?
Yeah, they took down Ukraine, so I suspect this
how do you destroy this without Panzerfaust?
I didn't quite see before, but Neutral here still looking for a little bit more trance up towards the north. China's actually crashing into this location as well. Neutral's got to be quite careful about that. Circle does center up on Denmark as well as Argentina.
You shoot it.
Argentina had moved in on that position where Denmark had split across, but now Indonesia is gone on that north side once again, thanks to the Philippines.
Germany just in the meat grinder and trying to make the most out of it right now. But every single time they pop up, they're getting shot by at least 3 different teams. China's at least managed to reinforce themselves, get close enough. Panzerfaust looks like it's going to go a little bit wide, maybe a lot wide, as it flies right over their head. Maybe even going for Cowboy, I don't know.
I think Denmark is winning this one.
He was aiming for the popper, I think. But anyway, it looks like that nade's going to be able to bobble on down there once again, do some damage against China. You can see the hunger in neutral China and Korea, realizing that Brazil had gone down as early as they had. And now Levante down here for neutral. It is not easy for them to make the recovery. God, this terrain so hard for these teams to play at the moment. You see how wounded.
He has Panzerfaust.
I feel so bad. Korea's just trying to get themselves into the circle. They've got an open area in front of them, and two different teams, most notably it's Argentina, that is just wrecking them, not allowing any form of rotate, and that's forcing Korea back into that neutral line that they've been trying to avoid for so long. Kudos to neutral, though. They've been in the thick of this firefight for so long, and they're holding it together. They're not being able to really get control of the territory yet, just due to how many people are coming after them, but they're at least finding successes in their survival.
Not often we get to see the drowning icon in the kill feed, but here in 2026 we might see a lot of that if we continue on with these circle settings. After PNC, as now Cowboy here trying to be an annoyance in the back. This is a problem for China. He's done a lot of damage to them here. Lou's going to be able to steal away that one, so that's another point for neutral, who now leapfrogs China here onto podium. Lou looking for a bit more against Korea as they're trying to move in against this hybrid scope, able to switch between that 1 to 4 times.
Yeah, Denmark is definitely winning this one.
Spots out Human, he goes down. Korea in trouble. It might be neutral that walks away the biggest winner out of everything that's going on over here. 7 kills, climbing up, chasing back behind Korea. 8-point difference right now. And it's Korea's 3 points about all they've managed to find. 17 points still up to Brazil. Korea wanted a big game here, and it feels like it's just been stolen from them.
God, if you're Denmark, though, as well, you're chomping at the bit, right? You're thinking to yourself, gosh, I wish people would come into our lines of sight. You've had this circle for so long, and nobody's coming near you. Nobody's crashing in. Everybody's still playing edge here for the most part. Good nade from Schiller there against Scav to try and shut down this position on the west-hand side. And the kickstart here, and the boys looking to try and keep this going. A little bit rolling forwards. Sata, be careful, mate.
Hey, I was worried that car was going to get him, but hey,
bye-bye,
just
Finland.
finish it out. Given the way USA started with the whole Great Britain fiasco that was going on over there, they're managing to rally this back together pretty efficiently. Philippines tries to go after Germany, draws a lot of aggro from everybody in the circle, essentially, and that activates neutral. They are on the hunt. They realize that this could be their big come-up game, and they want so much more.
Yeah, Beamy didn't know about Philippines still moving in. Aliobots was able to survive on that east side.
Look at Denmark having the best compound.
Reinforcement coming in from Denmark if you want to be 4 strong in a final game
middle
like
of the
this,
final
or
circle.
circle of a game like this. They do take down him with a nade from Gustav. Very important, but the nade from Aliobots takes down Beamy. So Denmark, for all intents and purposes, had such a strong foothold on this game. But
you can't see it.
That's got to sting.
Argentina is finally finding their kills. They've been putting in a lot of work. I don't know what their ammo situation. Yeah, I was going to say Pippa's sitting on near on nothing. These guys have been shooting at all of this firefight that's been going on over here. I think that they've shot at least 7 or 8 different teams at this point, while neutral's going to go ahead, back themselves back up, trying to get everybody ready to go, because it is just a doozy, and Lou running into a crossfire position between Denmark and Argentina, with Germany on one side and heaven still alive for Korea on the other.
Yeah, what a war.
I'm gonna see some 360 no scope Panzerfaust action.
Another donut. If they kind of give into some of the pressure of this final day, everything's totally open again in this tournament.
Korea is eliminated.
Wild to think of, considering what Brazil has done in the last 2 days.
This is actually turning out to be very, very, very even after this game. Korea is gonna be 85 points, Brazil 100 points, and Denmark and neutral is gonna climb still.
Trench warfare, not even inside the circle, just they're trying to mine their way into the circle is what it feels like, because they don't want to deal with neutral. And given that Panzerfaust is up, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think the end of the trench is in, which that trench line has taken them ages to dig. It is a slow process with the pickaxe. Holy.
Okay, well, I mean, sticking to tried and true strategies there, and now what are you going to do? Neutral, this is not necessarily as clean of approach as you want. Germany's got 2 players lined in waiting. Doozy not really being able to find much with Panzerfaust. He can curve it maybe down there, depending on if he gets
my god! Do it.
Going for the peek up is going to be a problem. Pains gets a knock onto Lou. All pressure now onto a Doozy. Neutral, you've had
perfect flashbang, by the way.
Can you get anything more out of it?
Please shoot.
Try and slow him
Please shoot the Panzerfaust into all of those.
It's a very difficult angle. They're actually dropped some emergency cover as well here. But Deuce is going to have to make this happen eventually. He might just be waiting to get them out of the trench. But again, I don't think they have to fully come out. Okay, no, they do. Because now they have to move over to the emergency cover. But Deuce, you've got to pull the trigger, mate. You've got to try and go for this, surely. I think he's running out of time because being in the blue like that, I don't think he has enough time to reload the Panzerfaust to make the shot.
Nope. I don't think so either.
This is all kinds of awkward now. It's just, he's got a lot of meds, so he can sit here for a while, and it's going to be kind of
no, he
the
can't.
game.
As soon as the
Germany
circle
has
closes in
managed to get
1.5
themselves into the
seconds,
safe zone.
he cannot
Mission
out-heal it
accomplished.
anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. This is going to be
He's
lights
gonna-
out for a doozy here soon, unless, again, just a miracle of a Panzerfaust.
Alright, now he can't out-heal it,
And
so...
get a few more points. But 9 kills for neutral. That, in my book, is kind of a win here for them so far on the catch-up.
And it's a
Taking over
caution.
What? He can't
It
out-heal
costs
that?
Denmark so
Oh
much.
my
Look
God.
at Denmark right now. They've got 3 kills. They've got complete circle control. And somehow, this felt like this was a game that was...
Does he have
going to
some
be their
sort of
destiny game.
vest or
It has
something?
put them up next to China again, so that's going to feel really good. But Neutral's explosion and the amount of kills that they've got has kind of usurped the thunder that Denmark was wanting to take from this game.
Smart move by Chris as well. Just really constricting a doozy on any options he may have here. He's going to try and go for the reload, try and go for one, and does make the move, but no, Ares will take him down. Yeah, too difficult to really make that happen, right? You've got to really account for so many angles now looking at your way there for a doozy. So 9 kills for neutral. Very nicely done. We're into the top 4 here. Argentina on that west side, alongside Germany, going to be the next teams to move.
Yeah,
Denmark actually lost a player after having
position. USA
fucking
playing right along the
compound. How's
coast.
that
That's going to
happen?
be kickstarting Kurt. Last 2 up. Germany's going to have to run down this hillside. No way to really.
They're still gonna
kind
win
of
this.
trench down into this. Maybe USA could be enough of a distraction because it looks like most of Denmark as well as Argentina is pretty focused in. But Capitan, he does have an eye on the hillside, and that feels like that's going to be enough to at least get 1 down. How much more can they get?
Yeah, not much wiggle room for Germany here to be able to get off that high ground. A lot of teams looking at their way. Keta here goes for a spray against some of the members of Germany now. Zeres is down to Capitan. Nades forwards here for them to try and dislodge Purdy Curdy. On the other side of that, though, Kickstart has been an absolute phenom for USA.
What is that?
Now they are burning.
Is that Molotov?
They're burning. They're going to be careful about
Green
this.
volley.
Driving on forwards. Nades go forward. Kickstart does knock 1, but DraftKings has taken Purdy Curdy.
Looks like he was trying to get to the water, put himself out, can't quite get there. Kickstart's going to be on top. Nades are really hard to hit in this position. You got to cook them absolutely perfectly. Kickstart, so at least has some defense as well as Denmark is focused in. All eyes away from that German defensive position now since they're entirely gone.
That's gonna hit it,
though.
though.
The hands of Gustav there at this moment in time, but they have the right spot and they're going to play this out. Kickstart tries to go for
1v1,
and
Argentina
slows
versus
down
Denmark,
Argentina for his
and
money.
it's all gonna come down to this circle, but
For
Denmark is
USA.
gonna
Once
fucking
again,
crush them.
Avenger felt
I called this,
they
by the
should
way.
have been their
I
game
called this,
early in this one, thanks to this compound, thanks to
15 minutes ago. I said Denmark
they
will
should
win.
be able to round this out considering their position.
Just saying, they're
I mean,
showcasing
Argentina
my
still
expertise.
has a ton of players alive, so this should feed over a decent amount of kills. How does Argentina want to play this? Presently sitting in 8th place. Just a couple of points back behind Denmark if you really look at it, 9 altogether. So feeding over more points to them, specifically these 3, could be a big problem for them. So does Argentina go for the bold play? Do they go after Denmark, potentially giving Denmark more of a lead on them? Or are they just going to play this more passive? A lot of smoke's now coming down. I have to feel that they want to go for this.
I'm going to tell you, Argentina's going to have to pull out some crazy yo-yo tricks to make this work, I think. Cat's cradle, walking the dog, they're going to have to do everything here for this one. It's going to be difficult.
I see you.
Not happening.
How can Argentina do this? Because all onus is on them. They've got to make the move. It's on the defense, and you can see Gustav's going to be playing over in the east. Nixon's going to be more of the point man, kind of bouncing around what's going to be going on with the roof. But Argentina has managed to sneak in closer and closer. They are getting points of egress into where we can see Denmark's defensive territory.
This is one of those times where I look at those percentages at the top and just think to myself, it's almost impossible for Argentina. 25% is way too generous. These roofs are too strong. The center point of this circle, too strong as well.
This is way harder than you think as well, because it's actually third person they're playing now,
Denmark has
right?
barely had to take any
So they can see everything from the roof
They're gonna have the
positions.
superior angles.
It literally is impossible
pretty well to move
to
on
approach
some
this.
deployable cover, but this is surely done.
They are so close to actually getting a safe zone. Nades come up in a big way. All pressure now just instantly relieved. The
Did they get a
duo that's
triple
still on
grenade?
the outside of everything now just has to shoot their way in. They have to make sure that they connect onto these shots. And Denmark just isn't giving them the angles. Nothing to be done. They decide to feed themselves. They're just going to go down.
That's my
tonight
former
on the
teammate.
boards. That means Denmark takes match 1 on the day.
Our Erangels just don't stop being
I taught him everything I know.
What a crazy one again. Another coastline ending. Denmark seems to be adept at it. Hey, to be fair, Denmark's a small country. There's a lot of coastline there. I guess they're very used to this from in real life. Gibson and Mark joining me once again. What do you think, Mark?
100%. What's it? 2-3 times Denmark have found the coast? They found a victory. Me and Gibson sitting there going, please don't go down, don't go down, don't overpeak, don't give Argentina the opportunity to come in. And look, do you know what? Well controlled, but big shout for Argentina. They knew when they needed to deny the points. They denied it well. But for game 1 here, guys, oh my God, the early fight, Brazil going down. But my big question back to you, James, is did anyone else really capitalize on that?
Well, I think there was a little bit of catch-up, right, from some of those teams, especially neutral, trying to get themselves up to podium. So there's a bit of a...
I think Denmark had 76 points.
Yeah, barely.
Before this game
the
started.
gap between first and second is only
What do they have now?
15 points now, so they've only really lost 5 points of ground, which
They had
is not the
69
advantage these
points. No,
teams needed to
76,
take whenever they
67.
find themselves in that situation.
67 points is
But
what they
one
have.
thing I will say, I did start to get PTSD when I saw an Argentinian team take themselves out at the end of a game. Like we saw how badly that went at the last BGS, but I think that was the right decision, right? Because I spoke to Capitan late last night and he said their goal today is to get into second place at least. And if you gave Argentina those extra few, or gave Denmark those extra few points, it just increases that gap. So I think as much as I hate denying, like I genuinely hate it, I think it was the right decision for Argentina there.
I think that they know the severity of how tight the mid-pack is and how many of these teams they're going to have to go up against in these kinds of moments. So I get the denial, even though, yes, I also was a little bit concerned because we've seen too many of these moments happen. But, yes, Denmark, basically, let's be real here, Matrim, as long as they didn't take any more casualties to something like the Philippines insurgents or anything like that, it should have been their victory there.
And I want to point out that, yes, they did get the circle a couple of times in a row, but they started nowhere near there. They had to make a very early rotate. They had faith in the fact that the circle was going to play along that position.
Didn't he used to cast
I would say, though,
StarCraft?
that
The guy on the left?
oddly enough, it feels like neutral was the biggest beneficiary for Brazil inside of this. Neutral eating so many of the points and really kind of taking the fight to Korea and China both opened up
I remember.
no real big lead capabilities in the catch-up for those two squads onto Brazil, but now does put neutral into a running position like you were talking about, James. Do you think that we might be seeing neutral finally come alive? Because it's day 3. We know whenever
That's a
that
natural
squad, those players,
transition, I
they
guess.
seem to come alive on day 3 time and time again.
I've got a lot to say about that. I mean, obviously, the last time they were here, right? They were Korea was in first place all the way until the last game in 2019, and then basically.
Dumb question: is it third
was
person
able
for
to
casting
win it
reasons,
out
or
in
are
the
they
very
playing
last
third?
game, right?
They're playing
So,
third
yes,
person.
They have the pedigree of coming alive.
They
in the
made
late
a transition
stages.
after
He was
the
there back
tournament
in
I played with
2019. Take a
Gustav.
look at the points coming in from this. That said, though,
That was
I
the
will
last
say,
first
continuing on this
person
neutral
tournament,
line, Mark,
I believe.
if this was any other year, 2024, 2025, whatever, everybody will be looking at that team as the absolute favorites of the tournament,
why?
hands down. Now, you know, the
I think
powers have
third
shifted and
person
things
is
like that,
more
but maybe they can come
popular
back alive here in this last
overall.
Yeah, it's the meta
In
shift,
the
isn't it?
world.
The changes being made to the game. These players haven't quite
especially
adapted to the speed I think
Asia
a lot of us
region.
expected, because we have put the weight on their shoulders. Brazil remain 100 points here, and you go back to neutral, there are now 3 teams in that 80 points. So there has been a
It doesn't
gap.
really matter for watching
Not huge, but Brazil surely
because they go back and forth between
You'd
first
hope so.
person and
Kim's
third
in it.
and
I
stuff.
said it during the cast, right? If another donut occurs for them, that'll be scary times.
It's going to be playing on their minds going into this next game. Like
Neutral
we
is
said
Russia.
before, this Korean audience is going to cheer every mistake they make. It's going to
I've been
ramp
told.
up pressure. The only thing I will say about them is they
But I said
have
this
the best
before.
Rangel
I said this
team all
before,
tournament long. And
many,
funny
many
enough,
years
on their
ago,
final day, they
when
dropped their first donut on the map.
PUBG
So I
was
think
only
that
third
the
person,
pressure
and
might
they
just
switched to
start
first
ramp up
person.
on them a little bit.
Third person
It's a good point.
is still higher skill cap.
All right, we're talking
first
about like,
person.
wow, he's got so many kills compared to damage. Wow, he's done so much damage compared to kills. Gustav here, 800.
Contrary to
76
what people
damage.
think.
Can we talk about no damage taken by Keter again? Is he just a passive?
The more information you have in the game,
Come on,
the less
the flex
guesses,
from Levante, though. Man of the
the
match
more
on
skill
top
cap.
here. Getting 5 kills here, Matchroom, for this
And
one.
you might be
He's
saying,
bringing
oh, if you have the better corner in third person, it's impossible to push him. But that is part of the skill cap, knowing terrain and knowing when to be somewhere in time. And there's a whole new aspect of the game when you add third person.
And I have big faith in this guy. I think that
It's not way higher, but it's definitely higher skill cap.
So much more for him.
No, for sure. I'm hoping that
And it's
we're
like,
see a
it's
bit
not
more
a subjective
vitality through the
opinion.
year, of
It's
course.
definitely an objective.
But it's a tough one. The
Opinion.
competition is extremely fierce.
Objective
for
fact
them, as
of it.
everybody in Korea, half the people, get off your phones. The PNC's going on. Get off there. Going to be a matchup coming soon. Jeez Louise. The young'uns today. The young'uns.
I've got to jump in because I was talking about this beforehand, is the fact that there's this talk that goes around whenever we talk about like sparking and how there's the day 3 falter or the inability to finally close it out. I know that this is something that looms on a lot of these players' minds, and a 0-point game starting makes this mental warfare. This is
like his haircut.
all about can you rally, and a big growth period for these players because now they have to bounce back. Sure, they've got a lead, but now that they know people are nipping at
Do you
their
know the
heels,
ticket prices to one of these? To sit in the audience? Bro, I have no fucking idea. I'm gonna assume it's fairly cheap.
Such a big thing. It's a mental game.
I mean, Korea has had the biggest esports culture of all time, right? Starting with Brood War, filling up arenas way before Europe did anything remotely like it. So I'm assuming that it's a little bit pricier in Korea to go to one of these things because they have more of that culture. But I don't think it's too expensive.
Do they have the capabilities now to completely reset and block that out? I hope they do, because they are getting to the point, actually, these are pedigree players. They need to disengage from that.
Well, you saw the trophy in the crosshairs there here with just 4 games remaining, and I think that they bring up good points, Gibson. Like the fact that you've got teams like South Korea, Denmark, China as well in this one, neutral as well, who have all previously, historically, been able to fight back against adversity. I think it will be hard to hold on to that #1 now.
It'll be hard, but I think it is a bit of a benefit.
Don't they have these anymore? The little
teams. I think
foam thingies.
About a PG or PNC.
Like when I played StarCraft, they always had these.
And you drop a donut. You never know what team's going to get that chicken dinner, so you've still got a really strong position with 4 games left.
In Korea, that is.
Of course, a big glow up there from Americas as well, right? Jumping over into that 6th place at the moment here. Matchroom considering, I think, Kickstart. Like, if the rest of USA was operating
that
on
was
Kickstart's
50 plus
level
years
right now,
ago.
That's sad to say for the rest of the team at the moment, but who knows where they could be right now, because Kickstart looks amazing.
I mean, come on, Trimsy, kick it off. Get some more out of it because we're going to Miramar. You guys love it there.
Yes, they do. All right, let's do it then. It's going to be game 2 of the day. Game 12. There's only 4 remaining here to see if Brazil can continue it on. Let's give you over to Gibson and Mark for all of the action.
Thank you so much, James. And it is a Miramar now, the final Miramar of PNC. And this is a map where Brazil had been good in the past, Mark, but they're going to have to be excellent this time around, because if you drop low-point games in the first 2 of the days of the finals, you're in a lot of trouble.
Show the rankings.
It is a game go. Flight path though from this one is a southeast up towards a northwest, divides the map in the middle, so pretty much all these teams will have their prio spots. But go back to the points we were talking about before, the mental has to hold now for Brazil. They have to block out the cheer every time they make
Germany
a mistake,
always going
every
to
time
the
they receive a knock. They
absolute edge of the map each time.
The game to do so.
And have you noticed that a lot, because of the new changes we've made to the zone timings, that a lot of teams, even if their primary and alt drops are available on a flight path, they're going to go to whichever one is quickest on the flight path. Like Germany are always early out of the plane. The UK kind of follow the same pattern.
Germany is not always out. They were last out, last fucking map. Literally. But they're always at the edge of the map.
Game #1, match number 11 winners here. But it is the final day. We only have 4 more maps remaining. And before we crown ourselves a PNC champion. Denmark, though, picks the first win for the day.
Yeah, Denmark, I think Avenge will be pretty happy with that. They've put themselves right into the hunt going into the final day as well. Like, this is the thing. there's still maybe 4 or 5 teams that have a really good chance of winning this event if Brazil can be slowed down. And that circle, right? You hear the crowd.
Don't say it.
You heard the crowd.
Don't say it.
I'm not going to say what you think. I'm not going to say what you think I'm going to say. I know what you think I'm going to say. What I'm actually going to say is Korea love that circle right now.
You can't see it,
so
but
does Argentina. They're an Impala. They will be happy.
that
with
circle
one.
is
A lot of
actually
teams
very
rotating.
deceptive.
And it was good to see. We just saw a second
Because
ago,
it can't
Korea
end
already on that rotation. So
in
look
the
at try
water
and take some compounds.
next to
Teams
those
have
2
to
small
factor in the
islands
amount
that
of
I
water
go
and
to
the game
sometimes.
before that we played again to the
So
water
the
fight.
circle's actually
So how many
already
teams
very,
actually
very
roll the
small
dice and go, do you
in
know
terms
what, we
of
might need to grab a boat, or do we try and find a
options
glider?
and
Don't
compounds.
think about it yet. You know, if you don't think about it, it'll happen. If you focus too much on it, you'll ruin your whole game. One thing I want to point out is
Yeah,
last
Denmark
time
third
around
place,
this section of the
clearly
map, it was a
winnable.
Brazil victory where they took the fight to
Even for
Argentina
US.
and Korea. It was that compound just on the edge of Puerto Preso. Even though we're only a few hundred meters up the road, or you know, like a kilometer up the road from that spot, it's a very different circle, isn't it?
Another fun fact for sleeping. Sleeping seems to be the fun facts
So,
of these players.
Kick snores, Shrimsy talks in his sleep.
Wait, will it be
Taylor's
island
really
ending?
sleep.
It can end on the
All of these
island.
players
I
just,
thought,
like,
okay,
really
never
bad
mind.
to share a room with.
They're just
can
tired.
end
They're
on the
playing
island.
PUBG. That's all. They finish PUBG, they have to sleep, they reset.
I guess that island is big enough.
Talk about a reset. Well, that is going to be Team Brazil. They did drop the donut, unfortunately, for game number 1 today. So again, they have to, as we say, get over that mental. They're a little bit late on the flight path, so Gibson, they're going to have not as much time as
Whose
you would need, but
island?
they do have an opening. That whole northeast side of the zone, if they want to rotate around towards that El Hazar, they'll be okay at the moment, but it's down to timing.
That's the rotate they're going to make. Like
Ooh.
Brazil have been, the players have been
Whoever
around
gets
long
an
enough, they're gonna rotate
emergency
over onto the coastline,
pickup
work their way into the circle
first,
from there. It's the smart
you should
move in a
insta use
circle
it
like
and go
this.
to the
Like,
island
you can
and
see
just
teams like
gamble
Vietnam are
on
thinking
it ending
something
there.
Similar. I'm looking at Germany though.
Definitely
Like,
the
think
best
about
strat.
the positions that Germany can rotate in from. The UK and the Philippines are likely already going to be in a good position to catch anybody making a pass up that southern road.
For me, I think Germany's going to come in really late. I think they're going to go to that kind of default ascend style of play. See, obviously, with Chris Paines was on there. We've got
We're in a
which we-
2
the ex-coach
times
for them
2
as well, so I
meter
think they're
room.
going to default into that sort of play. Lou default into the play to try and find a home. And he's
Why are you
got
asking
potential with
stupid
Ukraine
questions,
there. I also
man?
do like this
That's
what we're
all I
seeing
can
from
afford.
Team USA. They've
This
gone
is
for a
your report.
2-2 split. 2 are taking the emergency pickup. They're going to try and get to the high ground over on that east and try and neighbour up any of these teams coming in.
I like the move from USA, and they've been on the come up this last, day and a half. Like, they had a really good day 2. It's been a good day 3 so far. If they could get a few points in this one and maybe even get that chicken dinner, they've put themselves in a wonderful position to make a run in the final few maps of the day as well. But it's already like crazy when you consider the fact that so many of the teams in the chasing pack are already in good
Alright.
positions in the circle.
USA
Coming from
paratroopers.
Argentina. USA does go for that higher ground here. Capitan gets a breeze on towards Cowboy, but 2 boots will be holding on the hillside
Nice.
at the moment.
Nice spot.
South Korea, they're rolling the dice a little
Very
bit
nice
here, Gibson.
spot.
They've gone for a 3-1 split. Actually, a little bit heavy, actually disengaging. No, scrap that. They're going for a 2-2. I was worried then because I thought they were going to try and hold as a 3 and leave 1 by their own devices, and that could be an exposed because we've got Denmark and Brazil coming in from the north. So good to see actually they've collapsed that and they've gone back to a 2-2.
Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do. And then you look at the US, they've gone for the Liquid Falcon split, where you've got the 2 Liquid players playing the high ground, the 2 Falcons players on the low. I wonder whose call that was. We're like, Liquid guys, go you pick up and land on the rock. See if it's clear for us when we're on our way in. Maybe that's how the comms went that time around. But let's have a look at it. You can see the rotate some of these teams have made already. I think Turkey, they're going to go south towards Los Leones, despite what that line shows you going in towards San Martin. They're going to come in by Los Leones. Thailand, the same. But remember, this circle is going to close in 3 minutes. So if you are just joining us today, you're going to learn a lot of things quickly. These zones close a lot quicker than what you're used to seeing.
Yeah, these first to shrink speed. Indonesia actually going really far out towards the west. to
Yeah, I
take
thought
that
it was
south
way
road, so
faster
they might
paced
clash
now.
with Germany. Germany again haven't started to make their way towards zone just yet. Interesting me, Vietnam have gone for a big 2-2 split. as
I don't
well.
know where the
Two
pan is,
Tambi obviously
man.
going out by the coast. So again, they're keeping.
We'll
an
find
eye
it one of
on
these
the
days.
water
It is
towards the
somewhere. I
coast,
did find
trying
it
to go in
not
the south. Ukraine
too long
collapsing,
ago,
and Team
like
Neutral
half a year
now
ago, but
starting
now I
to
forgot where it is.
consolidate to a degree, but not everyone overextending to the coast just yet, and that concerns me in this next shift.
And look at how cautious Brazil are being as well, stopping and scouting. Like they're kind of leapfrogging their way into the zone. They're making sure they don't get caught out on rotate like they did on Orangel. with an asterisk to say that Erangel map, that circle caused havoc, so I don't feel like they're going to be too upset about that previous game, but Brazil got to be really careful here on Miramar.
Yep. They are taking their time. They're not overextending this one. Obviously, it was a military island, and it is a wrangle. We've seen how crazy those zones have been. It's been the map of choice, I feel, for the PUBG gods. Finland's long rotation round. They go out the other side.
Oh shit, they already have this fucking tank.
If it does go towards the east, so they can now work their way down. Kiss takes on Tianta, and he is caught there with his hands in the cookie jar as he has picked up the Groza. But he's got to be careful, and he has to consolidate down pretty quickly. But the rest of China coming for the reinforcements.
Yeah, the tires were popped, but thank you for Tian. He could just put that Bronco into reverse, go back down the hill, and rejoin the rest of the team. But maybe an opportunity missed there by Thailand. I think the problem for Kiss was all he had was a gas cannon and AUG. Didn't really have a DMR or a sniper that he could pile on the pressure.
What am I hearing in the background?
Keep an eye on Denmark, who've got Korea not too far away. I think they spotted Neutral down the road as well.
Neutral is Russia.
I think Denmark will be pretty happy with this spot, at least for the rest of Phase 1 and maybe Phase 2.
Yeah, I'm with you. They're a good position to hold, especially they'll be waiting for that sort of west shift. Germany have moved in as well. They've gone towards Los Leones, so they've come north.
What?
They've not followed the pathing. Indonesia do take that Germany pathing as well. So
What
those
the fuck
two
are
teams
they
won't
doing?
clash just yet. It's also worth noting Turkey still remains out of zone as they are now working also towards Los Leones, but they're coming in from that west. So again, not many teams. They might cross paths with Thailand that we just saw.
Yeah, Turkey probably the biggest disappointment of the grand final so far. After a brilliant survival stage, saw them coming second. But I suppose you could argue the same for Ukraine, Mark. They weren't.
Oh, this
they were
guy
the
is
dominant team in the
second
survival
place
stage, and
in the
they're sitting
final
40 points off
PUBG
of top
tournament.
spot with 4 games left to play now.
Oh, in the
You
Nations
and I both
Cup,
know we've
and
seen
this
some
guy's just
incredible
walking
Navi
around and
fightbacks on final
scoping
days
on
in the
random
past
smoke
before, but
grenades and
I
shooting
think
into the
here
ground.
PNC for Ukraine is just a bridge too far.
Why?
I don't know, they're on that mid pack. We'll have to wait and see though. 3 seconds before we see the zone shift, and surely it's going to.
I mean, you guys complain about my crosshair placement, but I do it for a reason.
Towards the east, so
This is
disappointment for
madness.
some, victory for some others. For USA, they are in the eye of the storm.
Well, it's not
Yeah, but
island
look at Denmark.
and
2-2
circle, but
splits
look how
already
fucking
going full
packed
score.
this shit
Brazil
is.
find themselves in the
Like
circle,
a
but
Friday
not
night
too
with your
far away
mom.
from Sata. You've got Ukraine closing in the position. It looks like Korea, Ukraine, and USA we're all kind of thinking about going for that same compound, but Korea now in a wonderful spot, and you can hear the crowd. They're happy with that shift.
They are happy with that shift.
Ukraine
The only
versus
team that sort of played for an island was going to
neutral.
be Vietnam for me. They went for the 2-2, but very much towards the coast. Everyone else looking for this area, praying, hoping that the Erangel gods for the zones weren't going to be the case. Neutral, the way they spread out, they did sort of work their way towards the compound for a crash, but now they work their way back, and Thailand has backfilled this area, so they've got to be cautious. It's Kiss, lays in the wings to wait.
Yeah, Kiss just thought he had a chance there for a moment on the neutral, but they're going to continue moving north. Remember, they've got a couple of players in a compound, by the way, Mark, that for years has been called No Win. That compound just north of X Games, it was called No Win because once you park up there, your vehicles are gone, and you just kind of have to hope the circle keeps going there. But I think we'll see neutral play a 2-2 split. I think with where the other two players are, it's
I
probably
know
their
speak
best bet.
Turkish.
Turkey now arriving towards zone, but they're arriving past Spaceman. A couple of shots will go forward. Germany have taken the gas station and the split, though, as they will have to thread the needle between these two teams. It's Chris gets a spray. Turkey survives out, and a full sending now in towards.
So let's see here. Denmark
Yeah,
was on
Argentina
6-7
and, got the
points,
UK as well.
and now
Turkey
they
will
are
join the
on
fight every
83
time. Looks to
points.
get the first
That
shot.
is
Sanger,
16
land, headshot for
points, and
60
they got
damage, and Schiller
6
just about
kills, I believe, last game.
For Argentina, and maybe that could be a benefit for
They
Team
got
UK.
6, I think they got 6 kills.
Well. Philippines, though,
So 10 points for first place.
For Finland, though, they're trying to take that coastal road. On
Yeah, it's
the
kind of
east.
hard
Philippines have already
to
positioned up here,
lose
and
this
they've
as
actually
Brazil
spat
with a
out
20-point
Vietnam
lead
their
in the
split.
first game. So they better not lose
Vietnam,
this
they've got
fucking
themselves now
game
moving
2
into a
first.
different position. Philippines have got a 2-2 split on the coastline that you can see now, as well as I think they're looking to hold a lot of ground. And I spoke about it. Team UK's Vard will catch Celtic, but it'll be really hard to confirm that one out within a need or a blue zone, because it is building to building fighting happening inside Impala.
Yeah, they're going to manage the amount of
Yeah,
utility
the
they use.
breezies.
Yeah, he's dead.
Komarko has to wait on the outside. I
Oh,
think he's
barely
might have
not.
got that in time. It's going to be a close run. Komarko goes for a full send, takes a shot in the back, and makes it just about in time.
Yeah, disappointing that for Team UK. They were hoping that double blue zone need would be enough, but Celtic just about got into the corner.
Just use
and
the
fell out of
knives,
trouble.
UK.
Brazil sending it now to this
And
compound
try some
that gives them
fancy
a bit of
placing,
control
bro.
just north of center. So you've got Vietnam, Korea, and Brazil in a pyramid of death. You could call it a, you know, Miramar pyramid, I suppose, instead of Miramar triangle instead of a Bermuda triangle, but you don't want to try go between those three teams.
Zone circles up one more time. We get rid of the water. Brazil leaving with their first compound, now going for the second.
Denmark in a little bit of a pickle here. Korea is going ham on them.
They're going to see a mass migration as well, and this is where everybody clashed. Head to head on the other side, and Thailand runs straight in. Oh, Brazil get the first one. Kiss will fall down. Sparking has to go for the spin, and Tigger will also fall.
Yeah, this ain't going well for Thailand. They're trying to run him over inside.
Bro, he's the man.
Going to confirm out the kill. He manages to dodge the BRDM. Scap is going to jump in and out, but we've seen how BRDMs in Brazil go together. Sparking falls at the hands of Scappy. They've got one kill. A few have been stolen away here, which ain't.
Can you jump into an enemy vehicle in this?
Yeah,
I know you can normally, but they could have just jumped into the tank.
Have to be careful. Scappy though has that BRDM as cover. Opens the door, bounces off the back of the car, but
not the BRDM. Okay.
One more time.
Close the door, close the door, close the door. He did, and Scappy's going to get back inside the BRDM, but this is Brazil's spot now for the rest of the game. You could do that, but is Thailand willing to ruin their
don't
day
loot,
just
man.
to stop Brazil?
Don't loot.
Close them in, lock Brazil out, Scappy. Full reverse, and don't let them escape.
Well, BL's inside the smoke looking to pick up some loot. Scappy will continue tossing.
Brazil is so
blue
fucked.
zones over, but
They're actually gonna lose so early again.
expanding
They might lose first again. They're gonna lose first again.
Behind the rock. Kraken,
Oh my god, this is literally worse than 1-7. I'm not even kidding. They were at first place before the first game started, and they're gonna lose twice in a row. First one out.
Reverse up on him. Scappy repositions though. Launches the grenade out. Has to try and close that door. And there's that BRDM. The opportunity now gone. Thailand 1 versus 2. More utility going, but it's an exchange, and good shots will come through.
Oh
Not the best nades, but
Jackson just not being able to get nades in the front door as BL's going to play in the dip at the back, but Brazil still alive and kicking. Phase 3, all 6 teams left alive. It ain't going to be a donut for them, but at least they've guaranteed 1 extra point. But if I'm looking at this, if I'm Korea,
what country you support? I'm rooting for Denmark.
Lips now, another opportunity that might open up.
I'm surprised Denmark actually turned around when the fight engaged. They went back towards the north, so they might.
Rooting for Gustav specifically.
BL comes out, grenade comes forward, goes over towards the top though. Scabby has to come underneath, but Vietnam now getting involved as Tambu hits the Scott.
Yeah, another nade thrown this time by BL, and Scappy just about gets him covered, but it's the Americans.
But what I really want to see is Brazil completely choking out of this tournament with a 20-point lead.
Still trying to hold them back.
Indonesia
losing
really
2 times.
They're going for a full send. They're going to go to the base of this mountain, waiting for the zone to shift over. Korea leaving their compound. The zone is going to shift. It don't one more time. Indonesia, though, take the diversion. Now they go head-to-head, potentially with Korea.
Oh, Scappy, he knows that one of the Brazil players is knocked and he
Korea is looking very solid this game.
That point has been handed over to Brazil, and now maybe they can consider going for the res. Indonesia, though, we thought they might ruin Brazil's day. They're just going to play it safe and take the compound.
You have to play safe at the moment. Indonesia do find safety. They could have clashed, especially that zone shifted south. They would have been going towards that base of the mountain. Germany now on that migration as well from the south, so they leapfrog ahead of China and Turkey. Turkey have got the emergency pickup you can see in that mini-map in the air, ready to go. So they might try and take some of the high ground that we see Germany now put up on.
Nah, Germany can't do shit here.
Now, so the gap between first and second is the same as it was in the beginning of day 2.
They're just gonna fight for placement points.
Since then. Kraken giving up inside the compound. Look, they have vehicles, they've got movement opportunities, but I think for them, do you separate? Do you play the 2 players?
I don't know who it was. I think it was Thailand, but they were so fucking bad at throwing those nades, man. Brazil should have been eliminated
essentially, these 2 players
there for sure, being in the cuck shot.
Yeah, keep the head down. Keep the head down.
Thailand? I don't know. Thailand,
but they were unable to do so. USA know exactly where they are. Korea's not going to leave their compound, so it's going to be down to these teams look on the outside crashing in. We've got the Philippines looking to try and move here. We've still got Turkey and China to move. The only thing for me, if Turkey obviously gets to the high ground, they'll be able to look down and cause chaos. Michael, though, does open things up, but that's coming from Impala.
Yeah, he's way too far away to take advantage, so you'd imagine Brazil will get the res off again, and I think that's exactly what is going to happen. A drop landing between the Philippines and the US is a bit of a bait here, and you can see Kurt's thinking about it, but the helmet is down to just one shot, so he's got to be really careful about what he does. And while all this has been going on, while everyone's distracted, Turkey, they're going to try to wrap in behind Team UK.
Yeah, Turkey didn't take the emergency pickup, so they're now obviously working their way around through the town. Suppose there's safety the field the Impala will have, praying, hoping maybe some of these teams already left, but they're going to hit the gunshots in front of them. Capitan does find one and a confirmation as well. So again, Argentina looking to climb towards that second place, you said.
13 points off second now, and they told me that was the goal today. Get into second and see what happens. But with 4 players up and a little foothold inside Impala, it's going to get very hard for them in a few moments when they have to leave, because China, Argentina, UK, Turkey, Philippines, maybe even the US will find themselves evicted from the next circle if it goes north at all. T-Bone steps up and down goes Marco.
Yeah, they have to now defend. They're
not
not
dead
getting
yet.
left or right, so they can actually hold it now.
Hit the power line.
Launches the grenade over the top, give maybe a bit of breathing room to get that res back on. T-Bone has to disengage. He's received some damage. Zone is about to shift. In Turkey, there's a confirmation code. Marco does go down. Oh, huge nade comes in, and it's not going to be the case. Zone shift. Oh my God!
Yeah.
It goes west.
Denmark is giga fucked now.
And we're a full open terrain here for game number 2.
That's brilliant news for Korea, though, and it's really bad
They are
news for
giga
Brazil, because
fucked.
all these teams in Impala might now be looking at that position as somewhere they can go for. Philippines are going to play for the shack. Now, that's one position of power gone. You might see Argentina try to contest them, but if I'm Brazil, I actually don't like that circle because it brings all of Impala towards you.
They have to flex their out now. They have to puff up these feathers for Brazil and stop any migration their way. 2 has to become 22. DraftKings finds not just 1 and 2 himself. They are going to flex into this position here. Grenade was ready, but takes the opportunity now just to get them.
Big grenade.
A little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, don't let Philippines regroup.
Big grenade. Big grenade.
Time, so make sure they don't get bodies.
Oh!
It goes and down
4 people?
Argentina go up to 5 kills, and we'll see Vard fall at the hands of Metabay.
Yeah, he falls full charge out. Vex looking to try and get that res. Time is ticking. Third party is coming in long distance, but Vex should be able to get that res for Team UK.
Yeah, Argentina now, they've got a foothold inside the circle. China are trying to ride that busted Murado inside the circle. Bopped tires. They just about managed to find a spot, but they're within utility throwing distance of Ukraine, and you know Diffix is feeding that information to the rest of the team.
Yeah, they're keeping this 2-2 splits. They've seen their car underneath them. They've got to be careful. If they pop out over the top, they might get punished. Could be down towards time.
Wow.
Vietnam, oh my God, denied the opportunity to take on Brazil. As Swimsy with the M249 destroys 2.
Yeah, 13 teams left alive now as Team UK park up really close to Brazil, who've used almost all of their util. This is the problem. Because of that delayed fight and because they use so many nades to take down Scappy.
You don't want to dig too much though, because of how grenades will funnel down into the hole.
Should have plenty to work with.
They have plenty to work with. Vietnam, no more though. 13th place for them. Brazil, as I said, they are puffing
Just
out a little bit.
barely enough not to be
makes sure
spotted by
doesn't come over the
guns.
top and have a look. Team UK down bodies now, as it's only T-Bone and Fex remains. T-Bone is in the zone, but there's an open train for, unfortunately, a big run for the final player for Team UK.
Yeah, but Brazil.
Wait, what is that cave right there?
The USA to worry about in their
Where are they on the
position.
map? I need that cave.
Still just hanging on, hoping to make
Where
it.
Finland is.
And I think USA
You see that? It was a mine, actual mine. I never seen that.
They actually, I know exactly where they are. They put
It's a secret room.
One the push forward, but I don't know. There's a split. Oh my God! Kraken finds Shrimps.
You need a key for it.
But they found the stronghold. The Morty pretty much is too short, and for Brazil,
It's near
down to a solo player.
Moria.
An extra point for Korea as that kill's going to get confirmed on the Shrimsy. For the US, this is not looking good right now. They need to deal with Kraken. They're throwing utility. Finland have got the high ground on Denmark, but look at that.
Yeah,
The shots
Denmark eliminated.
Denmark are eliminated. They fall at the hands of the Finns.
That's not good for Denmark.
I called it as well 10 minutes ago. Their position.
Waited the line of the
They were
rotation. It
cooked.
just didn't work for them. So Kraken has to try and use anything he can just to divert the delay. Anything on Team USA. Argentina store in zone. Shift down towards the south, so he still remains in the game.
Yeah, but look at this. The circle's going to force them towards Brazil again because the US are no longer there. That nade's going to bounce the wrong way, and that Dorito
Korea is really good spot. Germany is really good spot.
Can he survive out 3 more teams? There's every possibility, Mark, when you look at where everyone else is, and Korea also find themselves outside the circle.
Yeah, they've got to push towards Indonesia now. So Kraken is cautious. He knows he's got teams around him. He knows Germany's had a few peaks over the top towards him. And Argentina obviously there. But he's able to sort of lose.
Brazil is just desperate to stay in this game for a little bit more points, placement points.
Getting involved. So Kraken, looking back, comes into the eye line of Team Germany and finds
himself back nice.
And he finds the potential of getting another opportunity. It's another point on the board. And for Brazil, they fall 4 total for game number 2.
Yeah, and that's really bad news. You can see the Korean fans not happy with that. Brazil securing 4 points, just getting that gap up to 19. Korea have done nothing all map long, but now all of a sudden they're moving towards Indonesia.
Yeah, but Korea's gonna get way more placement points, and they're gonna get kills coming up when this circle is about to close. So Korea should be very happy about this game. They're rooting for Korea now. Korea is getting at least second place.
Alive. Neutral 4 players are alive. Korea 4 players alive. All these teams can really make big moves here. Indonesia though holding the line, but Korea, they're
blue zone
the
grenades.
initiator.
They're taking this compound.
It's going to be an explosive entry
with
point
no survivors.
Will take some damage. Indonesia obviously took this compound away from them quite early on. Wait for the blue just to come down. Grenade goes up, clears the top room on both sides. So from the guys, now they're going to work their way down. Indonesia 3-1 split. Is the solo going to cause the damage?
Yeah, Queen's on the outside.
More blue grenades.
While the rest of the players hold inside, but that Panzer of Heathers could be trouble for Indonesia. Korea trying to force their way closer. They don't have BZ.
They have to breach now, though, otherwise they're gonna get third party.
Look at this. Indonesia have got SMGs and shotguns as well because of how valuable they are close range.
Germany.
Well, we're now in the appointment as we are Team UK taking 9 players. People does find Saturday that fight will work its way around the high ground here.
Come on. Oh no, Panzerfaust is down. Help him. Help him.
Heather will fall down. Now they start to activate, but they activate onto Heather, who puts Queen down on the outside.
Watch for Germany, third party. Heaven taking a lot of damage inside the blue now. Korea will probably lose 1 in the fight. Jerksy, he's got the micro Uzi. He's got 5 rounds. He hits them, but he's got to get into cover. Dropkin gets another human text down.
Forget about him crawling, man.
To confirm out these kills, but Ares is there as well. South Korea in trouble.
It is South Korea trouble. Germany have activated at the right time for them. They've come on the third party. Indonesia are down bodies, but in the blue zone, South Korea the same, down to a solo player. Does able to get the med back on in time, but again, the zone shifts away from the compound. Germany move 3 of the bodies back towards the zone.
Korea is still in a very good position here.
2v2 though, this could be massive when it comes to who wins this PNC. Indonesia trying to hold out Korea. Human gets one. Trick steps across. Double barrel shot.
With the double barrel. Is that the pistol one?
Once more. Did Germany step up? It looks like
wow, I never thought that would be useful in any situation ever.
They don't find it. Ares knows exactly where they are. Neutral though, looking to peek overhead. Lou has seen the 2 heads. 1 grenade in hand. Kobe will go out, and South Korea will go down. 6 plates for them. And for Neutral though, a great take for that victory.
Game on, hunt on. Neutral and Argentina now both have Korea in
This is going to be so even
after
this game in terms of placements.
Justice. Levante will try and get Batu back up on his feet, but the blue zone will start closing soon.
Bye-bye, Germany.
Germany, they're struggling. Justice about to fall. Pains to see him. Argentina, 12 kills.
Talk about a climb to second place, and they're trying to do it in 2 games. Neutral trying to hold them at bay. Ukraine obviously looking to get involved, and they are going to put a stop. Great double though for Diffix. Levante and Batalions will fall. So Neutral though taking the aggressive stance, but outside edge, Ukraine sit and wait, and they activate now. Tiantan will fall down.
Look at the kill dispersion though. Argentina have more than every other team left alive combined. They have been on one right now, and as we said, there's still more kills to come. Chris has abandoned this fight. He's left his teammate all to himself. Ukraine getting held back by DraftKings, who still has rounds to work with as well. But Ukraine got to be so careful because Argentina, they are on a tear.
They are on a 10. They've got that little bit of high ground, and they control so much of the zone out on the east now. The remaining team there Lou takes some damage, has to take a little bit of a breather as we now get the first aid back on, and DraftKings can still go to
Useless
work.
DMRs, man.
So much information that
Damage for ants. Recoils for elephant.
There, this one landing on top of Boostic and the stun grenade and the blue
man,
zone.
they're
This is
flash.
bad for Ukraine. Another one's tossed on and they gotta get out of there. Get out of dodge because neutral are coming for your heads. You can see a doozy will confirm out that
Load the Panzerfaust.
And Ukraine are stumbling out.
They are stumbling out and they're surviving somehow. Neutral needs to keep the point average up if they want to close down on Brazil and Korea. For now, they are on 3, down to 2 players. Ukraine falling down. Ferris he's gonna crawl his way around, try and get the information. As Diffix has to keep an eye on Xiao Wu, but he'd be interested to sort of spin around and cause damage back towards Team Neutral.
Yeah, you can see Neutral trying to confirm out this kill, but Ferris will bleed out in a few seconds' time. The Panzer shot from Lu has just been wasted. Xiao Wu will confirm that kill as we got 5 teams left alive. Neutral, Argentina, China, Germany, and Ukraine. As
Nice.
Defex steps up, Defex finds one. He knows where the second is, but Lu from
Ukraine
inside
is
his molehill
eliminated.
will step up and gets the kill, and Ukraine are wiped.
15. Argentina. They're on the climb now. Argentina find that position. They find most of the zone down to a top 4, and Argentina full control now. Solos survive out the run, the gauntlet that's been the field. They're looking for a few more to try and close this one out. Germany really split, and Argentina so tight together. Again, gives the comeback to your point. They said they wanted second. It looks like they're going to do it in 2.
There are still enough points available to get them all the way up. Argentina finds another. Oh, Capitan, my captain, gets another kill. 3 for him, 5 for Emmy, as Ares becomes the next target. Chris has been hiding for a while, but Ares is now in the blue, and he's got to make his way in.
Yeah, he's on the blue bush as well. They're looking to try and take the fight. Argentina going for a 2-2 split. Chris keeping his head down because he wants second place. For Team Neutral, though, they sit just on the outside edge of this sort of south to southwest side. The hillside will keep him in play at the moment. And for Ares, it's eventually going to be one call, and the calling is blue.
Yeah, and I don't think Argentina are going to risk house money to try get that flush. They will let Ares go down to the blue and focus on moving on in. Smart play for Argentina. 1 point is not as valuable as what you could get for getting the win here. Chris with an 8-8, but look what a doozy has, Mark. He is a P90, and that's a great equalizer.
It is.
P90 is so broken, man.
Chris finds Lou. DraftKings finds it's Chris. So it's down to a 4 versus 1.
Oh my
Doozy
God.
doesn't even get the He sprays for 1, but it's going to be Argentina climb. 16 kills, a 26-point game here for the final day.
Wait, what? How many kills?
Victory. Let's bring back though James and Matrim. Welcome back, guys. Argentina
15.
all the way.
It's ginormous.
So you get 11 for first
how
place.
happy they are. You may as well consider them winning the tournament with
Oh
that kind of
my
reaction.
God, dude.
But they know what this means, right?
They can
They're
actually
jumping
win,
back
no.
up into what is effectively now second place.
Anyone
here.
can win.
At the start of day 2, Matrim, we saw as it was Brazil and Argentina flying high, and Argentina gets an absolute blinder here for the second game.
And this is big. Argentina finding those points, of course, good for them. But also, the fact that they were eliminating so many of the other squads that were going for good positions inside the circle means that the squads that were on the hunt for Brazil when they went out early now still manages to keep just enough of a lead to have some comfort. My question, though, is how much has Argentina managed to pick up in this one, and have they now jumped into that second place like you're talking about? And if so, how close is it going to be?
I think
You
they're
still have
third.
Neutral on the other side as well in the fields. I think that if the terrain had been a bit more
Yeah,
kind
they
to them
take
than
them.
fields alone, maybe Neutral could have done a bit more with this one here, Gibson. But in the end,
Well,
Brazil
Denmark can still
racking
win.
points here, game on game.
And if they don't win, I hope Korea wins.
Pressure, but I'm going full PAS stand. What a
It would be nice for the live audience.
They have been they've been dominant today. Like second place in game number 1, first place in game number 2. I'm going to read out word for word what Capitan said. Yesterday
First
was a
10
bad
points,
day. I know
2
our
second,
weaknesses
6
now. We're
points,
going to destroy
third
the lobby
5
today.
points,
We're
fourth 4
going to get
points.
second place
That's not
at
right.
least. And you know what? Is there anything better than seeing a player?
They just said it was 11 points for first.
Yeah, it's undeniable. What we're seeing here from them here, huge.
No,
huge
sorry.
results so
No,
far. If they
yeah.
can continue this
10
on.
points,
I mean,
10
one
points.
thing that's very interesting about it as well is that reaction after that win. Shows
16
that
plus 10, yeah.
If they can continue
21.
rolling with this mark, who knows? They could even maybe jump against where Brazil is, because Brazil only 4 points in the 2 games. Yes, they survived a little bit, but it's not enough here. If these
See you next day. Thank you, man. Welcome back.
Yeah, Brazil
Juicy
got
with
caught
69
early.
months.
Brazil
Nice.
unfortunately,
We got
they went into
PQLs
Thailand.
and Luca,
That
Fleshless,
game
not
kept going
Shawshank.
play, but as soon as that
Flat
kind
for
of
the 2 years.
firework
Ask
kicked
your
off,
second
Team
wife.
USA got involved, and you're right. Only
What if I
4
could?
games for them. And
Bitch.
with game number 1, it's not great.
Jedi Hams with 141 though. That's crazy. Ejiki. Kakulu with Prime Sub welcome. Game Boy. Randerson Long.
They can go.
Bad Durit and Anelio. Thank you, Bad Fabian.
Different teams win the map, play still into their favor, but they have to increase these point averages per game.
Tough circle for all of these teams as well. Obviously, normally
I need to get some more water.
we would have shifted away from that
Where's
pillar
Brutus?
that did
They
exist
would
there
say
towards the end matchup.
some
Nobody
more.
takes advantage of being on top of a pillar, but now again, yet another circle that is a little bit different to our previous variants, and these teams are having to solve this problem on the fly.
We saw, what was it, Finland as well as Germany that made the commitment into playing along the pillars over there. Finland playing more over to the east, gets a decent kill count based off of their performance over there. And Germany, yet again, making it into the later stages. Yeah, it's not as big and flashy of what we see going on with Argentina, but I will say that Germany is consistently overperforming my expectations for them, and they should be taking pride in what they're doing.
Surviving deep into these games. It's 26 points here for Argentina, jumping massively at the start here of day number 3 of PNC 2026. 10 points for neutral as well. Again, I think that everybody's eyes really were on South Korea and how they were going to play out that compound, Gibson, but there was nothing really going their way as soon as Indonesia had moved in underneath them.
Yeah, Indonesia did a great job of holding them back, and credit to Korea, they did eventually win that fight, but neutral were waiting. A great nade wiped Korea out, and they have not taken advantage at all. They've only gone to 91 points. Brazil have a 10-point lead now.
Oh, I'm nervous now for Brazil in a really bad way. And I know that they're getting really nervous as well. It's Argentina saved them, but now has become the new threat. It's like, hey, we're best friends. And it's like that old school meme. It's like, friendship ended with Argentina. I guess Korea is now my new best friend.
Love that from Pippa there, putting the flag on out as well towards this. They've done DraftKings dirty there, I think.
Oh, yes, they have.
Hey guys, a win is a win. He got 6 kills. He almost did 1,000 damage as well alongside Capitan. Fantastic stuff from them. No holds barred at all. I will say with the overall leadership board, whilst we take a look at
I know you're complaining. I got great genes.
Very games alone, right? Multiple teams overlapping the position there of China, and of course here is DraftKings here for the man of the match mark.
Yeah, look, well played for me. I can't unsee that now. They're now in second. That victory meant a lot to them. And we talk about PUBG.
Why did they keep this pick?
Losing momentum and
just retake it.
The mindset that comes with it. The other side of that coin, the mindset of coming from a second place and then a first place MVP, and you're in second. I mean, 10 points now. A win for this team. We'll put them back on top.
Average, most energetic PUBG player.
I'm like ringing the bell, holding the sign outside, being like, it's. But I don't know whether. I don't think Brazil's going to hold on to this, Gibson. I really don't. I think that there's just teams on the pursuit here that are going to be able to knock them off this perch.
The only thing that's doing them a lot of benefit is the fact that it's everyone scrapping with each other below. Like Argentina have put themselves into the fray, but it was a 20-point gap. It's a 10-point gap. I think they need this break that we're going to have soon to just sit and have a talk.
All right, do you want more breakdancing? Do you want more beatboxing? Yo-yo shows. It's time for the halftime show here. Let's see what they've got for us.
The halftime show? Haha. Oh. Wait. The fuck? What? I'm muted. Hang on. I think it's I'm not allowed to stream the sound for DMCA reason. I don't know if they care about me, because I don't care about my VOD. I don't know if it's I just got pinged. You heard the fucking Discord thingy. Like, I don't give a shit about my VOD. So I hope they're not worried about my VOD. I'm waiting for answer. It's a jammer, maybe. Hey, what? Oh no, they said it. It's not dark arts, black magic. Interesting. Alright, I guess it's fine. Are we safe?
지금 이 순간 전 세계 배틀그라운드 팬분들이 함께 하고 계신다고 생각하니까 더욱 뜻깊은 순간인 것 같습니다. 만나 뵙게 되어서 정말 너무너무 영광이고요. 저도 사실 대리니입니다. 여러분들 앞에서 저도 배틀그라운드 할 줄 안다고 얘기할 건 아니에요.
Okay. I don't know if I'm allowed to. This is very unclear to me, I'll be honest. It's not like I understand Korean anyway, but DMCA talking? I don't know, man. She's talking about how she watches your stream. She's saying she's a fanboy. Oh yeah, I heard her say Forsen there. You're right. I think it's another performance. Alright, I'm on mute.
Alo, salut, sunt eu, un haiduc și te rog, iubirea mea, primește fericirea. Alo, alo, sunt eu, Picasso, ți-am dat beat și sunt voinic, dar să știi, nu-ți cer nimic. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei, chipul tău și dragostea din tei, mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei, chipul tău și dragostea din tei, mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei. Te sun să-ți spun ce simt acum.
What? The original was only 140? My memory is not... My memory is
Alo, salut, sunt eu, un haiduc și te rog, iubirea mea, primește fericirea. Alo, alo, sunt eu, Picasso, ți-am dat beat și sunt voinic, dar să știi, nu-ți cer nimic. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei.
What?
Numai ei, numai ei.
What? What? Wait, is that the right play?
Mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei. Numai ei, numai ei. Chipul tău și dragostea din tei. Mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei. Te sun să-ți spun
What the fuck?
ce simt acum.
Dude, that was actually the most sync shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay. I'm not getting any replies here. Crawlson. I hope they're not singing Dark Arts Black Magic. That's my favorite song. I'll be very upset if I miss it. Astral, thank you man. Juice Stranding, JJJJ, Cookie Kill. We got Paddock to start with 128 months. Mitch Dev, thank you. GC99X as well. Mayoni, Vervaticus, Slappy, Hansworth, Elias, 98 months. Chaka. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much, man. I didn't watch the From series, no. I did, however, get, drumroll, Apple TV. Yeah, I did it. I did it. Now I'm gonna watch all those poke shows that you've been telling me about on Apple TV. Yeah, it was what do you say? You said Severance, and you said what's the other show? A newer one, Silo, and one more show. Widow's Bay, yeah, that's the one. And the Pluribus show is on there, but I don't think that one was too well received, right? For being the show from the makers of not Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad. Slow horses is good too. Wait, do they have all the shit there? For all mankind as well. Alright, I guess we're in for a treat. Pluribus is 100 out of 100 on Pluribus. What? Going to depend on how season 2 goes. It's either going to be excellent or absolute dog ass. Is it over now? Looks like it is. It is over. I think it's over.
Gibson as well as Mark and Matrim to talk about everything that's going on, and we have a situation here, Mark, where I believe Brazil will not hold on. What's your take?
I'm with you.
Brazil is sweating balls right now, that's for sure.
The first game was a bit of a throw, a little bit of a salvation, but they clashed heads with Thailand in the second. 3 games remaining, and there are technically, I'm going to say 4 teams potentially in the running. Maybe this game Denmark enters back in, or China if they have a big game, but Argentina are looking on fire.
How about you, Matrim? What are you thinking here coming into our last 3?
I mean, we've got to fight for the throne right now, right? It's Spark King versus Draft King, and who's going to be kind of walking away with it, given the fact
Koreans
that games
rooting for Germany.
My brain is saying the fact that, okay, Brazil, you're faltering. I think you might be losing it, but my heart wants to believe. So I'm going to follow my heart. I'm going to say that Brazil, while they're holding on, they started the day at 20. They're still at 19 points.
Okay.
I'm going to believe. I'm going to believe.
Oh, okay, all right. I don't mind a little bit of disagreement here. You know what? Again, I guess I'll come back to Gibson here to ask him the same thing and see what we're at for a potential tiebreaker, or if he also believes. What do you think, Gibson?
I think they can hold on, but they're going to need at least 20 points in the next 3 games, I think, to get it done. One thing I will say is for our crew, what a showing from the PAS and the PEC regions. Like,
yep.
I mean, Europe and America's kind of dominating these lobbies.
I thought we were going full hog then. I thought it was going to be,
yeah, I stopped. I held it back. Look, you know how often you throw it back in my face with all of the, EU dominance. Let me have this one, James. Let me have this one.
I'm going to butt in because I think there is a EU store to come through. Yes, Denmark need a big game for this one, but neutral. They have the capability, they have the breeding to be able to show the pedigree that they can bring. I think they will leap Korea in this next one, and the fight will then be on. If they can stay alive, if they can outperform Argentina and Brazil, we might see Team Neutral walking away with it.
That was an interesting way to describe it. The breeding.
Yeah.
The breeding.
Every one of those players out there is insane for Team Neutral.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. We are kind of discounting the fact, though, that Korea is still in the hunt, right? The fact that you've got 91 points on those boys at the moment, 3 wins. That last game, I don't think filled us with too much confidence about how they were going to try and deal with Indonesia and then move on into those circles. Again, it's just, for Korea, if the game comes their way, Matrim, awesome stuff, no problem. They're missing some of that transition through teams being the, I mean, if you're going up against Indonesia, you should be winning out fight against them, regardless of what should be positioning disadvantage, I think.
Yeah, when you're fighting for first, losing a team fight to the squad that's in last just doesn't feel like you're getting the right type of momentum going, to say the least. And Korea, while they're great at territory control, this is a bloodbath series. It is very, very violent. And Korea, we haven't necessarily seen leaning into their firefighting capabilities. It's a very smart team whenever everybody's just getting pulled down into the muck and into the dirt, and it's just turning into a full-on brawl. And we haven't seen them demonstrate that yet. We need to see the firefighting capabilities really.
Well, that's the winner gets.
They're going to try to catch up because that's what keeps ruining it.
I don't actually know the prize pool. Good question.
Great.
Does anyone know the prize pool?
Don't get the circle. That's how you win.
Denmark in 5th place at the moment with
Definitely
84.
a pan.
China with 78, who came in today. Gives
I already have one of those.
In a strong position to potentially strike at the position for Brazil, but they've had an equally tough time here. So
A
they try to bounce
week's
back.
worth of Taco
I'm
Bell.
going to go out there and say it. I think it's going to be America's or
It
Europe.
could be, but
All right, well, let's do it. Let's see what it happens as
$130,000 for first.
Third
Okay.
game of the day on the way. It's going to be me and Matrim bringing you this one here to see how it's all going to unfold. It's a north to south plane. We don't get those too often here for Tego, but let's do it, Matrim.
With the start over Shipyard, can the dream happen and get a Shipyard ending maybe? I'll dream. We'll see how it has to go. Given the way the circles are going, I don't know. Maybe Hosan prisons just so it can get the most water, or maybe we'll just
Alright, crashing this plane.
Yesterday. Who knows?
Anyone
These
going
circles
boat
have been
strat?
Absolutely wild, and it has made for some crazy games. Great for
Probably
entertainment,
not.
but makes me feel bad for the players because it has just been tooth and nail to get any form of territory in these circles.
Not been easy. Not been easy. So let's see how all of these teams are going to drop. See if there's going to be any challenges. As always, there was that young Charles
Philippines
fight, but
have
it
been
looks like
dropping
that has been
Insta
gone
every single
away
round.
from here. I think it was USA that was in there with Finland, right? But the USA is not going.
I mean, USA has kind of had I won't say a great day, but a decent day, finding good kills. They made it in the later stages. They've been doing a lot of damage control, kind of the counter of what we've been seeing going on with Korea. USA can't seem to find circles to save their life.
What happened with, what's his name? I forgot his name. The Australian guy who's very good at PUBG now.
Some successes off of it, but my eyes are just consistently drawn to where is Argentina dropping, and can Brazil find anything in
Yeah,
this game? Because I feel like
TGL
3
team,
bad games
exactly.
in a row is just gonna
Did
feel
they
like
did they
everything's
try
going
Australia?
so they have to get
Maybe he was the
something,
only good
even if
player.
it's just like 10 points. And
Didn't
everybody else
qualify.
just tries to
They
catch up
lost
a
in the
bit.
last
As
stage,
long as they
okay.
can secure points for themselves and it's not being saved by other squads that are in like 5th or 6th coming after them, is yes, the Shipyard dream lives.
That's a
That's the
wild
thing, you need to
circle
have
to
4
take.
very solid
Wow,
players.
We very rarely get those in normal settings before PNC, never mind.
Dude, look at these fucking
our
circles,
4 and
man,
8, so
they're-
this could get rough. I think you're really on the money. I think if Brazil does not do something in this game, the weight of the world is going to feel on their shoulders. Quite
They're
literally,
choking
with all the other
hard.
countries like bearing down on them, right?
104,
Like, this is-
94, 91,
this
90,
is tough.
84.
This is tough. And Argentina on the catch-up, just
Yeah,
10
any of
points
these-
behind right now. Who would have thought
Any of these
coming
teams can
into
win.
today here that they could have a blistering 26-point game? They've looked really good through from survival stage. I wouldn't say in my mind of minds that they were going to be one of the teams that I think to myself, yeah, no problem. They're going to be challenging for #1, but you can't deny it now.
Farming.
I'll be honest, I had the option to go with either them or Finland today on
Bro,
my
why
fantasy
are they
squad,
already
and I
in
mean,
the- oh,
Finland
wait.
wins, Finland's playing well, but Argentina is just
I'm retarded.
massacring. I don't know what all they decided to change, but
This is the recap.
it's so much cleaner. And
I was
whenever
like,
you look
what?
at Argentina,
Why are they already
Brazil,
going into the
play
cutscene?
style for these guys is very hot and very. I believe that I can conquer this. It's not necessarily playing against the circles.
It's
they
like them.
feel like they can just take fights against anyone. And whenever you're a squad like Argentina, on one side of it where everything's working out and you're on your climb, you feel like you can take on anything. On Brazil,
Oh,
side, you
Finland!
feel like you can't really find
Oh
anything.
my
Germany,
god, reaching
it's
this
crazy.
compound and succeed in Germany.
For Finland, though.
What is your
Sorry, not Scappy. Scab
What
as
is
well.
your
As Santa
comeback
here trying to
here?
do something. IEXE does shut down Ares. Seeing if they can get on the roofs as well here.
Oh, he was-
Now it's just Chris to be able to try and weed on
They
out
split
and
out
get rid
so much.
of in a compound like this. And
Split
then
up.
with that, Germany's in
out,
all
split
sorts
up.
of trouble. Pains as well is just retreating for the other two. This fight is done.
Yeah, Finland just came in with full-on gusto. And like I said, we've been talking about Argentina a lot. Finland's been having a really good day so far today for themselves as well. On their own come up, but they started so low. It's just how much more can they get? They've got that 8-point differential to try to catch up against Ukraine.
What?
And that's a sentence I did not think
Which
that I would be
Finland
saying,
is
is that
11th
Finland's trying
place.
to catch up against Ukraine to see if they can usurp position.
11, 12.
Yep, not a problem at all, as Denmark is going to go for an emergency pickup in. But before we actually go for that, let's listen to an interview with DraftKings, who's found themselves in 2nd place.
Hello everyone, it's Bella here with Argentina's DraftKings. You said you weren't expecting an interview.
Yeah.
How can I not talk to you after such an amazing game on the day that counts the most? But we have to talk
Isn't
about what went
DraftKings-
down
oh,
yesterday. Bit of a holdback, right? So what was the talk after day 2 for you to be making such a nice comeback today?
Yeah, we went over the games yesterday. I think we realized that we were.
Did they buy
very
his
confident,
handle?
And we just did a step back and we're playing our game now.
I mean, it is really crucial for you to keep
Did
your
he
head
sell
calm and
his
like keep your
handle
head
to
cool so that you
DraftKings?
can concentrate until the last minute, right?
Or was he
Well,
always called
after the win
DraftKings?
just now, what did you guys talk about?
I don't know. It was too fast. I came here. I didn't even have time to talk. So
My bad for pulling
we're just
you.
happy. We're just happy that we won.
All right,
It was
well,
a big game, 16 kills.
yeah, I mean, you definitely closed the gap, and I hope to, you know, you closing it out even more. Thank
Yeah,
you, DraftKings.
thank you.
All right,
Thank
bye.
you. Bye.
Barely DraftKings can even keep up with the bluster that's going on right now in the lobby.
Bye-bye.
I understand it, and also thank you to Bella, of course, for getting that interview as well. It's good to get the insight as how they're feeling currently, considering an important moment.
The replay of the run-up coming up from the guys in Finland. This is just such a dominant approach. Eyes on the circle, though. We've got Philippines that are playing on the outskirts of Shipyard. We did see Denmark take that emergency pickup. They're going to be going all the way up to the northeast.
Yeah, that's good. That's what you want to do. Emergency pickup and go right away. Get the best position, best compound, middle of the circle, play the odds.
Over on the other side, on the
That's what I'm
island
talking.
itself,
That's what I
we
taught
also
him.
have Korea
That's what I
posted
taught
on the
Gustav.
Sean, and everybody else just kind
Surely.
of funneling their way in. Looks like China and Ukraine are trying to tail in as fast as they can down to the southwest.
They're actually splitting up
Everybody else a lot slower and rotate.
and getting two compounds
This can go well for
2-2.
Denmark if they find vehicles up here. Almost
Because you
never
can't
do
crash
I
a
come up
compound
here
that
and
easily
take it
if you
at
see
all.
one player
So I
there,
don't even
because
know if
there
there's
could
vehicle
be
spawns
all
up there, but I
four.
do think they have found
It's a
at
good
least one or
strat.
two on that corner. As now we find ourselves with Korea, who eventually, I mean, chances are these teams on that northwest
Why not
island
Sweden?
think to themselves that they're
Apparently
going to have
they
to make the
suck
cross
dick.
onto the mainland eventually. And that's the more likely scenario, but I guess they might wait here just on the gamble, right? The 5% chance that it does come to this island.
Philippines only has one player kind of committed into a bridge camp for this defense. There is another one a little bit off to the side of this. That can
Back in
provide some
my day,
support,
we
but
used to be good
you'd
at
have to
video
assume that
games,
this
so
is going to be the angle of approach that most teams might be trying
we
to
had
make,
the best
especially the stronger,
StarCraft
more strategic
players.
ones, such as
We had the
Korea
best
were trying to get.
Counter-Strike
So Philippines
players.
maybe just trying to see if maybe they
We
can
had
get
the
a
best-
here or there on an approach, not necessarily going for a full wipe on it, but if you've got Shipyard under control, the way that this circle plays, you have to understand
Hearthstone
that just
player.
over to the right of what we see, down to the southeast of Shipyard, there's a giant hillside. That's where Turkey, Denmark,
We had the
everybody's
best
gonna be playing
Dota
from. So
players.
it's predominantly going to be that hillside and Shipyard that a lot of teams have their eyes on. Is here comes Brazil. Where are they going? And man, they're going to be running right back behind Vietnam.
Yeah, I think they're being very cautious. I think they know that there's cars
But
ahead
now
of
we
them,
suck,
and they don't want anything to
right?
do with it.
Now
at
Sweden
all,
sucks at everything.
Knowing
Or-
that that's the problem with playing from a position
Why-
like
why
this,
did we
right?
become
You
so bad?
oftentimes-
What
What
happened?
have we seen from Brazil in these past 2 days? We've seen them take some crazy fights, some early crashes, win out those fights, but now playing from the front as we go on to Indonesia versus Great Britain, Brazil is playing a little bit more timid at the beginning of today, and that might actually cause a bit of a downfall here, going away from what they normally do.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Well, bit of a downfall now
Great
coming
Britain.
from Great Britain as Indonesia, man,
Flashed.
they got goals today. I don't know what's going on, but they're fighting really clean and putting in the work onto a lot of squads. Going back to your Brazil point,
But they're
I
not out
100%
yet.
agree.
We
Brazil
got
was
Mike
making
running
games
away.
happen for them. They were a force of nature
Mike
on the
Lee.
circles. And now it feels like they're just playing not to lose, being one of the last teams to rotate. Yeah, they were all the way across the map from the circle, but this is not my Brazil right now.
Hashtag not my Brazil. I think that there's a world where if this circle still embodies so much water going like west or something like that, this game's going to get so fucking spicy.
Yeah.
But anyway, we will see.
Okay, let's see
F
how it
word.
sits. Well, yeah, we didn't even really talk about the fact that we have that like dried out riverbed that kind of cuts through, I won't say the middle, but
Alright.
just off from that hillside. So if we do get a southern shift in the circle, that moves into a very no man's land of
I like
peaks and
Korea's
valleys
bet
to play
here,
from,
but that didn't
the
pay
circle
off.
stays on Shipyard.
Now they have to cross the
Yes,
bridge.
let's go.
Denmark is in the best position here.
That is huge.
I'm not biased.
Very, like, extremely
That is
favored here.
massive. That is massive. All right, well, let's see how it goes. As now we are going to have
Aye.
the Shipyard in play. The thing is,
United
as well, is that
States
Korea's going to
Air
have to make the
Force.
move across the water as well. There's going to be so many teams in such a small space.
Let's go, get it ready. It is time to fight. There is still so much water, about 50% of it. That means that it is going to be a firefight. 59 alive,
Bro,
16
who-
teams.
you really
Finland
pick up
goes
the
neutral,
fucking
bumping
rice
into each other.
truck?
No options. You just got to fight, and you have
Finland
to
is
make sure
getting
you
fucking
clear your
wiped
backs
for that.
because there are going to be people rolling up from every single angle. Neutral knows it. They're trying to make the push as fast as they can.
Who
But here comes
fucking
Ukraine on the other
plays
side.
that
Neutral.
shit in
Do they have a read
competitive?
on it? Yes,
That's
they do.
literally
They spot out, but
suicide.
Neutral's not going to stop off here. They're going to continue on their merry way. They hear the firefight, and they're going to send it right up next to Turkey.
All right, let's see what they can do. Yeah, it's Ukraine now moving in. Yep. There's a little bit of a reprieve here in this building that they do actually have.
Wait, did they get the weapon?
If this was the
or
previous
just
circle
the
settings, I'd be
camo?
like, okay, this is an amazing spot to
He
actually
doesn't
hit.
have a weapon.
But with the shipyard still being
great.
in, they could get crazy here. Like, watching Neutral as well. Neutral needs even more points to try and make the catch up. But all these
yeah, go up on the fucking crate. Oh my
I
god.
don't think so.
M249. I love it.
That's kind of put them in the pinch position. Remember, this is the week in Germany. Just as Pains, the last two up. They came here for safety. Vietnam's going to be on top of them. Korea's also.
They should have landed on top of the whatever that's called. You know, the yellow construction thingies that goes all the way up.
He could kind of third. Well, I would say almost.
That would have been the fucking solid position.
Definitely could. Definitely could. Although he's being a bit more cautious
Crane.
about it on that.
Wait, is it a crane even?
At the moment.
Not. I'm not talking about an actual crane. I'm not talking about these things, but the yellow one on the right side there.
Now, Vietnam in the
I don't know
water
if it's
next
a
to these
crane.
boats. And
Maybe
again,
it is a
this is
crane.
kind of the lunacy that the teams have been.
Yeah, it is a
thrown
crane. It's
into
the one
with
that's
circle
moving
settings,
the
right? I don't think even if you'd have seen the
containers.
circle before the circle settings, nobody in
Yeah,
their
ship
right mind
crane.
would have said,
Yeah.
said to themselves, "Okay, go shipyard." There's no way these land. They're going miles.
Bro,
yeah, but I'm worried
this
on
is gonna be so good if they actually do land on that thing. Land on this. This here, right here. Just lie down and you can win this tournament. You don't even have to get kills. Just lie down up there. No one can grenade you, it's too far.
You think that Shipyard's way more open?
They can't shoot you, they don't have angle. Do it, Brazil. Do it. Or you will lose.
That they could go for a drop on and have a much safer approach. I think that might be something they could contemplate.
They're doing
because if they're going for safety, this is the safest way to come into
They're doing
right?
it.
Oh, they're going north side of Shipyard.
No, they're going
oh my
on
days.
both.
Oh no.
This is such a bold play here, once again, really banking on the fact that
Germany
circles are going to be able to favour them. This is a lot of damage potentially going their way. Himas from a position of crazy power potentially down the line. Trying to shoot from the high ground, but not working out now. Shipyard is still in, but at the same time, some of that land is still in on the south side of it, with those hillsides where Neutral and Ukraine have taken up land.
All right, this is going to get spicy fast. Brazil, this is your opportunity. You're going up against Vietnam on the other side of it. Vietnam already weakened. At least Brazil did manage to land, but you can see they're all stacked inside of one building. Vietnam knows it. Korea is actually not going too aggressive.
Okay, let me move my cam
the circle's
to
going
this
to pop away
side.
from here at a specific point. Second place having the same idea of what's going on with first
No,
place.
I'm not
but
covering the
only
minimap,
everybody
whatever.
into the jump, or maybe just do some scouting. I don't know.
I don't know either. Argentina is now going for this emergency.
You guys can't
pickup.
see the fucking minimap.
Where do you go?
Or
it's going to be so
map,
dense,
when they map it.
densely filled with teams here. As Belmoth now taking some damage to the United States, backfilling that position on this eastern side. We've really got to keep an eye on Argentina here. If this does not go work, because it could be too late to make this emergency pickup happen, Matrim.
Yeah, they've all committed. They're just all up in the air right now. They're presently over Turkey. Looks like they might be going opposite side.
How do you
Eyes
crop
on
cam?
to the northwestern section of
there you
Shipyard.
go.
It is going to be open. Rotates coming in. You can see Thailand trying to get that distance away from the United States. They did manage to stop off the United States for long enough. Argentina's going to come in.
Argentina versus Brazil.
On top of where Germany's at, but that's going to put them in a crossfire. That means that Brazil and Korea can all take shots at it. Capitan is already out.
Good shots by Gumin. The rest of
Wait, does he die if he gets knocked in the air like that? He dies, right? At that distance.
Argentina going their way. Scappy also down. Draft King does finish off Scappy, but Kiss responds in kind. Himas from the high ground with the mini. Oh no, this is all going problems for not only Argentina, but also Thailand in the hunt for the middle pack.
Everything's just come all apart. Did I see that on the other side of the wall, it was Korea with a BRDM? That could be massive in these later stages, especially if they've got to try to cross to get out of here. But looks like it is going to be Belmont finding some form of safety for the time being. Sparking, though, finding
Argentina, one player remaining.
This is also an opportunity for Brazil.
He has to stay alive. Forget about his teammates.
Give themselves some safety.
Thailand gone, Thailand gone. We expected this team to have massive, massive ramifications on the rest of the lobby. It's not really materialized just yet. There's now Sparking looking for any points he can. Sparking takes down Draft King. And that is the story of the number 1 and 2 at the moment. Because for Argentina,
nice
you ain't
grenade.
catching up in this
Oh,
game.
nice grenades.
Still just staying 10 points apart. Argentina falters, so that puts up a gap of 11. Korea, though, still looming large. It feels like they've got all the utility. And remember, Korea also has been keeping an eye on what's going on down to the south, as Brazil is just kind of trapped in here. With these giant walls, if you're inside of this and you're not playing in the higher sections, such as Vietnam, or playing the wall like Korea, you have no idea
Korea
what's
actually
going
using
external from this. You don't know where
M249s.
any of the squads are, so if the circle pops away from Shipyard, you are blind and rotate.
Does it go south or north? Towards the bridge. That still includes a lot of shipyard. South Korean fans are going to be watching with bated breath here as they've got a lot of control of the shipyard.
They're running right into Brazil's line, maybe going over to where Korea's going to be at. We could see Brazil or Korea go for the shots onto it. It looks like trying to thread the needle. USA is going to squeak by on the first part. The tail end eating a lot. How much damage is going to be going over into kickstart the rest of the crew just following him back behind all of this. They've managed to creep past it all, but they're
gonna
losing
blow.
the car. Half of them on foot. Car explodes, and it is going to be Brazil that gets the knocks. Can they get the flushes?
This is huge for Brazil. If they can lock down this game, if they can continue on like this will be massive for their lead position at the moment. We asked if they could hold on to it, and right now it's looking okay, but they've still got some moves that they need to make as well. China from this kind of position.
China.
The team Petticoat is crashed into the water.
Oh, another rotate coming up as Denmark doesn't have too many places to go. They're kind of caught up in the thick of it all. Brazil's doing a great job.
Denmark.
They forced Denmark over here right on top of Turkey, but Denmark's not even inside the circle. Ukraine now going to be to the south of them. Ukraine's having problems though with Indonesia kind of holding them off in the rotate that they want to make.
I don't understand how Denmark let this happen. They were in the circle and they had every fucking potential to get a good compound. But they were just chilling out in the open for the entire time, and now they're gonna get fucked.
Seeing what they can get done with this one. As
they can't approach
trying their
this
very
compound.
best to lock down an eastern position. They need to have a new checkpoint to go to. This is outside the circle. So if they can maybe disrupt some of what Turkey's going on with,
Argentina is out.
Next point of call.
They're not gonna be too happy about that.
Just swimming, staying alive, but he is closer to the Korean side. Remember, Brazil still has to move. They've got Payne still alive.
Lurking American in the water. Trying to get some points.
Brazil, both Korea wanting to try to climb and make a big game on this one, but they also have Vietnam looming large into the north inside of Shipyard, just waiting to find some level of
lurking Germany in the warehouse.
Brazil very much focused on what's going to be happening outside the circle, maybe looking to see if they can go into that Denmark line, get out of Shipyard and start playing the external wall.
I'd love to know what Delwyn has north of South Korea, because he was swimming, looting an entire line of crates, and now has somehow swam in and got into Shipyard. So he might be the most kitted man of all time, as Ukraine now runs up against Denmark on this position here. It's going to be ferric damage. Both of these teams are going to absolutely batter one another. Difex takes down Mixon here to finish this off, and Akatori comes on around. That's more points here for Ukraine. It's not been the most amazing of situations for them, but at least that's some big kills there.
Comes at the cost of Boostic as well.
Bye-bye, Denmark.
Indonesia is going to use that opportunity to sneak up closer to the line where you
I don't know.
Hillside's kind of making
Denmark,
line between the two, but it looks like
they
Indonesia might be
love playing fucking terrain and vehicles, but they had so much time to get to the harbor.
For Ukraine, but we still have eyes
on
the circle itself.
Kind of shooting themselves in the foot.
Is just going to be on the crossroads just to the south of Shipyard.
Ukraine sees Brazil. They take some shots there, so from Difex, so they have to move on back. Hakatori being taken out though by Indonesia as well. More ordnance being used to try and get rid of them. More nades, more explosives here. And Indonesia's just stuck between a rock and a hard place and a hard place and a hard place, as everyone's kind of bombarding them and shooting them as Levante is taking down Setsuna.
Shout out to China. They've done a great job in avoiding so much of this. They're playing that western coastline and doing a great job on defense. So they're kind of coming through this pretty squeaky clean in comparison to what's going on with Ukraine, who's now just getting picked apart. They're going to go ahead and get eliminated. Turkey's still got to get in, with Indonesia still on top of them. But let's not forget to the south. We've got Finland as well as neutral, both kind of navigating on a similar path as everything seems to be funneling right into the Philippines.
No.
Here to try and get things going. Celtic though does take down the rest of Indonesia here, still in 16th place. But Turkey trying to defend that position for their 15th spot, as now here Vietnam. I'm a little concerned eventually for what's going to happen for Korea here. I think they know that they have to deal with Vietnam coming in north side of them. It's neutral
what?
Here.
He got hit.
I mean, they're dug down. They're trying to dig deep and get themselves a spot to be able to eventually play in. But I think by the time they transition, Finland's going to dispatch them.
They're not even inside the circle, so all these little holes aren't going to do much more than just catch grenades for them, and they know it. But they can't move out. There's just too many other squads that are
catch a grenade for you.
Dominant positions. Playing around this external position on the smoke, and Scav going to go ahead and spot out Levante. He's going to go down. Batulin's got to commit into the res, and okay, you lost one just to replace one, and nades continue to roll in, and Satsa gets down Lou.
Yeah, they just have too much utility. Too much
Bro,
utility.
how do they have
to go
like
up against
40
Finland
grenades?
here. They're just constantly bombarding them. Bit of a spray forwards there again, realizing that they could completely put the nail in the coffin here for neutral on this south side. Who's trying desperately. Scavs on the hunt, and it'll be IEXE that actually takes down Patulins towards the very end.
Now just 2 of our top 5 alive. China looming to see if they can creep into that top 5 down to the southwest still, but Shipyard gonna get spicier the longer that it goes. Payne's gonna be creeping it so close to Brazil, but he's just gonna play it quiet. He's wanting them to kind of defend him up. And oh my God, that's another point going over to Brazil. They are finding something in a messy game.
The Finns are crazy, man. They have fucking 5 kills.
Potential line of sight across all of these warehouses from South Korea as well, knowing that there will be
taking
teams
every fight
west of them here in these warehouses. As now our circle is about to close. Where are we going to go here? If this somehow still has some of that shipyard in, that would be huge for all those teams up there, as well as, you know, a very important team that's on the hunt in South Korea.
Okay, how does the convergence come in? Payne staying alive, using the bush, creeping forward. Now he's got himself a rock cropping. Circle does keep in some of the position around this. Korea is going to have themselves a
here's an all.
position to play.
Turkey is an all.
The convergence from Vietnam, from Brazil. This is going to get really, really desperate. Korea is going to have to watch 2 different fronts.
Might not end up being the 20-point game if Korea is able to win it, but a win will be a win if they can make something happen here from Shipyard once again. The Circle has very much favored their approach to all of this. They were the only team that was on that northwest island, and then coming over here and claiming this land when it did shift was quick, rapid, and important for the potential win here. That said, though, they've still got to deal with a very kitted Vietnam as Delwyn. All right, we've got 3-3. We've got MG3 in hand. This is what I wanted to see earlier because he was swimming about for it.
Man, Korea, you are about to have a complete war breakout. And Korea is playing the section of Shipyard that's got an open sight line, kind of where China's playing from, so that can be an issue. Kurt used that a second ago to kind of squeak his way on by, as technically USA is the closest to the center of this new circle in just Kurt being alive right now, so might be able to salvage out some points as here comes the firefight. Nades starting to land down around Korea. That's going to draw Brazil's attention.
Yeah, all those crates in the middle of the circle might unironically give some extra cover later on when the circle actually bears down towards a middle position. But now, Zhao Wu takes down Sata here.
This is where you got last year's win. That's true.
Right now, compared to the rest of these
actually
teams.
True.
Korea's trying to reposition their BRDM. I'm a little bit concerned about this. They're taking their time about it. They know that Vietnam's on the way. Sees Delwyn. They can't shoot over that wall too easily, though. It's weird on this TPP angle. Does take him, though. Gumin, great stuff.
Okay, that's the way you want to start it. You after you. Oh, Himas has to
run him over.
BRDM making work in the warehouse. But it is going to be Turkey now alone.
Oh my God!
Has to retreat from one side of another. Jumps out. Goes
oh my God! That eagle is so OP in late game.
Brazil, here's this. They're running over.
All right, Korea and Brazil first and second place.
It's a full important shutdown here. As South Korea, what a crazy situation. 2019, they were in first place the entire tournament, and it was second place that was chasing them until the very last game. Now, roles are completely reversed. Korea in second place, chasing down in Jangchung Arena. Here, Gumin doing so much work. What a player he has become.
Oh, what a nice grenade.
But another point over to Brazil. It's 14-point differential. Korea still has to deal with the firing lines coming up from China on one side of it. Brazil has some defended positions that they're going to be playing from. The BRDM is massive right now for Korea because it allows them to kind of peek around these different angles. Sparking already spots it. Smokes.
Yeah, the amount of information that he's buying with this fucking vehicle is crazy.
Those two
like, it's not even troll to drive in like that.
They have to strike at one another. Eventually, there has to be a clash between those, and then I think that what ends up happening is probably China just sweeps in and gets the win towards the end. We will see, though, as now look at them poised to try and strike out one another.
They're so on point with these grenades
here for Philippines.
Yeah, Philippines, they're in some trouble. Brazil, oddly enough, being the squad that's holding them back from even being able to enter the circle, and when they get there, China's already looming large and waiting. Korea using the fact that everybody is taking those shots from Brazil down onto Philippines to position more aggressively. They've set up a defensive line along this wall, and Brazil playing the other side of it. It's just angle control. That's everything that Korea is leaning into. This is Korea's bread and butter. It is going to be all under Brazil to actually have to outfight them.
If that Sakura grenade had gone through that door and not bounced off that bit of contraption in that warehouse, that might have been a knock. And that might have been the go time there for Brazil. That said, it did not occur though, so they're not launching an assault just yet. Sparking in the distance does see Philippines. Maybe you can get a few extra little kills here and there, wherever it may come. But Korea still on the hunt to try and find where Brazil is. The thing is that both teams know who's next to one another. Because of the kill feed, they haven't knocked each other, but Biel again.
Yeah, they're farming the points with the kills there.
God. They really, after half of us on the desk are saying, nope, they're not going to be able to do it. They've rallied back.
But it's fine. Korea shouldn't be like pressured here from them getting kills. They can just try and get a good position and win next game.
You can see that Tony wants to go for shots. This is one of the highest fraggers in the lobby. And Tony, sure, we're talking about sparking a lot, but it is his job to keep an eye on that BRDM. If it comes back into the firefight,
wait, he's still alive in USA?
China moving more aggressively. They've got a BRDM of their own. How aggressive do they want to play onto Korea? Because they can really spoil Korea's time here.
Oh.
They know Purdy Curdy's there. Somehow survives that thanks to lying down with that nade, not being able to do a full damage. So not bad there from Purdy. A second one would finish him off. They know that someone's still down there though, so they're trying their best to get rid of him. Lying down is the ultimate cheat code though against grenades. Remember that for your games.
Alright,
I mean, he's surviving. He's burning a lot of utility, and that is keeping Korea in the sweat. It's nades, man. Kurt, he's kicking it together. Oh no, the BRDM. What do you even do at this point? You're just kind of stuck. You got to do the dance around.
Yep, and there's no decent follow-up as well. Like, they couldn't use angles to deal with that. Okay, we bounced the nades off the BRDM. It's the classic. It's the L classic.
So big, man.
Although Heather with the M249.
Oh, so this is why they get the M249.
Really I think that if you've been given an opportunity to do damage to that BRDM in that moment,
but I can only assume that the green ammo is pretty bad on that one compared to yellow ammo.
The other side of the wall. That's why they were so focused on what was going on with Philippines, so that way they could use that little bit of a break in the wall to get over next to this rock. They want to go for position, counter position away from Korea to force Korea to have to play against China. But China heard this, has kind of read it out. They're coming back over. Tianjia puts in a lot of work. And Brazil might find themselves in trouble now as they're taking damage from China and kind of put themselves in a pinch position.
4-4-4-4.
But Heather goes down. Tony manages to get the Panzerfaust off. And China now starting to focus in onto Korea as well.
Considering the circle was a little bit against them here for Brazil, it would be amazing if they're able to make a win happen from this one. As more nades go through, Kraken finally does shut down Heather. Can they be aggressive on this? If they are, though, surely China will spring a trap to be able to put it in against Brazil as well. Tony here, kind of scrambling. I think they had to go through these warehouses. You can't go up against that rock. Biel's holding at that rock to make sure he can try and deal with China, but this is going to be hard here, Matrim.
Yeah, I mean, Biel's got to focus in. Little Ghost right on top of him. He reads it. He does get the knock. That's going to slow down China and anything that they were wanting to do. Brazil manages to get the reset back onto sparking, but it is going to be Heaven playing back behind all of this, waiting to see if he can backstab Brazil while the rest of Korea is trying to go for position against China. There's so little vision to be had over here. Brazil is just kind of forced through a funnel on this angle, and they know it. They don't want to overstep. They don't want to put themselves into the wrong spot.
Holy shit, they have 10 kills.
But Korea has 2 go down from Spaceman.
I am perplexed that China gave one of those over to BL because they needed it earlier on. They saw him moving. C4 on the play here as well. Tony trying to find as many as possible he can. Sparking will shut down Heaven, but here comes the C4. There's no way that actually reaches. There's no way that does any damage whatsoever. But I mean, at the same time here, Brazil now has to smoke on up and try and get out of here. It's 4v3 technically. If they win this game, this tournament might just be over.
Up to a 21-point lead. Everybody just keeps chasing, trying to find something to catch up to Brazil, but they manage to keep holding on to their point totals off of the start of the day, keeping themselves just enough breathing room. Brazil versus China. China wanting to climb, get in the thick of the pack, wanting to get in the hunt, wanting to climb up as high as they can get. Brazil on the other side, wanting to try to lock this down, but it is a defensive line. High ground from China as Brazil is just fighting tooth and nail into the circle.
If they win, this could be done. Biel, though, does go down to the blue, understanding China has such good lines of sight on this kind of approach that they want to do push forwards against the Tony as well as the boys now. Biel is gone. It's not going to be up to him here to do anything else. Remaining now as China, they don't have any more nades. They actually spent so many on Kurt, I think. There's a little bit here and there. Zhao Wu takes down Tony. Surely this should be it.
His angle is just too good. Here come the nades, here come the stuns. Stole it all out. Tony gets flushed. Zhao Wu moves forward yet again, waiting to see if any part of them peeks around the side, gets the damage off.
Nice.
Zhao Wu is a beast.
That can't do anything.
And it's China.
But still, they got so much
down
points
the
there.
lobby leaders and getting themselves the victory. They like it here. Spaceman and Tian for that one. Let's bring in Gibson and Mark to talk about this because it was close. Oh boy, was it close. The lobby leaders in Brazil going up against Korea. A very important battle for them. But China is able to shut it all down, Mark.
Yeah, look, China positioned really early on. They were on that sort of coast in the west and they went to control. It was a moment that they actually went, do you know what, we need to get rid of herding. We dug in quite well, and he was like, at that point, we were going to go for the win. For me, though, it was actually Shipyard, which was really interesting. Brazil looking to try and close the gap. Not quite the third party, but they took the opportunity to close down that space. And then when that knock came in from China, it was green light. And for me, BL was the critical person. He was left to his own devices outside, and he had one job to do, and the job was to delay China's push and make sure they pushed towards sort of Team Korea, and it worked in the favor of Brazil.
Yeah, crazy stuff here, Gibson. This was, I mean, again, as I said during the cast, some of us on the desk were like, nah, it's done for Brazil, and then they pull this one out. Whoa.
Yeah, that pick up to go to the north side of Shipyard, like we were thinking, would they even get boots on the ground at that point? But they did phenomenal. They took out Argentina, who were second place at the time, and they didn't care about China. Like, I think people need to watch that and realize they knew the leaderboard. They did not care what China were doing outside. Their focus was dealing with Korea because they knew that China still wouldn't get into second place. So they did a phenomenal job of doing that.
It is the right mindset.
Look, we questioned them. I think someone was wondering, like, was the momentum going to be a problem for them as they couldn't pick up kills? Brazil dominated that lobby. Like, only for China having the high ground, Brazil could have got another win there.
The only thing I add, though, sorry, James, is that they at the beginning of this game, they were playing really passive. And I think you guys both called it out. Their rotation path was defensive. They wanted to come in late. And when the zone shifted away, it kind of forced Brazil to play. And because they were in and Shipyard, they had to default back to how they play. And that's aggressive. And look at it. They get themselves the opportunities to clutch out the PNC Championship.
I'm going to say, Mark, that's exactly
it is
going
to be a fucking clutch, though, because...
Like but
sorry, mate,
you're totally right. No, we're
still pretty tight in the
right
top.
now because that is exactly what I thought as well. Matrim.
I just got to jump in with absolute cinema inside that game, but what I loved about the aspects of it was that Brazil, while everybody else was caught up, Korea was very much focused on what was happening with Vietnam and Brazil and the moves around that. They kind of let China take in a lot of those positions to get in and start trying to backstab them, while Brazil still had eyes on points the whole way. They were trying to control outside as well as inside in every single one of their movements. They kept looking on the other sides of the wall. That's where they got most of their kills, was not inside of Shipyard.
I hope the snow map is still in the tournament.
Rotates. That gave them so much inside of that game, and it's a very heady way to play.
It is.
It's also a very ballsy way to be like, yeah, I know Korea's over there, but we also can take you and Korea at the same time.
Yeah, I think that was very well done. This might be, with them shutting down Korea in this game, this might be the championship moment. This might be what wins Brazil the tournament, aside from all the other fantastic moments that they've had here throughout this tournament. But this one might be the one that really just tips it over the edge, because they were floundering in these last two, but now this one's really going to be able to put them at a very decent lead against anybody who's trying to challenge. Let's take a look at the points coming in from that one. 18 points go the way of China. They are still looking to get themselves back up to podium because they had a bad start, Gibson, 2 today.
10
and
points,
this is getting them right
18,
back up there.
18.
Yeah, I questioned them a lot. I wasn't impressed by what they'd seen when you think about the star power they have with all those 17 players, but they've done a good job of winning maps and showing up. I think that's the first time we really saw them start to impose themselves on a game, and even then their kills were limited to 8 because they weren't in Shipyard. But it's a big one for them. It puts them right on the coattails now of Korea, just 5 points behind them. But what about Brazil? Like, Vi and Brazil at this point in time, I am so pumped for those guys. And let's remind ourselves, they're not dominating this PNC by winning maps. It is kill points and just being alive inside top 8s that have got them to where they are.
Brazil choked 2 games in a row, but then they did a giga game.
Yeah, every other game has just been, what if we just shoot at everything? A 3rd place with 11 kills, a 4th place with 10 kills, a 3rd place with 10 kills, a 4th place with 7 kills. But it looks like here, Mr. Zhao Wu and Spaceman able to really show up for China here for that. But when you look at a game like this, and they're coming in from that west side, and they really don't have many teams contending them. You'd hope
I
that
know
they're
Kung
able to do
Fu.
something with a game like that here.
Show me.
Yeah, I think it's all about control, right? And I think it's difficult when you play in that sort of zone. They were waiting for the zone shift to come away from it all and waiting for that south, but it was different for their style of play. Look, they got the win in the end, but they are climbing the leaderboard, but they're not going to be taking them out of this. And BL, I come back to my point. He was given a job. He left the compound, and as Matt was saying, his job was to focus to the south, stop these teams. He got points, put him on man of the match, but the key role was to stop that push from China.
Very important. Well done by him to be able to get themselves that spot. I will say again, I was very surprised by Little Ghost going up to that rock because they were nading that position. The nades didn't go over to the other side of the rock, and then they were like, okay, I guess no one's there. Like, I don't think that is the case. I'm not sure what happened there, Matrim, but
I don't
yeah,
get it
BL
either.
took advantage.
But only going with one.
Isn't it?
If you went with two, you would be so like guaranteed to get that position and shut down anything that Brazil would want to try to get rolling. And instead went over with one. It was a little bit of an ego flex against them. So I don't know. It's kind of odd. It felt like the squad that gave China the most trouble was, interestingly enough, America, because they just couldn't kill Kurt.
Yeah, he was a bit of a nuisance for sure, and they had to send a lot of nades his way. You could see just then Sparking giving some what looked like emboldened speech almost, as they know the place that they are in. 122 points. It's going to take one of these teams just south of that here, Gibson, 2 decent games to catch up, never mind overtake.
And that's if Brazil forget who they are again. Like, I think it's like that meme online. Remember who you are, Brazil. Frag out. All they need to do now is get 4 or 5 points a game, and I think it'll be enough.
Looks like a bit of a sullen situation there for Denmark at the moment, but they're the kind of team that could have 2 banger games and catch up. But it looks like we are ready to roll, ready to rock, ready to rondo for the penultimate game here of PNC 2026. So let's get to it. Gibson, Mark, it is time for you to rock it.
It is the penultimate map of the whole event. Can Brazil finish it here and now? That is the question. Or will someone else draw it into Erangel to crown your PNC champions? One thing is for sure, Mark. BL, the best wingman in the game at this point in time. Can he continue what's been an excellent PNC for him?
Feels like it. As I said, penultimate game. Flight path here for this one is a northwest down towards a south central. We do favour that south to southwest side of the map. Everyone be praying for that zone shift to go the other way. If you're Brazil, for me, Gibson, they've got to secure this map. Why? The Erangels have been so random when it comes down to the zone, and what they don't need is teams lurking in the wings, though, coming to a final game.
Okay, but I'll counter that. I'll play devil's advocate. Which team coming into today had the most points on Erangel?
Okay, that is them, but you can't let go. The zones have been crazy. And if you look at a team like a 17 Gaming with Spaceman, with China, with an Argentina, I'd even say, which I'd say has better momentum potentially on today, I think they could outperform it. So they need the point gap, and Brazil have to close it this game.
Yeah, well, look, Argentina probably looking at yesterday and thinking what could have been. Like, this is a team that had a brilliant day 1. They've been phenomenal on day 3,
to
but
the stadium.
Pretty anonymous by their standards day 2.
That's pretty high tier loot, no?
Just a little bit behind. They're still in with a chance with 2 maps to go, but the work has to go. But Mark, we got a hot drop. Vietnam, a doozy, almost catching the first point of the game.
He does need to catch that first point of the game. I think Neutral will be disappointed with that last game. I think they were trying to find their platform to kind of springboard into the final 2 games.
The electric trucks on this map, they're actually broken though.
Forsen now as they will go towards a normal drop zone. Zone has exposed itself.
Giga fast, Giga good cover.
Path. So Jouting is in on the north, but in the eye of the zone, Brazil. And that, for me, is a place you don't really want to be if you want to get points to get a gap.
It's not incredibly dissimilar to the rondo we had yesterday, where Korea managed to get the win either, Mark. Like, the center of the circle being held by Brazil is only, you know, a few clicks north of where that game finished. So watch for what the likes of North Korea are able to do. I think they're a little further north up at Stadium than they were last time, so it's a bit different. But here's where kind of all went wrong for USA. China, though, it was just zonal control. They used the BREM to garner information. They played the high ground. I think they were a little bit upset that they couldn't get in the shipyard and get amongst it as far as kills are concerned, but the 10 points for the win was kind of the big boon of their points.
Yeah, it's all control. You said it here. This is just
Powered by
teams working their
Craft
way down.
AI.
Outstanding.
Is that the one we
Outstanding
played with
shots for
yesterday?
Team USA. It's unfortunate for them. They rolled in because they were looking for that safety from
Craft
the coast.
AI.
Purdy had to go Ninja Turtle on us as he went down towards the sewers, but then suddenly appeared up in this sort of position in the center of zone. And it did take China a little bit of time to sort of find that grenade that would finish things off. And there's BL on the other side. There's that push that James was talking about. He was able to hold Spaceman with a huge overarm Kobe, and that unfortunately put Korea in the dirt.
Yeah, and Zhao Wu just had a great angle here at the end to shut them down as he got Tony. He steps across and gets the knock on to Kraken as well, and that kind of putting an underline on to how good of a player that Zhao Wu is. But I just want to talk about something while this is going on. If you have the map feed open, Argentina are playing a bit of a game of chess with Brazil right now. Kraken is holding a position
right now.
There's 2 Argentinian players driving around his compound, scouting it out, and Argentina will know this is Brazil.
Yeah, look, the drop spot, they've not changed. The flight path favors that. But obviously for Argentina, they want to get to second, and if they can take this compound away, get some kills, it'll be really good for them. So yeah, Argentina already on the move. For Brazil, they are split, but they've got decisions to make. If they do receive a crash, do they collapse and go aggressive, or do they play for the long game?
They had a 3-1, so at one point I think it was just Sparking by himself, but they sent Kraken over to join him whenever they heard the Argentinian vehicles coming nearby. So if I was Brazil, how did they get here? They got here by fragging out and playing aggressive. I don't want to see them going passive now. Like, just keep playing how you're playing, take on the fight. But Mark, you know what? It's not just esports, it's any sport. When you're winning and you're kind of getting to the final stages, it is so hard to get yourself out of the conservation mindset and keep playing the ways that got you to where you are.
Any popcorn?
Yeah, you think
oh my god, I
I
actually have popcorn.
Difference, right? You come into this and obviously you want to have a slow start but consistent start. And we've seen that consistency from
I
Brazil.
ate pizza
We saw average
already.
4 to 5 kills per game, and they were getting into those placement points.
Bro, did he just jump out of the car and get it?
And for Michael, unfortunately, he gets caught out. Team UK have not had their final that they wanted. But back to your point, for me, Brazil have
some
got to this
Tom
position
Cruise
by
shit.
being aggressive, by making the flexing their feathers out and going for the kills. If they receive a crash, I would like to see them potentially collapse on that 2-2 split into a full send.
Yeah, I agree with you completely as we watch UK having just lost one, and they lost a player to Ares. And I want to question about Germany. Do you feel like they've overachieved? Do you think they've underachieved, like with the team that they have, with the coach that they've brought along with them?
Oh,
or
that's a loaded question.
Or do you think 8th place is like where you expect them to be?
It's
8th place overachieved.
I think on
Bruh,
paper
what does that burn?
German roster last year was stronger, and you have questions obviously bringing in the Mythov, the TMO, so that is for Justice and for Ares who have come through, and obviously for those in the EMEA region will see them and know them, but they've always fallen a little bit short. Now Germany obviously found their way towards the grand finals, that's why they're here. I would question though, would they have qualified?
The Finns are crazy though.
Worked their way through the survival stage.
They don't care if they win or lose. They just
fucking this German
fucking
team in the finals and the best of 15 has been
suicide
okay. They're mid-pack.
bomb every
They're on 70
compound.
points. A good game might increase their money and their prize pool, but they have to close things out. So I see they're coming to form, but they've only had 15 games really to do it.
Yeah, you look at this, you've got 5 teams definitely in with a really good chance to win the whole event with 1 game to go. Well, I think Denmark's a long shot, but Brazil, if they can get anything into the 130s, you'd think that would be enough as Denmark begin.
Denmark is a little bit of a long shot now, but the thing is that if you do win, you usually get like 20
in the center of the circle, and it
points
looks like
ish,
Indonesia
because you
have
do
got
get the
they've got
fucking
Korea
10 kills in
moving in
total.
next door.
See how the rotation goes.
So it's still possible, but Brazil would have to choke. It all goes down to, or all comes down to Brazil choking, as they did the first 2 games. But I don't think they will. I think they'll play so fucking safe now.
Indonesia, they will just avoid danger slightly.
Yeah, Jaxie here. I think Indonesia, like they're on 40 points, but they've been entertaining. Like I've enjoyed watching them play. Setson is a player that I enjoy watching. Trick has got big move moments in him, but they've just not really got it going. Now, it's not to say they've been awful. Like they're still only a few points away from, you know, like Philippines just a few ahead of them. Like they're not a million miles off from being in the middle of the pack, but they've just not hit the heights that they managed to hit last year. As it looks like they want to show us where our lobby leaders are.
Where are all the teams on the map?
Brazil, Argentina, but
I only see fucking 3 teams.
You've got 14 or 12 other teams
What?
that are in the midst of all that action as well, so it's not quite as simple as this looks.
Oh, they're only showing the top 4.
Picture, right? And for me, it's the China. Look where China have landed, and as you mentioned, we had another rondo like this before. So China are positioning themselves towards this north side. They've gone for the wide rotation, a really wide rotation. So they know a lot of teams will potentially donut up. And for me, that takeaway from that graphics is where China's going to come in. Can they position themselves in somewhere to sort of play from? But they are relying on a zone shift
Here
going back
comes
their way.
neutral.
Yeah, neutral rotating in as well. They're going to end up on the other side of a hill to Korea if they decide to keep going on this path, or they might just send it a little bit deeper towards where Vietnam are playing. But it is getting very messy and busy inside the center of that circle, and you'd expect Vietnam to start firing off some shots just to turn neutral the other way, and it looks like neutral are heading directly for Korea.
Yeah, they want the high ground. They do want the high ground. And we're just waiting for the shift. The shift comes back. It goes in the favor of China there. Now, Korea have got to get moving.
Huge for Korea and China.
They need to take this high ground here. They could migrate
Brazil
back
is kind of fucked this
They
game.
are going to remain close, but look at the sea of
They're getting sandwiched from Denmark and
Brazil
Germany
Thailand is ahead of them as well.
Every single team except for Vietnam and
Thailand.
Indonesia are on the move right now. Everybody full sending it inside the circle. Neutral, they've just been leapfrogged. I think they've got out of their vehicles too early, and they've just given up a prize position over to the Koreans. So neutral, just a little bit slow, but they'll continue to share this compound with Korea. China moving in next door as well, but something's got to give. One of these big teams is going to end up in a fight within the next few minutes, and it's going to lead to a real domino effect in this lobby.
Yeah, look at the last game. We had so many teams up, 15, 16 teams, really mid to late game. It was that first team that fought. This is forcing the hand of these teams earlier. Just as though taking a few shots at the UK, they've already taken blood, so they know who's in front of them, and they are down bodies here. And for Argentina, again, it's all about how far can you get into zone before you start to see these cars. They've just come over the hill, they've seen Thailand, and now they go back the other way.
Yeah, Argentina, they're going to leave Capitan up as that forward scout, and the rest of the team are going to get on the move. So I think Capitan will make the call on where to go. I think that hill just south of Yulin on the other side of Thailand actually isn't a bad spot to play. Capitan will entrench himself inside the dirt, because here's the thing, in that little pit that he's digging, Mark, he has got brilliant lines of sight on everything that could happen to the south.
What the fuck, you can dig holes in this game now? Yeah, I just found out. In the first game. I was wondering, why is everyone fucking having pickaxes instead of bronze pans?
And that little dip, as you
mentioned, then I got my answer.
Their cars are just safe at the moment, or at least the tyres still alive. As Scappy with the M16, a gun that's been used quite a lot this event. Not a favourite of mine, I can be honest, but they are going to try and get this team moving on out.
Yeah, Capitan in trouble as well if anyone else gets a shot off, but I think he's just about managed to find a pathing that'll allow him to stay alive for just a little bit longer. Ukraine are making their way in. They'll find this compound completely vacant. A great spot for them. And who'd have thunk they'd be in 10th place, Mark, going into this? Is Sets and oh my word, he's just been peeled apart out of that circle. Sata will get the job done.
He's building a fucking volcano.
That was unfortunate for Indonesia.
I absolutely love it.
He's digging to China.
Because he knew. He was like, I'm dead.
Oh, China already out.
And
no.
There you go. Here comes some more.
Wait, why are they highlighted?
Argentina team back away slightly. They're trying to find Thailand's position at range. Looks like Denmark obviously going to reposition where
and Germany too.
Argentina are and seeing them
they're in the zone.
That's the information that they might need. They come over the top. Scabby comes over the top as well as he defends his position for one more time.
Yeah, Korea very good spot. China very good spot. Brazil is very cocked.
It's just not worth it. Sending it towards Brazil now is the circle. Brazil in the circle. Korea in the circle. Neutral though, and China also need to force their way in now. So this is getting very interesting now, Mark, for a lot of these teams. And sorry, I should say neutral are of course in that same compound as Korea.
Yeah, they're in that sort of dried up riverbed, aren't they? In the gardens on the outside.
I'm surprised how often they drive into each other like on the same team.
They are trying to thread the needle. It's the same with Finland. They are threading the needle in the northwest. Denmark will find safety, but they find safety and push and apply pressure as Brazil have to leave.
Come on, get Brazil.
Next door, a headshot
get him.
On the Tony, but he manages to get
him.
He's going to get tossed in from BL.
1 for 1.
Be the go signal. If you're Brazil, you've got the knock on to Gustav, but BL got traded back, and that might change the plans a little bit.
Brazil in big trouble.
UK getting involved.
Grenade rain. Good blue zone grenade, forcing him into the grenade.
As the Kraken puts Beamy down.
Yeah.
Well, he continues to fight though with Turkey and neutral.
Bro, get out of the blue zone! Oh my god!
Argentina! Oh my god!
Yeah, this is big. Argentina know who's fighting. They know they can stop Brazil's momentum. It's Rez.
Yeah, you gotta team up with another country here. You gotta form an alliance. You gotta take out Brazil. I don't know if it's against the rules or not, but
Denmark are fighting on multiple
it's
fronts.
just common sense.
This is a momentum-based compound. If it goes stagnant, we see it will be a bit of a standoff. UK will have the angles. Thailand's coming down to have a look now as well. But a play, a foot forward, a foot maybe in the right direction.
It's not so much teaming as it is. Let's not waste the grenades and utility on each other, you know, instead of on Brazil. Like, obviously you're gonna shoot someone who pops their head up, but you know, he's up.
Nakatoria will fall down, and for Team Ukraine, they fall apart. The Chinese will hold now one more time, and they have to try and deal with Boostic. He is a one-man army, but can he take on the tank of the BRDM?
No, he is fucked. He is zone incoming.
Very well aware of the fact that Denmark are in a fight with Argentina and Brazil, so this is an opportunity for them to close the gap. Boostic sends the need on over, but you can see the smoke grenades just giving him a little bit of cover as BL eventually falls as well.
Look at the smoke came out when he saw the BRDM, so he knew that I was going to play towards him. When it pulled up,
so
he got into the smoke straight away. The grenade was
it
perfect
is
from
so
China, but now
fucked.
they have to continue focusing. Lucky enough for them, there isn't much time remaining.
And that's very good for China, because they got 4 points there taking out Ukraine.
Korea now and sharing the northern section of the circle with them. They closed the gap in the last map. Can they usurp them?
But Argentina has to help Denmark here and get the Brazil in the bottom there if they want to have a chance of winning this.
Center up. So Korea need to move, Brazil need to move, Argentina and China. All of our top 4 contenders need to get shifting. Korea, first one in towards zone. The standoff is going to be real here. Argentina, what's the play? Do they go through or do they go round? Well, Brazil say white flag.
Denmark actually recovered really well.
Be the first team to leave and let the other 2 fight. No, the other 2 are going to fight. Argentina
and also somehow Brazil got the knock on the guy who died in Denmark, but they didn't get the kill. So it's whoever finishes him off.
Look at the confidence from Argentina. They've got in the car, 3 are following. They've exposed the angles.
They got kill
This is
stolen.
Argentina at its best. South America versus South America, and they have the guns, they have the angles, but can they close it out?
Kraken a little bit deeper inside the circle, but the other 2 are kind of trapped now. Sparking's there, but this could be big. The
mortar!
Wiz 1-2-1 the number. The mortar strikes are sent up 3 into essentially the same area mark. This could be really bad for Brazil.
Let's see, first short, they did divert a little bit like a close-up. Brazil get away with it. It is too short. It is over. Done for the guys. Now for Argentina, they have to reset. Beamy gets involved, and they haven't left the compound just yet. Thailand also in the wings. And don't forget, Great Britain have line of sight here. Tony, he gets back in his car. He looks to try and close the gap.
Yeah, going back now towards the gas station next door to where the Danes were. They were about 40 meters too short from causing a world of pain for Brazil, but they'll send the Pika bus inside the station. Unfortunately, it will not wash that Pika bus for you. It'll just stay the way it is in there. But mark 15 teams still alive in phase 4.
This is mental. Indonesia also coming in, guys, on that west side as well. So when they come over the ridgeline, they will start to see where Brazil are. You go Busto, has its service. Not much more of a car wash, that one. But for them, they have only got really one option, and they've played their cars and they're playing it out. So they now got to get out of dodge. So they now leave the area.
Ooh,
Brazil, oh my god, they give a bit of a blow. Draft King will fall, and that's a clear message. Don't you dare push us.
1, 2, 3, the point tally now as they continue to just extend their lead. Korea not taking advantage at all just yet. They're
Finland
inside the blue.
is out.
They finally make their way inside the circle now, but Brazil, Kraken has Indonesia in his sights. Chris will get one. Can Kraken steal it?
Yeah, they are full on this as well. All three guns here from Brazil looking that way. There's another point. Queen will fall down. Tony, he bites one more time. So looking eyes on, and he's got the number down. But Scrappy from Thailand, if you over peak, you get put back down.
Yeah, but he's still got that extra point. Brazil with 3 players up as Germany bringing the fight to Indonesia. Little damage dealt on to Pains, but this is all happening directly west of the circle as we get ready for that next shift. And it goes back towards Vietnam, and Korea need to go through China.
Yeah. Korea is pretty cooked here. China is super good.
In that northeast corner, as we can see.
Although they don't have as good cover as you probably would like.
Germany yet again digging their trenches as they will engulf themselves now in smoke. Justice is down, but he's giving information as the rest of Indonesia, well, they look to get the grenades. First one comes over the top, but that's not in the right line.
Oh my word, Xiongjiang is just taking the head out of a doozy, but this isn't going to be enough. They're being held. Capitan, 4x spray in the Ogden.
Fuck around, find out.
24 will take off his head from his shoulders as well. Korea pushing towards neutral. They know they need the points, but China extending this way as well. China want Korea.
Yeah, they want Korea, but they got the BRDM. That's a big stance for them now to try and hold Pippa. They will find Kent. Another grenade will go in. Denmark's backed up into the corner. Second one. Confirmation done. And for Denmark, though, they held their line, but they hold for only one more. Mixon has to use the smoke, and now he has to get out. But the momentum, he can't get the car moving.
Yeah, Pipa, the other player's down, but he has no idea. You got to get in the circle, Argentina. You're a couple of points behind second and third. Do not go down to the blue. Korea, though, they're drawing up battle lines. This is it. China against Korea, and here come the nades.
Huge arc goes over as the UK will fall, as also US will go down and out.
They're wasting all the
utilities. Hold the line. South Korea. Well, yeah, they've got to push, they've got to punch a hole, and unfortunately they've got a BRDM in front. Heather with a Panzer in hand.
Argentina going down though on 99 points. They're going to see China, Korea and Brazil all extend their lead over them going into the final game of the day. Kraken moving up over the ridgeline towards Great Britain. They've got Angle on the other side. The need from Fex does 33, but the UK hoping to do the lobby a favour.
Oh no, cacked by Brexit. He can't even revolt me when this.
The boys behind him, T-Bone and Vard, had the higher gun. They moved their position down towards the south to try and take this. Metabay gets involved. Tony, what he falls trying to save. And for Brazil, it goes down to a one-man army. And it is lights out.
They're dead.
Game is on, boys. As the lead
game is on.
A 22-point lead with Korea still alive. Make it 21. Indonesia eliminated at the hands of Turkey. But look at Korea. 2 kills on to China. 1 player left alive. 4 kills, but one of them is for Zhao Wu. He's trying to take Xiongjiang to the grave with him, but Heaven's on the other side. Looking to ascend Zhao Wu. That needs perfect. Korea, the chase is on.
Well,
the chase is on.
Ones that can now do that 106 points, but they are still
Denmark
with ample amount of space in front of them on the north side. Denmark mixing though, he was a big blow, the final blow for Team Brazil, but they will tab out 8th place. 7 teams now remain, and for unfortunately neutral battalions, you can see him, he's working his way in very slowly in the northwest corner.
Yeah, he's going to go down to the blue, and that's going to give an extra point, you'd imagine, to everybody in the lobby. The question is, what is that gap between first and second going to be as we move to Erangel to work out who will be your PNC champions? You can see Philippines, they've got Korea in their sights. Can they do something with a mortar? Imagine the scenes if Philippines take them down with a mortar strike.
Alec, though, he was keeping an eye on it, but unfortunately, with Thailand peering over the hill at the wrong time, he had to take his eyes off of where that kind of, I suppose, rangefinder was. BRDM has been claimed, though. China didn't let it go down, so Korea will take the opportunity now just to close the gap. So much open terrain here. Oh, my God. It's a joust, though, and the Philippines are jousting.
Oh, it takes the hit, though. If he didn't get out, he wouldn't have gotten hit by that, though.
There's a member of Korea down here. Kits gets a knock onto Human. This is Korea holding the fort. 2 players up. CJ sending it on in, and the Philippines are eliminated. But can they get the reses off? 2 players down. Heather under heavy fire.
You just gotta leave them to die. Go. Forget about them.
It's gonna be interesting. Who can actually close? Thailand don't come this way. Thailand go towards Team UK. Whoa, careful. Don't park there, mate.
Bro!
Keep your boys up.
Oh my god, I thought it was gonna run more.
My word, Korea up to 8 kills. It's probably been their most aggressive game of the tournament with 1 game left. The gap now stands at 13. You've got the fight here between UK, I think that's Vard throwing the nades towards Scappy, but Thailand were the team that were pressuring towards Korea along with Vietnam, so this is working out lovely for Korea.
Unfortunately for Vard, he tries to play off the rock though, but then he goes down and oh no, T-Bone runs for safety, but Thailand right on top of Team UK. They're gonna fall, and unfortunately they fall in at 6th place. Korea back to 3 now. BRDM still able, still mobile, still open terrain for them to get involved, and with Thailand taking the high ground on the south, they have the opportunity now to rain fire. Top 4 now remain.
There are 4 teams left alive, and any of the 3 other than Korea would be a big win for Brazil. But if Korea get it done, we are going to be hot and heavy going into the final game of the tournament. Korea just about on the inside of the circle, but that BRDM mark, you got to get it out of commission as soon as possible.
And that's what you see from Thailand. They know if they can get rid of that, South Korea is stuck open terrain, right? And there it goes. Difficult for them. Lucky enough, there's a car here for them to start play from, but they get a little bit of breathing room. They are on the outside, but they are inside of the zone. And the rest of the teams though are on the west. We've got Vietnam in the compound, Turkey on the high ground on the west, and the southwest though is for Team Thailand. So as long as these teams can keep fighting, it'll be okay for Korea. What I fear for Gibson though is these teams are going to fixate on South Korea and then take the final battle themselves.
Yeah, what is it like? It's 11 points between 1st and 2nd right now, so there is a world where Korea could usurp top spot away, and that circle has just, it's not gone 100% to their favor, but that is as nearly as good as it can
This
get
doesn't
for them.
change much except for the fact that Turkey is
The
back.
last game is going to be chaos.
Doesn't change much.
Not just with the zone, but the opportunity that we got 2 teams competing to claim that championship, the PNC trophy for 2026. Emma hits the spray. Thailand has the additional number for them, and they reposition now into zone. But as a risk, they lose the high ground.
Yeah, Heaven now, he's going to blow it up. There's a chance to get a knock on to Thailand, but the first one is going to go amiss. Ammo could become a problem for Korea in a little while, but it looks like with that crate, they're able to find some more. And a great spray from Heather will take down Kiss, and they're full sending it towards Thailand.
I don't understand how they spray so good with the fucking AUG 4X
That's insane. Not just 1, but 2. That'd be a confirmation. No opportunity for Kiss to come back. Sheeta, though, he rips around to that south side and reclaims the position that Thailand had. They're able again to cause problem. Thailand might have moved just too soon.
10 points now is the gap, and you've got a 3 versus 4 versus 3 versus 3. Shella now looking towards Thailand as well, and Turkey could do a huge favor for Korea.
This is going to be like 30 points for Korea.
But my question is, Vietnam, been in this compound, they've stored all their utility, they should have nades galore. What can they do?
What can they do? When did they move? I think it's more the question, Gibson, because they are sitting. The decider of this match might be when Vietnam want to activate. Where do they go, and who are they going to be aggressive with? They've got South Korea on the other side of the ridge. They take a little bit of a breathing room now as they leave the compound. But Turkey, though, as I said, they took the high ground away from Thailand. Now they're going to take that position, and now they come down.
Yeah, this could be an opportunity. Manabe pushes himself up, but he's coming under fire. It's Guman that gets the knock. Is this going to be another point for Korea? He's got him behind the car. A nade being tossed in. It's Vietnam trying to do some damage on the other side as Celtic will get to the crate, but Celtic falls to the hands of the Thai.
Yeah, Belmont though on the other side though. It is round the robin we go. Sheila, remaining player, but it's going to be remaining not for long. 10 kills though.
Turkey's out.
On the way for South Korea. Takes them up to 116. Now they hold. 3 teams remain. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3. And for Vietnam, they've claimed the whole west side.
7 points is the gap now, and there's more than that left available. You've still got plenty of placements and kills up for grabs. Vietnam have the number, but do they play too aggressive? Could they get hyper focused on Thailand? Could that open up the door for Korea, who are outside the circle once more?
They are fairly out of smokes here.
How much utility is left is the big question. Thailand's not in, South Korea not in. Zone shift towards the west, and I suppose the entrenchment of Vietnam has already been positioned. There goes the smoke line, there goes the smoke wall. And for South Korea, they're the first team to make the move.
Yeah, Yeah, they've made it up towards that rock, which is inside the circle, and straight into digging, straight in. It's not even at the rock yet, Mark. He's just in the smoke, creating himself a pit, and that smoke will dissipate soon. So how deep can he dig before it disappears? Gumin doing the exact same. They are trying to set themselves up. I love this position under the tree. It's going to be so hard to find Gumin.
It'd be so hard to figure
So
out.
hard to find the giant crater in the middle of the field.
The rock.
Are they
Has
trolling
Heather
or what?
positioned himself far enough away? Does it bounce away from him? Does Tigger cause them problems? Because they can throw from the south. Don't forget, Thailand are not in. Korea have moved first. Now they can wrap him behind them and cause them huge problems.
Oh my, Heather gets some shots off. He's got a molly at the ready. He's sending it towards Thailand. The knee's been thrown this way, and it bounces off the lip, and it's denied. Couldn't quite get it into the hole with Heather. But Heather, your time is running out with that blue zone. Tigger is taking damage as well as the BZ went this way, but Thailand and Korea still in a bit of a stance here between Heather and Tigger.
Yep, Molly comes back though, goes a little bit too far. Tigger obviously hops up out of his rabbit hole, those cause some damage, and Tigger takes towards the ground. But Himasto can see him with the higher ground advantages that they've got.
Korea down 2 players.
Yeah, it's a question of which team falls next. Can Korea eke out some
just
more?
lie down,
They're in a
man.
great spot to do it here. Mark, center of the zone, but everybody just creating a pit, and Tigger
Still has his Panzerfaust.
go in the reverse, and he's making his move into the circle as well.
Mobile cover, Delwyn though will put a stop to it. Belmoth though will go down. Tigger going to be there. South Korea tries to play peekaboo, tries to find another kill, another steal if possible, and it's not going to be the case. Tigger launches another one forward though, as he will have to find safety in the pit for himself.
Yeah, the rest
he's
are going
done.
to come off
They're
in the
done.
blue zone as Belmoth
Chris.
goes down. No, he falls, and
No.
one goes down. Heaven with a double, but Himas gets Gumin. Korea with one
Korea
player up,
player
Thailand the same,
remaining.
and Vietnam if they get
with
the kill
4.
over here, they could deny points from Korea. Heaven goes down to 1, and he's trying to dig his way to hell.
Brazil is not happy about this guy being still in the game with 1 HP
Try and
from
hold on.
Korea right
Another
now.
point, another placement could be the case, and it might
Very
be
not happy.
It's going to be down. Vietnam will be the winners of this map, but oh my God, guys!
They definitely
Jane
passed
Martin
Brazil,
was
I
a
think.
penultimate game, and what an opportunity
Barely.
for South Korea to try and claim victory.
Yeah, this
Or
is
did
the
they get
bottom
second or
10
third?
kills at
Korea.
least go the way. Actually, 11 kills for South Korea here overall, but Vietnam silent
Second.
and deadly towards the end. From that compound, find themselves a victory. The Vietnamese crowd loves it, Matrim, but it was such a slow game coming out from them. I guess a win is a win.
I mean, this whole game comes down to Circle 5, right? Whenever we
Ah,
had
somebody,
the shift over,
Vietnamese,
China, Vietnam, in a phenomenal spot. That's where
went
Korea
gold.
started to find a lot more of their kills and started to cascade it, roll it together to make sure that we get the spiciest of last games moving into this, because it was very violent on approach for a lot of these teams, but you can see that China's starting to rally together, finding the capabilities to get their firefights that they really should have been putting together this whole time, in my opinion. I don't know, where was this China?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question, and I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to challenge now as we take a look at the highlights here from this game. Gibson, it does feel now like Brazil versus South Korea, considering what South Korea was able to just put up.
It's going to be insane, and I couldn't be more jealous that you two are going to be on the mic for that one, because this is as tight a PNC as I can remember in years. And the scary thing about it is, James, Brazil and Korea both have a decision with the point tally they have. Brazil could very easily push on to Korea early and try win PNC by just winning a gunfight early on, or Korea could think the same. They could take the fight to Brazil. Either way, both of these teams, they are going to have a chat during this break, because they need to decide what the game plan is for Orangel.
It's a tough one.
They're gonna have a chat.
There wasn't much more that they could do from this side of the circle.
Will you
right,
come to
Mark?
Brazil if they
Vietnam
win?
should have had this dead to rights. Obviously, Thailand coming
No.
on the same side as Korea as well. It's valiant effort from Korea to be able to make a little
I
bit
don't
more happen
think so.
from this. Now,
Between
double
the
blue zone as well on the
helicopter
left
trips
against
and
Thailand.
the
Just
bungee
those extra
jumping.
little points might be the difference maker.
Yeah, I was
Doesn't
concerned
feel
actually
too
for South
safe.
Korea, because you got to remember, we saw China leapfrog ahead of them. They were held up with that neutral push. Obviously, neutral took that sort of dried up riverbank. So it's good. They was able to punch a hole through China. They're able to get the BRDM. That allowed South Korea a little bit further into this late game. But then obviously for Thailand, they had a decision. They could have pushed potentially towards that east and took that fight with South Korea. They opted to go for the west. That applied pressure. They then had to come up the high ground. And a good play from Turkey. They moved into that position to try and get some knocks. So it felt like a bit of a round
Brazil
robin.
get robbed.
During all of that, it was down to Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil is one of the more dangerous places.
Yeah, how long were they in there for? I think
since tourists.
That's been
We're excluding the absolute,
because
worst
like Vietnam, I was coming in with an expectation that they were just going to rock the world, and it's been a lot more like meta macro play coming out from them instead of just shooting everything.
Almost as dangerous as Sweden.
Admittedly, right, if you think about the transition from 25 to 26, I am of the opinion TPP doesn't lend itself as well to their previous aggressive style that we see from them in their big moments, right? Is that fair, Matrim?
I feel so. I mean,
17 points.
Vietnam's bread and butter, right? Was just crash into your face, run up, take very dangerous peaks, and just try to outshoot somebody from angles that they're just not expecting, or just get in them so fast that they don't really have time to respond. Whenever you do
Brazil only got 2 points.
It does make that a lot more complex. So it has been a little bit of a reboot and kind of figure out how to handle this, especially given the fact that whenever we see squads like Vietnam, they'd often roll.
They're still in the lead,
all separated out, kind of like in a
whoever wins this game is the winner.
So it's going to get dangerous.
All right, here it is, the lay of the land here for the final.
Even China or
game.
neutral or Argentina
6
can win
points
here.
separates
Denmark
Brazil
probably
and
not
South Korea.
at
South
all.
Korea
Even
is
if they
able
get
to
30
take on
points,
over Brazil.
they
And a similar
can't
game happens
pass
to like just
Brazil.
happened with Brazil
Assuming
only
Brazil
getting
gets
2
knocked out
points.
early.
We could see a 3-time PNC champion, and then
But
beyond
most
that, Gibson,
likely,
it would take a mammoth game from
we have
China
Korea
and neutral and Argentina
or
to be able to
Brazil
somehow
winning.
claim this throne. It would be very difficult.
We've seen stranger things, but I think the Brazil crest would look really good with a star on the top of it. I'm not going to lie, but man, this is as tight as it's going to get. I think the pressure on Brazil is insane. They've had 2 of their worst maps of PNC in the final day. Like,
well, at least they have some variety in their remoting,
I think it is getting
poses rather. Back in my day, it was nothing but arm cross, alright?
It does make you wonder what would happen on that Tego if they didn't have that
In
emergency
the
pickup
esports
play.
world.
Right? If they were coming in from the south side, when we were kind of criticizing maybe the timidness of that play, but South Korea is not giving in to timidness at all. It will be Heaven taking that man of the match from this one, Mark, with the 4 and 750 damage. So back to back.
Boy Kisser, welcome back. Clayton, we got Japanese characters, JKSK, Avin, Blind Nag, thank you. We got Pesa da Mesa, AGW with Forsen, welcome back. Hey, boys.
Had to falter. I'm actually more concerned about what China and neutral do, and Argentina even add into the mix as well, because they are aggressive. And you're right, like Brazil could hot drop South Korea and try and close it out quite early. South Korea could, but from what I've seen from both those teams at the start of the day, I don't think it's going to be the case. It's going to be a normal drop for them. They're going to try and play their normal game, especially towards that mid pack. What I worry about, does China activate? Does neutral go, actually, do you know what? Let's get some more money on the board for our team and be aggressive and potentially take a play. But then you have to insert one just on the wings, which is Denmark. We saw that from the survival stage. If Denmark wants to go aggressive, they hot dropped the neutral department. Will they do the same now?
And you have to insert Erangel, which has been just feisty, super feisty, right? So there is a world and a potential where we could see yet another problematic circle, and then you get a low kill chicken dinner, and then it all becomes wishy-washy. But I'm getting word that we have a break ready, and then when we return, we are going to get match 15 underway here for PNC 2026.
I hope it's not K-pop, because then I have to mute.
There it is, the Google Play Point. Okay. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Do not redeem! Streaming must go on. Must it?
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed
I am actually looking for a new monitor. What is the best shit right now on the market?
Evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Death.
For the first time ever, you get
500 hertz, bruh.
flawless wireless. That's plug and play.
That's not necessary.
Presets at your fingertips, so you can hear bad guys.
No, I meant brand. I meant brand. For FPS, Zoe.
That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play.
QL OLED, ROG OLED. Right now I have an Asus, and I have my off monitor is being Q.
The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
They've been surviving. But
so use it and abuse it, you crazy person.
Maybe it's time for an upgrade.
The new gold standard.
Team Papaja. 60 Hz 1080p. Well, that is my off monitor actually, because I only have an HDMI cable for that one, so that is only 60. But my main monitor is 244. You don't need more than 60 if you're not gaming on the monitor, right? And my off monitor is never for games, right? So your eyes can only see 30 FPS. $100. PGL. You need better color accuracy. I remember the color games you played badly. Yeah, but what you see on OBS and what I see on my monitor are two different things though, right? What you see on stream is purely my OBS settings, right? I think. If I increase the brightness of my monitor, I don't think you're seeing it. Like if I press here. Do you? No, you don't. So this should be the same for color. Clash, 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 clash. Wait, they are in Korea, right?
2026, and the question on everybody's mind: will the country that is synonymous with excellence on international competition across many a discipline be able to finally bring home their first international trophy here at PNC 2026? Brazil is looking poised to do that. However, lurking in the wings is South Korea, already two-time PNC champion, looking to make a hat trick out of it here in 2026. It's a different roster, it's a different year, but this team constantly is able to post win after win after win. Joining me, Gibson, Mark, as well as Matcham to talk about this before we get into the next game. Gibson, your thoughts before we get into the last game?
What can I say? Home crowd, home venue, just 6 points to close the gap to Brazil. This team is going to have
a tight-ass game
in their seals. But the
Brazilians, we know this is a
country that knows how to win in any esport.
Any can win. Top 3.
Let's go Brazil.
Realistically,
bring it home,
top 2.
All right, game 15, PNC 2026. Let's bring it home, and what a playing path. Our Erangels,
you want a 24-inch monitor?
One team will become the champion of PNC 2026.
I think I have 24-inch monitor right now.
For the pride of your nation, 1 game left.
I think you don't want more for gaming. Some people do 27, but I think it's suboptimal for gaming.
Of 2 different styles. Korea playing for circles and circle control.
At least FPS
Brazil
games.
Playing with violence and gusto, just trying to go with guns and glory. But now finally Korea's come alive, getting high kill counts, finally breaking that 20 points on a victory. Can we see them take it to the tail end, or can the guys in the lead continue to hold it?
Yeah,
only if you play FPS exclusively. The other shit 27 is nicer.
World Cup looming with PNC 2026 here as well, and the degrees are rising here throughout the world.
Yeah.
We have got ourselves
that's why I said
another
FPS.
hot game to figure out who is going to be able
I
to
guess, yeah.
Brazil
I guess I've already proven myself being a top 3% Counter-Strike, PUBG, Invitational, Bronze Pan winner.
Maybe get transitions, but with a playing path
I guess
like
I've done the
this,
top 500 Overwatch.
that it's going to be another annoying circle for these teams to play out.
I guess I can retire and go 27 inches now.
They're going to make a jump tail end on it. They're going to be over into the west, waiting to see where that circle pops. You can see that they're a little bit slow on drop. Maybe have to.
Bro, why are they going for island here?
Got home territory that they're going to be playing north of Milton. Positioning circle goes. Give it to us, and it's Brazil in the circle to start, and now Korea's on the chase.
This is one of the kind of circles that could have possibly been, right? We have had so
not
much
for Korea.
Erangel circles. This one will be
Korea is in big trouble here.
For some reason, we get all those north shifts and then the river becomes an extreme focus point. But I don't think that's going to be the case here. Now, as Argentina on the hunt for a member of Denmark, Ket has found himself in a bit of a rough spot here. Considering the drops as they were only going towards Ferrypier, but Argentina, because of the playing path, has challenged them for this, and Keter is down.
Of all of the teams, Argentina finding out Denmark. These guys have been going kind of neck and neck at each other. So
I thought it was a stream sniper first. Literally forcing gameplay.
What's going on with Brazil and Korea now just 6 points separated, but we still have a tie between now China and Argentina. Neutral just 1 point back behind that because there is so much brewing. Of course, let's take a quick look at the last game.
Yeah, for Vietnam, obviously taking the win here from this one. It's a kind of a home circle that they end up getting themselves, considering the compounds that they're able to take. So not much to break down from a Vietnam win. It's just a bit of a shame that they didn't really hit the ground running similar to the way they did in PNC 2025, right?
Yeah, this is just such a big game for Korea to come in at this point, but I do agree with everything you're talking about with Vietnam. This is... you're looking at Tan, you're looking at Imas. These are guys that you know can just frag out and get like 10 kill games themselves. And the fact that it's been a bit of a struggle for them to find successes in firefights is just baffling to my brain.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy at all.
Nice
with
jukes
big names
there.
You got to take down at the end as well. Not easy.
That's pretty good.
For the likes of Thailand, South Korea constantly making a good run of it here to try and keep themselves in the running. It's a tale as old as time now here in PUBG, right? We get our PNCs in Korea
popping off, and we are spectating them.
Knocking on the door.
This is the last game. They show the last game while people are looting, because, you know, people are looting, right?
Brazil's already pretty much centered up on that. And we do also have Korea making a
So they do a
rapid
little
circle, so it's
recap
all just
every
gonna be
game.
about positioning coming
That has
up
always been the
and
problem with
kind of eyes onto the later circles.
Battle
So you're not
Royale,
missing too much just yet, it's just jockeying for position.
esports spectating, is that the looting phase
An early
is
emergency pickup for
fairly long and nothing
is
happening, of course.
going on as well whilst we watch
But
all
now
this.
they have actually decreased the time
Why is
for
this
circles.
so long? This is like their longest one that we've seen so far.
It's the final game.
It's not
I need to
that
see
bad
where people are
anymore.
going. Okay, Korea's managed to get in the circle. They got really, really close to Argentina, but nothing has happened, and they're making a run for kind of that.
Well, I like Korea is actually going right
This is
away.
actually quite important because this is a really early
Suboptimally looted
side, right? And there's a world where
to get
they
position.
could end up in conflicts much. All right, okay. Well, we're. You know what? More highlights.
Yay! Okay, so again, big game for Korea finding those kills. They were talking about the fact that they
Going back and forth between
wanted to
the
aim for
matches
20
though,
points.
that's
Got so
that
close in
could
the
be
last game,
a
but
bit
second
confusing.
place, so 6 points, walking away 17 points. Very big game for them, as a lot of their games have kind of not had the highest kill count. So not even getting the victory on that gives them one of their better overall points.
Alright, so this position,
what
both
I've got eyes
yard.
on now is Korea finally coming alive, finally really getting a big kill game for themselves. Means the fact that this could be the propulsion. I think it was Gibson that was talking about the fact that momentum is definitely on the side of Korea right now.
Yeah, Boatyard's not a bad spot to have as a checkpoint here to get things rolling. The only problem is again, there's some big names ahead of you on the east side. As Philippines and Finland fight each other on the eastern
Oh, no.
see what they can get done.
Oh, wow.
Through the air is Santa. Ali takes a few shots.
That was such good aim for someone
Here comes the
in
reinforcements.
the air in the
Scav will
car.
take him out. There's still quite a bit of money to be won down towards the bottom here.
From the Finnish guy,
Scav
that
and the
is.
boys from Team Finland looking to shut down the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be on the eastern layout of the bridge. Thailand's going to be on the other side of it, so whoever manages to win this firefight still has to deal with another problem in front of them. Vietnam's going to have the western bridge to make their rotate. Looks like Finland doesn't really want to stay in this one for too much longer, but just Algin's position has made it too complicated. They know that they need to finish this out. Good little juke around. Algin makes a play. He does come back, get the knock on to him.
Yeah, get that finish up. All right, whilst this is kind of gonna just wait here as Philippines is trying to get out of dodge. I think there's an interesting thing to be said about Korea's position for where they've taken on Boatyard, right? I think they're gambling on the idea of just in case this goes north, we have the bridge next to Boatyard to be able to go up there completely unimpeded, right? I think it's a rare chance we will be going north, but I think they're kind of crossing their T's, dotting all their I's, hedging their bets on in case something goes down. So that's why they're here super early.
Yeah, that shit ain't going
Where the
north.
positioning is coming out from Korea that we've been talking about. China is going to be
Ain't
centered up as
no
well. Brazil's
way.
going for more of the field lay. A couple of rotation capabilities for him, but Brazil also in a very wide 2-2 split. Feels like they're playing for safety right now, and that might come back to bite them if we end up with a cluster of teams just stacked on top of them. Like, I don't know, Ukraine due south, Great Britain.
I
That's
bet
on
my
100 points,
paycheck on
USA,
Denmark. Come on,
Indonesia,
boys.
and China all right next to, as well as neutral.
Denmark.
Those 2-2 splits are extremely punishable.
Could
Especially in a
theoretically
lobby like this, where we've seen
win
some dashes on through.
if
Korea
all
now really
the
taking off Rozhok as well.
if
This
the
kind of
top
affords
two
them a similar boon
gets
to I was
eliminated
explaining of
first,
having that bridge available
and they
to
win,
them,
Denmark wins.
over towards Boatyard, right? You've
It
still
is
got this
possible
bridge just north of
with like a
Rozhok
30
you could use to your advantage as well. If for some reason Circle doesn't quite favour that south side.
Yeah, we need to get
Argentina
14
just right alongside
kills.
Ruins as well, coming in
Sorry,
underneath,
24. No,
where
yeah,
the
they're fucked.
Koreans have just left.
They're fucked. They're
We
fucked.
definitely need to mention that.
I mean, it is possible.
Argentina
It is possible.
and
24
Brazil
kills
should be
is possible.
incredibly proud of the performance they came into
you
with
know,
this whole
but
thing.
it's not
been a
so
massive
happening.
blow up for both of these teams.
It's not
No
that.
doubt. I didn't come in thinking to myself that these two teams were going to be
However,
but here they are, looking great for it. I think it really is very clear that they've worked hard on their synergy alongside their, in inverted commas, new teammates.
the other teams in the top
be able
5
to kind of play this out
all
against
can
some of the
win
very
this.
best in the world. China is one of them, lurking
Can.
on the east side of Rozhok alongside Korea. If China was able to shut down Korea and get a big game, there's a world where they could quite easily, all they've got to do is get a 16 kill win, which is not out of the realms of possibility. We've seen it before in this tournament, right? And then China's suddenly challenging if Korea and Brazil go down early.
There is a world where Brazil and Korea both could falter, depending on how this circle goes. And China still has opportunities in front of them.
There we go.
Give it to us. Ooh, he has Naya right along the lake. So Korea in their rotate you're talking about could have an
Germany in a great spot here to hold that bridge if they want to. It's in there. Farm kills.
Right on top of them.
So exactly what I was saying about Korea, they've taken that bridge straight away. I think they're going north. They are going to be moving up there here to try and make this work from the north side. Germany might get caught off a little bit by it, but Brazil, meanwhile, has decided to move on the south side of this circle. The problem is there's still the river. There's still Yasnaya Pond in something like this. It's such a hard circle to make a decision on.
It's a smart play if the water settings hadn't changed, because it would probably pop over into this area. But now you've kind of put yourself into a gamble for circle where Korea is also kind of doing the same. They're mirroring it on the other side of it over into the northwest. Neutral is kind of digging themselves in while Indonesia is on the hunt. You should be able to roll these grenades down the hillside. Neutral knows it, not feeling too good about the positioning for him now, so trying to step away from it. Looks like they still have safety trees doing enough to provide something.
If I had to hedge my bets as those two teams, Korea and Brazil, as Korea, you're going north because you expect there to be a lot less teams up there, therefore a lot less threats based on how it's shifted. Nades go forwards though against neutral here, against Indonesia as Indo. I think they don't really want too much of this fight right now. They're kind of backing off. That nade was almost just a warding off nade here so they can go over towards one of the compounds.
And it's a strong compound for the circle. I mean, it is pretty
actually neutral wants that fight right now
with Indonesia
because their only chance of winning is having a lot of kills, so they need to risk it in the early game where they're less likely to get third party.
Brazil is going to commit more into this 2-2 split of safety.
If they're smart.
Denmark's going to be just to the south. Ukraine going to be on the other side of the hills from them. So it's just probably Great Britain that could be an issue. And I'm kind of looking up, and it looks like Argentina is creeping up closer and closer to Korea.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
How these top 4 teams have been able to rotate so far. And you're right, with Argentina lurking below Korea, all it would take was one knock. And then maybe Argentina would start to spring a bit of a trap there against Korea. Evan driving around. There was some longer range shots coming in from Rozok against them, but Korea's got so much terrain cover here that they shouldn't be too concerned about that just yet. Oh, okay.
Extra cover, it's to catch the nades. So whenever they roll down there, because that can seat, 8 people?
It's a boat time!
Actually, if you dig and then have an inflatable boat above it, it's the most crazy cover you've ever seen in your life. It actually protects you from nades. But yeah, I don't know if they think... Well, actually, I mean, on a spot like that, it's dead center of this circle. It might actually be their kind of thinking. We've seen it before.
A boat doesn't blow up.
If you have it and just
or at least one of those blow-up boats.
I mean,
it does work.
We know that Batulans and the rest of the crew will use everything they got. Circle's going to stay centered, so while we've been getting a lot of wild stuff, this one's staying kind of regimented and true to center up into center.
Korea has a not great position now.
From their split that they've got, Brazil does have one of their
Brazil is slightly better
inside the circle, as well as Korea up into the northwest, having a couple of players already in play, but it doesn't feel too good, so they're going to shift down to this other spot.
Yeah, Korea back built into that compound.
What?
Argentina trying to catch out space. What a play! What an interception coming in. Argentina might just go very aggressive on this one and see what they can get done. But that is an important little kill that they're able to get there. Korea's moved into the compound where they actually died off early on in one of these games, but there's not too many threats going their way. I'm scared, Matrim, that if this circle centers up on water, it's what a game this could be.
It feels like Korea's thinking that might happen. Argentina comes in. They feel like they've got destiny under control, playing heavy, and Germany is the one that punishes it. How do these two squads just keep bumping into each other over and over again?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been like 4 or 5 fights that these teams have had across 15 games alone. And Argentina, they keep getting rinsed in a lot of them as well. Germany somehow winning things out, despite them being kind of mid-tables at the moment. Now, it's Chris in the smoke, trying to find a little bit of more of a push forwards. Throw a nade forwards, takes down Capitan. So in that Harry Potter, they're kind of donezo. That is brutal there for Argentina.
Germany can't stay there any longer.
What is the Harry Potter?
In the move on one side of it, they're going to be caught up with what's going on with Indonesia, who's run into their form of a split. We also do have Thailand and Turkey kind of bouncing off of each other around the lake up into the north, but it's going to be Celtic going down, and Setsuna just kind of holding back in the hallway, waiting for somebody to walk down this. Again, probably the most brutal push you can make in PUBG, specifically on Erangel, to say the least, is pushing that hallway.
Bro, this guy's alone in this house.
For Korea, the gamble that they've tried to go for
Argentina. With a double barrel, though. Please win this 1v3 versus NA.
As well as neutral as maybe
no! Why is he looking away?
But Korea was gambling so hard on this kind of higher circle. They're even having people swim across the river now, or Korea, as they're in the pursuit
Go
of the
back to
championship.
Indonesia, shotgun guy.
Work with down to the southwest.
Getting swatted by NA.
Play into the fields around Yasnaya, and China has got, wait, I guess almost a kilometer and a half of territory.
Oh
that nobody's
my
really
god. Oh shit!
put some
No!
work onto Indonesia as well
Got
as that is going to
teabagged
be the
too.
United States. Going to go ahead and get that last little talk onto Setsuna, and Indonesia is eliminated in last place.
Yeah, that's the problem with the double
So it's gonna be
barrel.
shifting soon.
You
TNT is
literally
looking for a
cannot
bit of a
win
res
that
here as quickly
fight,
as
but with a
possible to
normal
get
pump,
China's
you
full
can
command,
technically.
4 squad back up, good to go. You can see here as Guman already swam on.
Wait, they have
over
res?
to try and make something work, knowing that they need
What is
a little
this?
bit of an anchor point
This
on
is a
the other
res.
side of this bridge. Otherwise, if they were to get all caught at the same time, by say Germany, for example. That
Oh, I didn't know they had res
res
in the fucking tournament.
against them here. Guman's got to be very careful. If they lose him, there's no res potential.
But I'm worried about Finland pushing down onto Brazil down in the south. That's forced them to go back to the Great Britain line.
True.
Circle has now popped. Turkey having to make something happen for themselves. Is this wall now no longer going to be in play? Here we go. This is what I wanted. Brazil, BL, you can see kind of caught out. Finland, though, doesn't look like they've got a focus into going after the solo player from Brazil. He's trying to just make it down and regroup. But Great Britain now just trying to move into a gatekeeping position. This now means 3 squads, all of them European, on the outside of this, watching Brazil right on the edge of the zone.
I can't believe you
Yeah,
made
Finland,
that.
I think they were trying to cordon off any teams going around, and technically they can move just a little bit north onto Volcano
You
location,
shouldn't be
so that should be
jumping like
okay
that.
for them. Knowing though there is somebody down in this compound, it's not ideal at all, this compound. You really lose a lot of vehicles down here if people are looking down on this spot. You'll be able to survive here, but you're not getting many kills off of it. And I think Sparking and the boys realize this. I think they realize it's go time to find a spot towards some of these fields, maybe a crater or two, but this is dangerous.
Come on, Finland, hit your shots! Fucking Brazil saved by UK.
That's a big problem. Tony's done so much work for this squad.
Yeah, Brazil is fucking melting.
It's just 2. Brazil sends it into the center of the
Oh,
circle and narrowly survives.
Oh, no.
Got a little bit of a car fort, some smokes as well here to try and deny some of those lines of sight. One of the cars is gone now, though, as well. To Kraken and Sparking. No kills go their way.
Oh my god, he almost got
Thailand's
fucking
gonna
run
move on the
over.
Germany position up against this field. Try and take down its Chris. They do in kind. And also Justice has gone over in this other position. So now Germany's going to tuck tail and leave. Thailand doing a lot of damage to them as they do move forwards. But the tail of the tape is Brazil is wounded. This is an opportunity now for Korea to strike.
Vietnam is trying to push into USA. Looks like they might take a casualty off of it. Actually, no. Hamas just jumps out. He should be fine. That's going to be a foothold position, so the rest of Vietnam could come after that. I was worried USA might discourage that approach and force them more down into Brazil position. Korea also regrouping up to the north, right next to where we just saw Thailand make that push. Remember, they're crossing that bridge, and so they're going to end up with Thailand potentially having crosshairs on them in just a few, as China still has tons of space to work from. It's pretty much clear from them all the way over to neutral.
Spaceman back in for China, trying to dive back down to the rest of the team. Difficult stuff indeed, though. Here comes Korea now, slowly slithering their way in on this western side. And Turkey, well, they're not slithering. They're going for a swim. That was anything but slow.
Just gotta send it sometimes.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. Desperate times calls for desperate measures.
They see somebody that's just bold enough to dive into the water. It's like, these guys don't care. We got stuff to play for. Let's send it the other side. They're gonna wrap around. That puts them in Denmark's sight line. But that little bit of a ridge should provide enough. And the way that this is kind of positioned up, now Turkey has to go for a position closer to neutral. And that opens up a lot more for China, as Turkey's kind of defending their back now as the circle pops. Korea's narrowly in it, Brazil as well, but there's going to be a cluster of squads down to the south that has to move in.
Both top teams
Yeah, Brazil's still in.
though, unless they can win out some
And they don't really have that
fights, right? Like
much
Thailand
shit coming up behind them.
away from them. I don't think they'll end
So
up
they're
engaging them. I think they'll stay on that
fairly
west
safe
side,
now.
but there's still Turkey looking that way, and then maybe eventually neutral might be a bit of a gatekeeper for them if Korea goes down the path I'm expecting. So there's definitely a problem that still lies in the way of Korea here to try and knock Brazil off their perch.
Slowing back down the pacings, you can see long-range shots coming up from Korea just to keep some control, see if they can get a knock or a kill onto Turkey, who's outside of everything. Philippines going to go ahead and get eliminated there. Not too much else that they could do from that position. More and more squads are starting to falter, but with Argentina, everybody else has been down to the bottom. So Rio still having opportunities for China and neutral continue their climb. Denmark wants to try to catch up to neutral as well, but Korea and Brazil continue to be the
Deploying mortar, here we go.
Korea has themselves a setup and a mortar. Where are they focusing it to? Turkey.
Going the way of Turkey. I understand it, right? I think that they want to play the west side of this circle because it's covered against a lot of the
Oh, they're so fucked.
Moving in against Brazil.
Oh my god. Okay. Brazil is gone. They got 0 points. 0 points.
Get themselves at least 6 points.
They know it. They saw it inside the kill feed. They have to be careful. Thailand's on the other side. Denmark taking some casualties.
If they paid attention to that.
Goes down. Nades coming out. Counter on the side of it. Just 2.
But China can also still win technically if Korea gets stuck there. But no. Probably not.
Take a couple of shots into Finland. That's going to be
they only have 2 members remaining. Neutral though.
Now goes down as well. Vietnam, USA stacked up next to each other. Everybody's starting to fall, but we haven't managed to make the placements yet, and that's what Korea wants.
I think this entry point is really good for Korea. I think they know why they're slow rolling it, right? Like, they can exist on this west side of this circle for quite a while. And yeah, exactly as you're saying, I think that this is exactly what they want, just to be able to slow roll it and see if any kills come their way. But that's going to be the Korea.
What position do you have to get 6 points? Or sorry, 7 points you need to win. 7 points for just surviving. Is that second place? Okay.
Yep, not easy. It had to get him up from the
I was thinking they could just like blue heal or something, but you actually need to enter late game for that.
Okay, Velmoth knocks on Jack. That's important. What's actually going on there? Thailand is watching as Korea is trying to edge along that western side that I was mentioning before. But with so many potential threats there, Neutral also doing damage to Denmark. I think that technically some of those western threats are all killing off themselves.
Yeah, we can see that Neutral's focused in on the defense from Denmark to the south. That's opened Korea to wrap around to the north. The new circle has popped. Korea is not in it. It's focused in on USA, Vietnam, as well as Ukraine. Ukraine quickly usurps the compound positions. Very defended. Now Neutral has to figure out what they're going to be doing with it. Korea has to start popping off. They do not have the circle anymore. They have Thailand in front of them on one side and Neutral on the other.
This grenade is going to finish there.
It's looking more and more likely that it's time for a new champion here at PNC.
You got to grow some.
Neutral shuts down Denmark. They fall. There's a few teams that could potentially leapfrog their position here, but now we're on board with Gumin, knowing that this west side is still extremely important. Can Neutral shut down Korea? If they defend against Korea here on this side, there's a world where Neutral could have a big game and maybe leapfrog that second place, but you've got to beat Korea, and Heather starts off with the big nade against Petulins.
It's been playing for position, but now it is just time to firefight. Korea running forward. Does have Petulins down. Neutral trying to figure out how they can retaliate. Thailand's using the opportunity to just crest along the sides, mirroring this.
Korea needs to fucking pull something out of the hat here because they're not gonna win unless they get kills here.
Who is firmly entrenched.
Thailand's charging nades. Thailand's charging nades as well off on the left-hand side of this camera. You can't see it maybe.
They have no utility.
This could be devastating. Also, nades coming in from Neutral as well, trying to shut down Korea. Is it time for a new champion here at PNC? It looks like a little bit of a back-off from Thailand on this fight. They're not peeking over. They're not cresting the hill to shut down Korea. So it's still just Korea versus Neutral.
Well, Neutral hasn't been able to get in the circle either. Shilla's creeping up from back behind.
Come on, Korea. Come on, you can do it for all your fans in the arena. Do it.
Korea's got nowhere to go. You can see that they're trying to run away. They're going to get another knock. Just one up on the other side. Korea on the hunt, trying to find somewhere to go. But let's not forget Thailand. Still on the other side.
He's getting him. Save
the circle.
I think if you hunt them, you can get more money on the board. This is difficult here now for Korea. Almost impossible. You saw the almost desperation.
I'm still playing the M249.
Scramble any more points available here. But here comes Scappy as heaven. Goes down.
Thailand.
Just one up. Neutral decided to go
yeah,
for
they're
the
fucked.
defense. Nade's gonna roll in. Korea is eliminated. They did not get the points to catch up to Brazil. How much more can Neutral get?
Neutral 1, 2, 3, 7, 10, 14, 15. They can win this. They can still, like, Neutral can actually win this game or win the whole tournament here.
Right now, Neutral has to find something to work from. Their disadvantaged positions. You can see smokes going down in front of them. So hard to navigate as the focus now from Thailand has shifted back over.
They need 5 more kills and a first place.
creep up.
To
Use
win.
the position that Korea's got right now. Just 10 points.
6 more.
On the table.
If they want to win, 5 to tie.
Starting to take the shots onto Thailand. USA now also starting to shift a little bit of their focus onto Thailand's positioning.
Yeah, I think if Neutral actually wants to take a second place here, they need some help for the rest of the lobby. I think that Thailand technically is the first.
Fuck second place. They literally can win.
Attention on them. Neutral's down.
Okay, done.
Third place at the moment. There's no way, Spaceman. I think he has nothing. I don't think that he's going to be able to leapfrog here after coming in from that res. So that might just be the podium completely finished here, but the fight for the mid pack is still raging on. Yeah, he's got 0 here. There's no way he gets 6 more points at least.
Yeah, I mean, unless he can run up and punch a couple of people that have been knocked. Ukraine to the south, taking control over everything, but you can see it is Thailand, 90 points, USA 88, Ukraine 85, Vietnam 80. A lot to still be fought for right now as 11th through 7th fighting to see how much higher they can go, because Argentina at 101 and Denmark at 94 are catchable.
Yeah, some of these teams in the mid pack could jump up quite
well,
nicely.
Brazil knows they won.
Brazil knows they've done it, I think. Look at that. Look at the
they were sweating balls, though.
Absolute satisfaction of what we just witnessed here from the coach. But now Thailand, oh no, they're clown carring it, Matrim.
They just got to send it and go. Vietnam, USA have been holding the compounds around just close enough. They didn't have to go too far. Spaceman's taking some blue zone damage, just trying to creep his way forward. So a lot of this coming down to the focal point.
China can get third place though. If they the last guy
doesn't have as much
survives
to
the second place somehow.
On that higher ridge, it is very punishable.
Yeah, Ukraine, 11 kills. Like, technically, Thailand, USA, Ukraine could all actually jump up really nicely here if they're able to convert on a win. And for Ukraine, I think they realized that, yeah, okay, we're only 3 alive, but a lot of the fights on that northern side are going to have to pop off one after another against each other, not so much Ukraine, who still has a decent stranglehold on this south position.
And USA and Vietnam have just been chilling next to each other for so long.
Yeah.
Thailand now just starting to join that party is Spaceman keeping the crawl going, but you've got Tanbu right next to you. Look,
why is he crawling backwards, I wonder?
And flushes him out. Maybe he can get something to work with. That's all. That's the only dream he's got.
A little bit of a push up from Ukraine once again into the smokes.
Is there something to it? It's faster.
With 6, Ferris with 4. Ferris has been fantastic for Ukraine throughout the survival stage.
I guess he's dead,
this final
like, no matter what, you know, so...
a little bit of Ukraine's position as well as the compound.
If there's any advantage to...
Only 2 kills on the board here for USA, but definitely there's still quite a bit more to play for.
They've definitely been chilling in the center of the donut where all the fighting has been going on around them. Smoke's now starting to come down to see how much we can get movement onto this one. This is going to be Thailand to try to smoke this off as much as possible. So they're going to have a bit of an angle of approach. They're nervous about Ukraine, and you should be, given the way that Ukraine has been popping off. So you know, at least get right up into the face of USA, but that does put them in a vulnerable position from Vietnam. Couple of shots come out from Imas. Does get the knock on to Belmont.
Yeah, save of that spray. You got to hit the first one, but he was able to save it with just a little bit more. Nice nade there. Belmoth goes down. Vietnam, you're not winning this one into the tournament overall. There will be a new PNC champion, but Vietnam's not done just yet. Gives Himas a little bit of room here to make some magic happen, maybe.
It's one squad wipe for Vietnam, and they're tied up with Ukraine. This is just so back and forth between all of it as Spaceman continues to just watch all of the action go on in front of him. It's like, Himas, don't worry. Shoot at those guys in front of you. Thailand's so much tastier than I am. Just watching the blue crawling away from it. No real shots coming out yet, so oddly enough, that is the action to watch on all of this. Is does anybody notice the giant blob of Spaceman creeping up back behind Vietnam?
I like the idea of, like, if I don't look at them,
they
can see me.
Okay.
That's what's going on right now. Spaceman still waddling on backwards. This is ridiculous. Himas has no clue. He's
oh my god, dude.
What a weird scenario, but good job, I guess.
Look, Himas is not known.
He doesn't even have a weapon.
His job
Does
is
he have
to
a
shoot
weapon?
the things in front of him, and the things in front of him right now are Ukraine. And Spaceman's got to love it. Vietnam, they know that.
How does he not have a weapon? What?
They don't want one. They want squad wipe.
Oh, he got rest. Oh, yeah, he was the one who got rest, so he got parachuted with. Oh, dude, he doesn't have a single weapon or utility. He's actually just crawling for second place. And he can literally get third place in the whole tournament if he gets to second place in this game.
But now, Hackstory and Ferris, what can they do against this? Knowing that flanking around could quite easily be an issue as that Molly goes forward.
Oh my god!
Oh, Spaceman, you're gone, friend.
Oh, those nades from Ukraine forced Vietnam to retreat. That kills off Spaceman. Thailand's making the push into the compound that USA's been trying to hold down. Kickstart dancing around the outside of it. Has to be careful because Vietnam's got a line onto it. Ukraine still very focused on to Vietnam, but Vietnam's got goals, and it's a run right into USA's face. Kickstart's gonna go down, and it feels like Vietnam is coming alive.
Solozzi takes the roof as well, trying to find exactly where they can find some pressure points against all of this, but Scappy also down. Suddenly, somehow, Vietnam tries to make things work here in this final game. There was shotguns in the hands of USA, knowing that they might need those against the breach. MG3 in hand here for Kiss, goes into the building. He might have to clear out the rest of USA here from this position. Oh!
Ooh, gets scary. Vietnam's got so much control over the top, but we still have Hamas off to the side, keeping an eye on Ukraine. Ukraine stacked up those kills with 11 right now, but that puts them on 86. Vietnam's only got 2, but at 83 points. USA also just trying to get as many points as they can away from, separate away from Thailand, who's just right on their doorstep. It's gotten right into the mix of it all, and it is Thailand that manages
USA,
to take down Ukraine.
USA.
It is a 1v1v2 as Thailand comes around on the outside.
What am I watching? This is absolutely popping off. Vietnam might be able to close it out though, and yes they do! As they get the win, moving up into 7th place in the end. A very important victory for Vietnam, but really the tale is what would be the boyhood dream here, Matrim, for Brazil.
It is time. Your PNC 2026 champions, Brazil! So much heart comes out from these guys. So hard they had to fight, and they deserve it. Look at this, donning the jackets, coming out, and all the squads coming so close. I'm gonna be terrified to see Korea's side of this when we actually do, because it is going to be heartbreak for them.
Are those PUBG jackets or what?
Oh man, parabéns Brazil, vai Brazil, they get it done. And look, I don't think anybody can disagree. They deserve it. They were in first place after the end of the second map, and they'd remained there all the way through PNC. Well deserved, well earned, a massive victory for Brazil, and I suppose a big victory for the West as well, because PNC had been dominated by teams from Asia for the last few years.
It's a nation rooted in absolute excellence when it comes to competition, and Brazil has been able to do it from word one of this tournament. They have become the champions. You can see exactly what it means to them. Let's check in down on the stage.
Brazil, more emotional than ever. I'm sure I see tears in all of your eyes. Sparking. Are you ready for an interview? Should I give you a minute? Okay, have a minute. I'll talk to Kraken first. All right, Kraken. It honestly is a more than words can describe moment, right? You were here in 24, you're back again 26, and here you lift the trophy. How are you feeling right now?
I just want to say thank you, God. Só quero agradecer a Deus que a gente conseguiu isso aqui, foi graças a Ele. Eu sou a pessoa mais feliz do mundo e hoje é o dia mais feliz da minha vida.
God.
Obrigado por todo mundo estar aqui. Eu não tenho que falar, velho. Obrigado.
If we could give one of the translators a microphone. 잠시만요. 제가 브라질 크라켄 선수에게 24년을 출전하고 올해 다시 출전하게 되면서 아쉬웠던 마음 마냐는 지금 우승 소감을 여쭤봤습니다. 답변해 주시죠.
일단은 너무 기쁘고 표현할 수 없이 너무 기쁩니다. 일단은 하나님한테 너무 감사하고 이런 기회를 주시고 그리고 너무 행복하고 여기 오늘 참석하는 분들께도 모두에게 감사드립니다.
Kraken is just super thankful and grateful for this very opportunity. Honestly, what he's feeling right now is more than words can describe, and he is thankful for everything. He thanks God mostly. All right.
I didn't do anything, I was just watching.
Are you okay for an interview? Okay. This is your 5th PNC. You're the one that must have wanted it more than anyone on the team. What do the tears mean?
Eu não sei o que falar hoje. Eu sonhei por esse dia a minha vida inteira. Eu, incontáveis campeonatos que eu passei, olhando os outros levantar essa taça, e eu sempre pensei, eu quero estar no lugar deles, meu Deus. Eu vou estar no lugar deles um dia. Vindo de uma região onde nunca tinha conquistado nada. Quantas vezes eu pensei em desistir, quantas vezes eu pensei em parar, quantas vezes eu pensei que eu não fosse capaz. Mas Deus me provou errado. Esse grupo de pessoas que está comigo hoje me provaram errado. E é para todos vocês no Brasil que não importa onde você esteja na sua vida, acredite nos seus sonhos. Você consegue. O que eu consegui, nós conseguimos. Isso aqui é por vocês, Brasil. É por vocês, Brasil.
이제 스파킹 선수의 5번째 PNC인 만큼 팀원 누구보다 가장 우승이 간절했을 것 같았는데 눈물의 의미에 대해서 한번 물어봤습니다.
저는 이 순간을 많이 꿈꿔왔고 그리고 많은 경기 나가는 중에서도 언젠가 이렇게 이룰 꿈을 이룰 수 있는지를 기대했습니다. 다른 팀들이 올라갈 때마다 트로피를 받을 때마다 나도 언젠가 내 순간을 기다려왔고 그리고 이 순간이 오늘도 너무 행복합니다. 오늘 하루가
He said he was poor and achieved.
살면서 슬럼프랑 포기할 생각이 올 때도 있었지만 이렇게 견뎌내서
Feels
너무
shrimp
기쁩니다.
man.
꿈을 이뤄서 너무 행복하고 우리 나뿐만 아니라 우리 그리고 우리 브라질 모두에게도 이렇게 트로피를 전달 수 있게 해서 너무 감사합니다.
Well, Sparking has dreamt of this very moment since his career. Every time he watched from the sidelines other teams lifting that trophy, he has dreamt of that moment. When will I get to lift that trophy? And he is so over the moon that he gets to bring his home country, Brazil, a trophy that he's longed for a very, very long time. And speaking of which, Sparking has asked me that he wants to add in one more thing, so let me hear what that is.
Só queria agradecer todo mundo que está assistindo, que acordou às 7 horas da manhã, a torcer pra gente. Obviamente, agradecer minha avó Conceição, que está lá em cima agora, que eu sempre quis fazer isso por ela. Agradecer minha mãe Bianca, meu pai José, meu irmão João, minha irmã Francisca e minha namorada Luísa. Eu amo vocês e já eu tô aí para celebrar.
스파킹 선수가 한마디 더 해도 되냐고 요청을 해서 제가 한번 들어봤고요. 통역해 주시죠.
한마디 하나 더 있는데요. 오늘 아침 일찍 브라질에
Korea left already.
일찍
Holy
일어나서
shit.
우리 응원해주는 모든 팬들에게 너무 감사드리고 하늘 위에 계신 우리 할머니에게도 이 순간을 기다렸던 할머니한테 너무 감사드립니다. 브라질에 계신 부모님, 가족 그리고 여자친구한테도 제가 가고 있다, 기다린다.
He wants to say a special shout out to the fans at home and of course all the family.
They always like this,
at
even in
7
league.
a.m. in Brazil. He wants a very special mention to
If
his
they don't
grandma in
win, they
heaven,
just fuck off right
and
away.
of course his family, his parents, and of course his beloved girlfriend as well. All right, well, this is a very emotional moment.
I guess
even
it makes
for me
sense.
as well, but BL is just standing there with big smiles. So let's hear it from BL. Well, you were here at 25, right? And you are definitely one of the key players that made so many highlight moments here. Well, you must be very, very proud of yourself, right? BL, what are you thinking?
Bom, primeiramente, antes de mais nada, eu queria agradecer a Deus, porque sem ele eu não estaria aqui, ele quem me capacita e ele que me dá condições para fazer esses highlights. Então, eu queria que toda a honra, toda a glória seja dada a ele. Bom, eu estou muito feliz. Eu, sinceramente, eu nem sei o que dizer. Acho que a ficha não caiu ainda, porque eu não chorei, eu não fiz nada, eu fiquei de boa. Então, mano, eu quero agradecer a todo mundo aqui, agradecer a minha família, a meu pai, minha mãe, meu irmão, que sempre acreditou em mim desde o começo.
Minha família.
Eu estou muito feliz pela oportunidade de estar aqui mais um ano e graças a Deus a gente conseguiu o título.
우선 BL 선수에게 2년 연속 PNC에 출전하면서 하이라이트
Gamers not speaking in English in the current year.
얘기를 해봤습니다.
What
그리고
the
스스로에게 되게 자랑스러울 것 같은데 소감을 한번 여쭤봤거든요. 뭐라고 답변하셨나요?
일단 하나님께 너무 감사드리고 이 순간을 주신 하나님 그리고 영광스러움 줍니다. 너무 기뻐서 뭐라고 할 수도 어떻게 말해야 될지 모르고 아직 안 믿겨져요. 그래서 보시면 저는 아직 눈물도 안 나올 정도로 이게 아직 안 믿겨집니다. 이제 너무 감사하고 브라질에 계신 이제 부모님, 형제 그리고 모든 분들에게 이런 기회를 주시고 더 감사합니다.
First and foremost, Bill would love to thank God first, and honestly, all the love that his family supports him, sends his way, he definitely wants to give them a special shout as well. And honestly, Bill, he said that it looks like the tears, the feelings, and winning this trophy hasn't hit him yet. You know, he is smiling, the tears are waiting, and it's so surreal that he doesn't even know where to describe how he's feeling at the moment. Yeah, rightfully so, and I'm sure the tears will hit back in a minute. All right, let's move over to Tony with the cool shades. All right, looking good with the shades, Tony. This is your first PNC, and it's not every day that someone, a professional PUBG player, gets to win a trophy at his very first international. How are you feeling? Are you just super happy?
Tô muito feliz e não sei como, não tenho palavras para descrever o que eu tô sentindo, porque foi muito difícil estar aqui. Lutei muito, passei por muita dificuldade, mas graças a Deus, Deus me colocou aqui e Jesus é o caminho, a verdade e a vida. Porque toda vez eu pensei em desistir.
I guess they're very passionate about PUBG in Brazil.
Eu pensei em desistir e Deus me deu forças para estar aqui hoje. E eu confiei em Deus e por isso que eu tô aqui, por isso que a gente é campeão hoje, porque a gente confia em Deus e Deus é na frente de tudo. E eu queria agradecer todo o suporte, os brasileiros estão na torcida por nós. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que está em casa assistindo, minha família, minha namorada, minha mãe, meu pai, minha família toda. É muito bom estar aqui. Só tenho a agradecer a vocês, eu não tenho muita coisa para falar. Só Jesus is the way, the truth and the life.
우선 멋진 선글라스를 쓰면서 기다리고 있던 토니 선수에게 첫 PNC 출전하자마자
In Brazil, the USA of the Spanish speakers is Brazil, the USA of the Spanish speakers. Only one language learned. They don't speak Spanish in Brazil.
국제대회에서 우승까지 성공한 소감에 대해서 여쭤봤습니다.
너무 행복하고 기뻐서 제가 어떻게 뭘 표현을 말해야 되는지를 모르겠습니다.
Thanks you stupid.
지금 이 순간 여기까지 올라온 것도 너무 힘들었고 하지만 헌신 노력하고 열심히 해서 여기까지 왔습니다. 일단 하나님한테도 너무 감사드리고 하나님의 주관 때문에 여기 덕분에 여기 왔습니다. 캐리어 하면서 이제 그 맨 순간에 슬럼프가 좀 많았지만 그래도 하나님을 믿어서 오늘 여기까지 이 자리에 덕분에 왔습니다. 그리고 모든 서포트 해준 분들께 응원해주고 뭐 가족, 형제 모든 분들께 그리고 팬들에게도 감사드립니다.
You know, any word doesn't do what Tony's feeling any justice, and honestly, he's had a couple of rocky patches throughout his professional career, but he is so glad and over the moon, and he wants to give a special shout out to Jesus because Jesus is the way, and of course his beloved family in Brazil and everyone that has supported him throughout his professional career that actually contributed to his win today. All right, last but not least, our coach, RDS, the man who's been standing there with the flag for the longest time. All right, let's hear it from the coach. What are you feeling? I mean, you were here last year, this year, and the first Brazilian coach to take a trophy home. All right, hit me. What are you saying? What are you thinking, RDS?
Pessoal, tô aqui desde o começo do PUBG. Eu competi 6 anos aí como player e agora eu resolvi treinar. Nos últimos 2 anos eu tô treinando essa nova geração. Tô com um Kraken aqui, que é um moleque que desde o começo eu treinei ele liderar o grupo, ser o GL, ele se transformou em GL no início do GL. E até hoje tem 2 anos que a gente tá trabalhando nisso e hoje a gente junto conseguir trazer um troféu desse aqui, que é o sonho de todo mundo que tá no Brasil, o pessoal que jogou todas as screens desde o começo lá, quando a gente estava criando nosso cenário, quando era grama ainda. Tenho certeza que está todo mundo muito feliz com esse momento aqui, grandioso. É isso, eu estou muito feliz e contente com o trabalho que os meninos entregaram. Estou muito satisfeito com o que foi feito aqui, o trabalho de cada um, a responsabilidade que cada um puxou, a alegria que a gente jogou. E é isso aí, isso aqui é Brasil, porra.
이제 RDS 코치님께서는 작년 PNC 코치로 이렇게 출전을 했고 그리고 지금 인터뷰가 진행되는 상황처럼 깃발을 가장 오래 들고 계셨는데 그만큼 선수들을 옆에서 보면서 지금 어떤 생각이 드는지 이 여정에 대해서 누구보다 잘 알고 계실 것 같아서 어떤 생각이 드는지 한번 여쭤봤습니다.
제가 플레이어로 6년 동안 했고 그리고 코치로는 2년 동안.
Thank you very much, Crafton, for sponsoring the segment of the stream.
브라질에서 이제 모든
Appreciate it.
브라질 모든 분들께 이렇게 가진
Always a good time with PUBG.
이 순간은 너무
Babaji.
기쁘고요. 각자 했던
Forsen's
자리에서
turn.
열심히 해줘서 너무 만족스럽고 오늘 경기
Yeah, I would love to play some, but I have to eat. So we have to.
I mean, Ardiaz has spent
I
6
can't eat and
years
play.
as a
I have to eat my last
professional
meal. We
PUBG
have to watch
player, a
something.
gamer himself, and 2 years as the coach. And
Not
honestly,
any stream.
just
I'm just.
thankful and grateful for
I have
everything
to eat
that he's been
something.
able to
My
accomplish from
usual eating time
this
is
very
now,
moment,
right?
and wants to give out a very special shout out once again to all his beloved people, and of course the fans. All right.
My last meal of the day.
This is your
Watch Tyler
PNC
1 versus Ludwig.
2026 champions, Team
What?
Brazil. 이렇게 해서 팀 브라질
What?
PNC 2026 챔피언 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 저희는 잠시 후 시상식으로 돌아오겠습니다. We'll be back with the award ceremony, and of course, let's
Street Fighter Evo. Is it a show match or what? Ain't no way they are competing in Evo.
let's get the trophy ceremony going on first.
I don't like Street Fighter. It's too bad Tekken is not top 8 yet. It's tonight. Would you play in Grubby's Warcraft 3 streamer noob tournament? It's always Pog. I don't know if I would be eligible considering I played StarCraft at a high level. I mean, I'm not a Warcraft 3 player at all.
They never thought it would happen, but they came with fortitude, they came with perseverance, they came with a fire here to PNC 2026 to be able to round this out. And look what just normal men are able to accomplish here on the battlegrounds for PUBG. That is Brazil.
You're eligible because you're washed.
PNC 2026. That is
I am
Brazil
washed,
taking
but when I
on
wasn't
all
washed,
comers,
I was
the very best
washing the floor with
globe
Grubby.
had to offer to become the champion. Joining me, Gibson, Mark, and Matrim to talk about this fantastic victory we have seen. Mark, this is one for the history books.
Not watching the floor, but I definitely had a positive win rate roasting.
Fifth time around, and you could see how much it meant to not just him but the whole team, because a victory like this puts your name firmly on the map.
Gibson?
Look, what can I say? That had me emotional, them winning the way that they reacted. I think I couldn't be happier. Like, I don't think I've ever been more happy for any team winning a PNC.
Grubby let AoE 2, LOL, Dota 2 and SC2 crossplay.
Put in the PUBG scene is
Who
insane.
won?
They scrim every single day. They run their own events. They work harder than I think anyone else in the scene. And it's what a victory for them. What a victory for the West. And I know those guys, that'll just make them hungrier for more.
Yeah, this is the final game result, of course, as Vietnam was able to bump up the leaderboards. Brazil going
Dota
out
pros
with a
both
0,
times.
but it did not matter. Do not take that into account here for this victory, as of course they post the most important result of them all. When we look at the overall leaderboards a little down the line, what a fight
What's the
back
prize
from teams
pool?
like Ukraine,
$130,000
as
the
well as
first
neutral
place.
in
I don't
these
know the
final
other
moments
placements
as well.
are.
That podium, very important matchroom here for some of those teams. to try
But
and strike
that's
at.
great money
It was so many
for
squads that
Brazil,
were fighting
right?
for just a placement up in this very tail end section. Even the United States finding some successes in the
That's
later
great
stages.
money.
Germany staying in that consistent positioning, but I 100% agree. Ukraine, Vietnam coming alive in the later stages, and Thailand on the hold on that other side where we saw so much of the movement. Korea trying to escape what was going on with neutral.
Age of Empire 2 Pro, Hera won last one.
It was
Nintendo
everybody
of
else
Sing Sing
around
won
still in the
tournament
hunt,
one.
stopping them in their
Tyler
tracks.
lost both times.
If you think about that podium as well, as we take a look back, it looks like we're going to have some more here coming from the main stage as everything is getting ready as well for their final trophy ceremony to occur. Let's check in and see what's going on.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while. I
엄청난
remember
활약을
being
했습니다.
in
마지막
Sweden
매치에서도
a
이
few
존재감을
times.
드러내면서 마지막 매치에서 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 이제 선수들이 무대로 등장합니다. 여러분의 뜨거운 박수 보내주십시오.
Team Brazil has recorded 85 kills this Nations Cup. They deserve it because they
Go get your
were the
food.
most fearful team on the server.
Okay, I'm gonna get my food.
챔피언에게만 주어지는 챔피언 의상까지 해서 정말 멋진 경기를 만들어 줬습니다. 자, 그럼 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 킬 리더 시상에는 이번 유니폼 만들어주신 곳이죠. 무신사 고영대 본부장님께서 직접 수고해 주시겠습니다. 뜨거운 박수 모시겠습니다.
To assist our award presentation, Mr. Youngdae Ko, Director, Head of Sports Sales at Mushinsa, the sponsor of our very beautiful uniform, has joined here us at the venue today.
네. 그래서 이 무신사 유니폼이 난리가 났습니다. 많은 팬분들이 구하시려고 해도 마지막엔 전부 다 매진될 정도로 많은 사랑을 받았습니다. 예, 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 자, 그럼 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 브라질 팀에게는 $15,000의 상금이 수여되겠습니다.
Well, to Team Brazil, they will be taking home $15,000 because they deserve it. Congratulations to Team Brazil.
다시 한번 큰 박수로 축하해 주십시오. 그리고 시상을 도와주신 고영대 본부장님께도 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리면서요. 앞으로도 잘 부탁드리겠습니다. 잘해 주시죠. 박수 보내주십시오.
Special thank you to Director Ko for joining us for the award ceremony and for the beautiful uniforms.
네, 그리고 브라질 선수들도 앞으로 받을 상이 많기 때문에 잠시 대기석으로 자리해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다.
And to Team Brazil, you have many more rewards to collect. So if you could step off the stage for now, we'll see you in a bit as well.
정말 멋진 드라마를 만들었던 브라질 선수들. 아, 저 유니폼 보니까 굉장히 멋집니다.
감사합니다.
자, 그렇죠.
네.
보면서도 깜짝 놀랐어요. 자, 다음 시상은요. 단 한 명의 선수만이 가질 수 있는 PNC의 가장 영광스러운 자리죠. MVP 시상이 기다리고 있는데요. 어떤 선수들이 경쟁 부분에 이름을 올렸는지 MVP 후보를 만나보겠습니다.
Well, next up, only one out of 120 players can earn this title, the MVP title. Let's see our nominees.
보시죠. 야, 스파킹, 샤오디디, 하카토리예요. 자, 이 세 명의 선수가 MVP에 선정이 될 수 있습니다. 후보들이죠.
Yeah. Out of the three players on the graphics right now lies our 2026 MVP.
하이라이트를 만나보겠습니다.
Of course, the MVP, no doubt, going to be Sparking, even though we are going to watch through all three of these players. I think that as well, when you look at these highlights as well, great stuff from Sparking alongside some really standout performances across the whole tournament here, Mark.
Yeah, for me, it's really good to see. And it was actually looking back at not just Sparking, but the whole team, that kind of gives you an opportunity to flex out. Tony comes from console, obviously he's inserted himself very much in the region and performing really well at his first international stage.
We got food.
Critical moments where he
but what do we watch?
So each part of this team, each part of the puzzle
allows
Spark to do what he does best, and that is to go find the kills and get the points.
And Xiao Wu looking great for China as well, alongside Hakitori that we just watched before. But again, the momentum just didn't quite shift in their favor. Ukraine ending up in 10th place, China in 4th. But of course, Sparking will be taking this spot. Let's check in back at the stage, of course, after this Xiao Wu highlight finally finishes out.
2026 PNC MVP Sparking!
MVP.
Congratulations, Sparking. You take the MVP, the most valued player here at PNC 2026.
최고의 팀, 최고의 선수, 이번 시즌 역사의 한 페이지를 장식한 스파킹!
Congratulations, you are writing history as we speak.
이런 영광스러운 자리에는요, 이번에 메인 스폰서였죠. 와, 구글 플레이 글로벌 총괄 장현세님을 뜨거운 박수 모시겠습니다.
For the MVP award presentation,
Do they get extra prize money for this?
VIP members global lead of Google Play has joined us. Here he comes to award our MVP.
Here is another sip from Link, since you are eating basil.
위대한
Basil.
구글 플레이의 장현세
No name. Basil.
다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리고요. 시상을 진행하도록
Basil.
하겠습니다. MVP에게는 $10,000의 상금이 수여가 되겠습니다. MVP의 주인공
Basil.
10,000. Okay.
Basil.
Sparking writes his name in PNC PNC's history and gets to take home $10,000 for his amazing performance.
다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고요. 이렇게 대한민국 e스포츠 배틀그라운드에 함께 해주셔서 감사드립니다. 구글 플레이 글로벌 총괄 장효세님에게 뜨거운 박수를 보내주십시오.
Thank you to our presenter, Mr. Jang, for joining us. And Sparking, you have many more to collect.
There's 3 houses in Brazil.
You should wait down
How
the
much
stage
is
for
that house
now.
actually in
Then.
Brazil?
스파킹 선수에게도 다시 한번 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 탑3 시상이 이어지겠습니다. PNC 2026에서 최고의 퍼포먼스를 보여준 팀이죠. 여러분들이 많이 기대가 되실 텐데 다시 한번 선수분들에게 깊은 감사 말씀 드리면서요. 여러분들 오늘의 주인공들 만나볼 준비가 되셨나요? 되셨으면 주인공들을 불러볼 텐데 자, 여러분들이 또 여기 한 팀한테 올
Mr.
때마다
Force made 10 times more money just spectating the finals than the guys that know like their 20s in this game. Then you guys wonder how he became a narcissist. By the way, here is a daily lesson linked
Don't
Force.
forget, send your loudest, your biggest cheers to these teams because they deserve it more than ever.
그래서 이 무대를 장식하기 위해서
even I went through
상이 준비가 되고 있습니다.
the competing phase of my life before I realized that
참가를 해서 단 세
you gotta
팀만이
jump
이
ship, man.
멋진
Streaming is where
무대에
it's at.
이름을
And so do
올려놓을
they.
수가 있습니다.
So does every of these
과연 이
competitive
주인공들이
players. They first gotta
앞으로
compete
있을
and then they
PGC
gotta realize
그리고 내년에 PNC에서
competing is
어떤
fucking
모습을
shit.
보이게 될지
I have to start
계속해서
streaming.
지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼요. 탑3
It's the circle of life.
진행해 볼 텐데요. 세 팀을 여러분의 뜨거운 박수로 불러보겠습니다.
Please welcome the top 3 teams of PNC 2026.
중립팀 그리고 브라질 마지막으로 마지막까지 투혼을 발휘했던 대한민국
Team Neutral, Team Brazil, and lastly, home favorite, Team Korea.
네, 자 우선은 뒤에서 자리해 주시고 저희가 호명을 통해서 위로 올라오도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 3위 팀 중립팀
Our top team coming in third, Team Neutral.
네, 먼저 이 무대 위에 올라와서 세리머니 준비하고 있습니다. 자, 무대 위로 올라와 주시길
Team Neutral.
3위 팀 중립팀 루트라.
Team Neutral coming in third at PUBG Nations Cup 2026. A climb, you did it. Congratulations.
다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고요. 그리고 이어서 준우승 팀이죠. PNC 2016 준우승 대한민국.
Runner of PNC 2026, Team Korea.
정말 잘했습니다. 감동적인 승부를 보여줬어요. 자, 이렇게 대한민국 팀을 만나봤고 이어서 그랜드 파이널 챔피언 팀 브라질.
Lastly, champions of PNC 2026, Team Brazil.
최고의 경기력으로 우승을 차지한 브라질까지 만나봤습니다. 자, 이제 자랑스러운 선수들 시상을 위해 시상자분을 모시도록 하겠습니다. 펍지 프랜차이즈와 펍지 스튜디오 총괄 장태성님을 뜨거운 박수 모시겠습니다.
Befitting for this ceremony, here we welcome Mr. Tae Seok-jang, head of PUBG franchise and PUBG Studios.
PNC를 축제의 장으로 이렇게 많은 분들이 함께 할 수 있는 무대에서 이 선수들이 최고의 경기력을 선보였습니다. 태성님 다시 한번 감사 말씀드리면서 이제 대표 선수들에게 메달 수여를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 선수들에게 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
Special thank you to Mr. Tae Seok-jang for making this PUBG
It's not
Nations Cup
player
come true.
unknown.
Starting with Team Neutral, he will be handing out the medals.
먼저 3위 팀 뉴트럴 팀에게 메달이 수여되고 있습니다. PNC 이번 대회에 3위를 차지하면서 이 엄청난 성적을 거뒀는데요. 노련함과 더불어 냉철함, 침착함을 보여주면서 이번 대회에서 3위를 차지하게 됐습니다. 다시 한번 선수들 고생 많았습니다. 자, 이렇게 3위 시상이 이어졌습니다.
Wait, what?
큰 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
congratulations to Team Neutral taking home the third place prize, $22,000, and making that last climb here. Congratulations, guys.
Well, I remember him having an anti-communistic price split in the past. But that's quite steep. Third place 22, first place 130.
PNC에서 2위를 차지했습니다. 마지막까지 포기하지 않고 최선을 다해준 대한민국 선수들에게 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
The runner-up Team Korea did not give up till the very last minute. They'll be
As it
taking
should be,
home
though.
their share of the
As
prize,
it should be.
$56,000 home.
It should be go big or go home. Winner gets it all.
The champions, the fiercest team on the server is our Team Brazil.
다시 한번 축하의 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 스파킹 선수의 오열하는 장면을 보면서 이 선수들 꿈의 무대가 얼마나 대단한지, 얼마나 많은 압박이 있는지 그 누구보다도 느낄 수 있는 상황이었습니다. 마지막까지 최선을 다한 플레이, 그리고 배틀그라운드에 맞는 승금 플레이를 보여주면서 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 다시 한번 최선을 다해준 선수분들과 시상을 도와주신 장태정님에게 뜨거운 박수를 보내주십시오.
Congratulations to all the players and our presenter, Mr. Tae-seok Jang, for joining us today. Thank you so much.
이제 챔피언이 무대 앞에 챔피언의 이름과 영광스러운 순간의 역사를 새길 시간이 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 그러면 선수분들 이 단상 아래 쪽 내려와서 이제 마지막 퍼포먼스를 준비해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다.
Alright, it is time for the champions to write their names underneath the trophy. So if our runner-up and third place teams could please take the step down from the stage, because this is unfortunately the champions moment.
그리고 3위 팀과
Get down.
2위 팀은 그리고
Get down
다시
again.
자리해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 네.
If you would take
다시
the
한번
step to the
감사
right.
말씀 좀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 자 여기서 우승팀 자 무대로 와서 함께 자리해 주겠습니다. 그리고 저기 2위와 3위 팀에게는 여러분 뜨거운 박수를 보내주십시오. 자리해 주시죠. 이제 우승팀만 이 역사에 이름을 새길 수 있는 상황이죠.
Now it's time for the champions to write their names on that trophy because they are the ones that prove that they deserve it till the very end.
네. 그래서 이 무대에 증명해내면서 앞으로 있을 대회에서도 멋진 활약을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼요. 여러분의 뜨거운 박수로 무대에 사인을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 선수분들 잘해 주시죠. 뒤쪽으로.
Alright, Team Brazil, let's go sign that trophy right now.
자, 이 무대에서 직접 선수들은 사인을 합니다. 이 조형물에 자신의 이름을 새겨놓을 수 있는 영광을 가져가고 있습니다. 자, 각각의 이름을
Oh,
새길
the
수
trophy.
있는 영광.
Wait, what? That is the
Are you ready
trophy?
to write your names one by one, your player names? Alright, first up is RDS signing that first blank.
네, 자 선수들이 정성껏 이름을 써 내려가고 있습니다. 영광스러운
Don't stop!
이 장면은
No!
PUBG 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 역사에 생생히 기록이 될 겁니다. 자, 그래서 이렇게 완벽한 퍼포먼스까지. 자, 이름판을 아예 우리가 최고다. 자, 퍼포먼스 보여주는 이렇게 강력한 브라질의 힘이 느껴집니다. 정말 대단해요. 자, 이 무대.
Why are you breaking this?
그렇죠, 그렇죠. 들어가서 다시 한번 여기서 하나하나. 와, 역시 힘이 넘칩니다.
장난 아니네요.
괴력의 사나이들 이 브라질 선수들이 여기서 지금 사인을 하고 있습니다. 자, 사인을 위에다 해주시기 부탁드리겠습니다. 자신의
Alright,
이름은.
here we go to write the names. I mean, it just shows how passionate Team Brazil is at everything. There goes Kraken with the smiley.
그렇죠, 웃으면서 이렇게 하나하나. 자, 자신의
Yellow on white.
닉네임을 지금 쓰고 있죠. 지크라켄.
White.
그리고 이어서 하나하나 이름을 지금 쓰고 있어요. BL 선수도 자신 닉네임을 새겨 넣었고요.
And BL writes it in green, and here is Sparking.
스파킹 선수도 이번 대회에서 MVP뿐만 아니라 우승까지 차지하게 됐습니다. 정말 멋진 모습을 보여주면서요. 많은 배틀그라운드 팬분들에게 감동을 선사했죠.
BBL.
자, 이렇게
선수들
마지막까지 최선을 다해서 이 조형물의 이름을 써 내려가고 있습니다. 이번 2026년 시즌 최고의 팀은 팀 브라질. 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
Congratulations again to our PNC 2026 champions, Team Brazil. All signed, done and dusted, and here is your trophy.
이제 마지막 트로피 세레모니가 기다리고 있습니다. 자, PNC 6번째 챔피언으로 이름 올린 브라질이고요. 자, 이번 대회는 정말 멋진 드라마가 좀 많이 펼쳐졌습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분, 그리고 참여해 준 선수분들에게 깊은 감사의 말씀 드리면서요. 저희는 여기서 인사드리고 다음 대회를 통해서 다시 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you for joining us for our 6th PNC. This is your 6th PNC champions. This is Castor Park, and I'm Bella, and thank you for joining us.
마지막은 우승팀만이 할 수 있는 트로피 세레머니. 여러분 뜨거운 박수로 축하해
Korean
주십시오.
crowd is pissed. As soon as Korea could not win anymore, they are out of there. Out of there, man. Subboden, thank you man, Sorky, Kakaran, Pikarovsk, and Zini, welcome back. Assy, at 4-fist field, thank you.
Amazing scenes, the Kraken, Biel, Tony the Royal Roader on international stage, and Sparking the captain have become the PNC 2026
It's 22:57 in Korea, they have to take a train home.
Trophies back in their hands. Gibson, I couldn't be happier here.
I don't even know if you're trolling or
They
not.
deserve it. Like I said, they worked like nobody else, and what a day for Sparky.
But,
He's a
yeah,
PNC
oh, yes.
MVP, he's an EWC MVP, and I think he's secured his legacy as the best South American PUBG player of all time.
Mark, fantastic to watch here. Just brilliant scenes here to see as this team has been able to ascend the mountain when there are so many strong rosters here for PNC.
Yeah, it was worrying as well because they led so
Alright,
well at the start.
that's
They're
it.
going to get caught up and was worried. A little bit of a fault at the start.
That is it, that is it, that is it, that is it, chat. Alright. Where are we moving to here? Where are we moving to? I ate already, so we don't have to. Let's play. Let's play. Let's get let's play some games. I go somewhere here, I think, but I have to rinse my plate, so you can. I will bless you with this whatever sitcom link this fucking retard sent me. Here we go. Alright. Bazinga!
Truthfully, Charlie, come on. I mean, nobody wants a wild card, okay? It doesn't make any sense. We don't want a maniac in our group, but there's no benefit to it. I feel like you just agreed with me, but you weren't listening to what I was saying.
Yes. You pointed at me like I said something, but I didn't. Oh, good. Charlie, having somebody making wild decisions that make no sense, that benefits nobody. Oh, yes. Right, yes.
Is he listening to it? I can't tell.
He's listening. He's not understanding.
Yeah, he doesn't even, like, get us, man. We're talking about you. Okay, let's move on from it.
What do you think is happening right now?
Guys, it doesn't matter. It's good. Okay, you know, we'll sort this out.
Why don't you go down to the basement and see if it's some kind of crazy type dungeon?
Yeah. Dungeons and tons of guns and... Dude, please give me a chip.
You're not getting a chip, okay?
Come on!
Leave it alone with the chips. If you want a chip,
You could have gotten a bag at the hamburger store. No, you're not getting the chips. The chips are off the table, okay?
I want a chip.
Yeah, don't bring
Give
up
me
the
a
chips.
chip.
He wants chips, and I asked him in the store, Dennis. You were there. I said, Sean, do you want a bag of chips? He said, no, I don't want chips. You're not getting this. If you wanted a goddamn chip, you should have gotten a goddamn chip at the hamburger shop.
Why don't we show him what all the fighting's about? Why don't we show him right now? All right, Dennis, calm down.
Don't you tell me to calm down.
There's that chirping again. How are you not hearing that?
Newsflash, asshole! I've been hearing it the entire goddamn time! Then why wouldn't you say something? Because I hate you!
Are you all right?
Yeah, this? I was running.
Okay, because you're bleeding.
Oh, shit. Is it bleeding again? I'm sorry. These are hornet stings, you know? I run into, like a lot of, hornets in my line of work, and I get stung up, bad all over my face and stuff, and then, it starts bleeding.
Oh, sounds interesting.
Yeah.
What is it that you do again?
I'm like a janitor. I'm a full-on rapist, Africans, dyslexics, children, that sort of thing.
I'm sorry. Did you say you're a full-on rapist?
No. No. I help people. You know what I mean? I'm a
philanthropist?
Yeah, that's exactly
Philanthropist? Alright. Alright. It's time for the God Gamer to show how to actually win here. Brazil ain't got nothing on me. What? Maybe I should do third person. I think it will be harder though. Play Dota, new patch. What patch is that? Clownfall. Is that what it's called? It's new one. Forsen Fall. Oh shit.